That's all you get.
Welcome, welcome, welcome to the stream. Very fancy today. We have our house coat, and yeah. Today we're going to view some very highbrow comedy. Let us begin. I'm not too sure what we'll do for the video game portion, but here's this highbrow. We're gonna start with this highbrow comedy. Perfect.
Well, I'm sure the manager said, "Huh? This Hollywood comedy club.
What are you talk about? Content for what?
This the Hollywood comedy."
So
You make reservation. You hang out.
I can tell we're both uncomfortable with
Quite true. Strike
All three of them are children.
Strike
Alright, it's can't over to me now, though. I mean, I'm on set. You're making me feel like shit, dude. Thank you. It's cool. We got fucking Steven Soderbergh over here with iPhone. And what's on that page? Is that a Flash?
Yeah, it's a light.
Oh, I thought Flash is in the superhero. Yeah, Flash. That's cool. When are you guys gonna film? What are you gonna do?
We're gonna come up there.
You're gonna come up there?
Yeah.
I love non-comics. This is the fun. They're like, I'm just gonna get.
See, pause it. So here's what's
I
going on.
don't like his personality.
Look at all the. So these comics are taking the open mic so
Yes,
seriously. They're
exactly.
all pissed already. They're all like,
Dude,
just gonna call it like it is.
We've all been there. By the way, all three of us have been there. There's like, remember Seinfeld wrote in his book. I always love this. He goes, the thing about being a comic.
It wasn't his
goes,
book. He wrote the foreword for I Killed.
Yes,
Killed
that's
You.
right. I'm sorry. It was the forward for I Killed. But he wrote, the thing about being a comic is it's like being a pirate. He goes, the first day you do it, you're a pirate.
Yeah.
Like as soon as you do it, you're just you. I don't know. There's really no gate. It's not like being a dentist. You don't have to go to dental school. You're just. I guess if you're doing. But like, there's something funny about a open micer. And I would have done this. You would. We all would have done this at the time. There's something about being an open micer who's been doing stand up for like 6 months, who has such a clear black and white line in their mind where they go, look, non-comics.
Yes.
Versus over here on this side, what I call comics.
But
I mean, I
funny, it
do
goes back-
3 open mics a week, and therefore I'm comic.
And I get it, like in comedy,
And
the
you
whole
are,
the
yes.
whole hot influencer thing, like it's the knock on the stand, right? It's like the stand would kick Legion of Skanks out on a Monday night if these girls wanted to do a show there.
We're gonna pee on stage. You're in.
Well, then I'd cancel my spots.
Okay, I'm gonna stay and watch for a little bit.
Sure, I don't know, guys. You guys are really being hard on them, but I understand why they booted us. I'm gonna pop by.
I'm gonna pop by. Just wish the girls luck in their new endeavors.
But that's the thing, like.
But no, but you were, I had the same fucking cringe for that guy when I heard him say that. Again, it's the bubble of, especially when you're at the open mic level. Genuinely, you're like, especially if you want to do it. If you're like, I think I'm going to dive into this and do it every week, multiple nights. Like you want to believe it's so part of it. Things you're looking for that community. So exactly, he goes, I love people who aren't comedians. Just come in and he goes, you're not a comedian.
Yeah, no offense. He might be great one day. Maybe he's great now. I don't actually know.
I don't know who it is. Yeah.
We don't actually know. So, but the point is,
Doesn't matter, the line
you're
sucks.
hosting an open mic. Just like you're not really.
You're at
In
the
a
Hollywood
position to go,
comedy.
you guys are not. Now that being said, dude, we're with you. You're on our team.
We're
You
still
are
on
a
your team,
comic.
but it is
We are,
ridiculous.
but-
You have a
but-
day job as a waiter or whatever it is. So,
Yeah,
I mean,
you're like-
do you have any more of a right to say you're a comedian than some influencers that are wanting to get on stage?
Oh, here we go. Classic non-comics, not knowing what it's like to wait to go on stage for 3 minutes.
Eliana, you got.
Oh, they went up individually.
I was nervous at first, but Noah did such a great job, so.
Oh, she holds her purse like Cheryl Underwood. By the way, if I was in the room and paused this,
But everyone's like stone facing them.
that made my blood boil right
What?
there. Sorry, that made my blood boil right there, weirdly, because just what I would
that
hate
double
most
audio
about
shit?
this. It's not that they're all going to go up and try and bump the show back. It's when they go up there, they're not even doing it for
Or
everybody.
like set it off
They're
mic
doing it
and
for
on
each
mic.
other, and they're just and every time they say something, they go, "Can you believe it?" Like right to each other, and they're just blocking.
Jay's
everybody
right.
else out.
Jay's right back to being the host of this open mic. Goes, you're not even comics. These guys aren't even real comics.
Yeah, you know,
We're here working on
this
material.
is what I love about non-comedy bitches.
You know, I've been at this for 4 months, so I think I know a little something that you don't know.
oh, dude, the playing to each other. Oh,
I know what you. I know.
Here's what they came. It's like they might as well have come in grab the mic at a so. It's the behavior. What was it? Is that the Crazy video by Aerosmith? Remember when the girls just go in the strip club and start making it their own thing and getting on stage, and everyone's be like, "What the fuck are you doing?"
She grabs the tattoo gun and gives her friend a tattoo. You're like, This is a thing that I do.
Get out of here. Goes, "What the fuck are you doing? Get out of my store before I call the cops." I can't just come in here and do this. I'm just saying, they just came in. It's like, "Move it, fatso. Hey, nerd, I'll take that mic. Blah, blah, blah. I'm a comedian. Blah, blah, blah. I have a little dick and blah, 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 blah. Am I right?"
And then they all walk out. They're like, "We're so much funnier than all those fucking comics."
Anyway, that was the Hollywood comedy. I guess it was written by some dink.
Hey, let's ruin them for fun.
Like, I want to hate these bitches, but I'm kind of torn. I don't know whose side I'm on. Really.
They just come in like a tornado and fuck up everyone's night. And bright. They bring a bright light.
It just, here's the guess, it sucks, but in the grand scheme of everyone's careers and lives, it just doesn't matter.
It means nothing.
So
it's a story forever.
Yeah,
it sucks for Zhao Ying.
Yes, it sucks for Zhao Ying.
But also, I think she'll recover.
Yeah,
she'll
she'll definitely recover. It doesn't matter.
It's already
they got the reviews down. The point is, though, like, these open micers are kind of taking it a little too seriously, and they don't understand the open mic nuance, and their fans don't. Nobody does. So it's just sort of like
nobody should.
These two girls go, "Isn't this a fucking thing that means nothing for shitty comedians who don't know how to do comedy yet?"
Did you all pay to be here?
What are you guys freaking out about, huh? Everyone sucks.
No one's good here. Why are you saying we're
You're
not
just performing for yourselves. There's not even a real audience. The Hollywood comedy, there's chips in the wall. The place is new.
It's a fragment of a sentence. This isn't the name of a comedy club.
These aren't even comedy records over here.
They're making the same points that we are.
All it takes.
Can you believe we came into this shithole of comedy?
It's like, this isn't even a real sign. This isn't real.
Just smudges it off.
It really is. All it takes is she goes, "Oh, I love these girls aren't even real comics." For them to go, "None of us are real comics," and you go, "Ah, shit."
Dude, we literally came into the store to be like, "Yo, we're gonna fucking destroy these bitches."
We've just been doing this forever now. I would have been as fierce as goes, just stomping in here. These guys don't even give a fuck. These girls don't give a fuck. We're not going to do it again tomorrow and the day after that. And put the work in this.
Yeah, we're all kind of assholes who take our own things seriously.
Yeah.
Of course. So
and they'll watch this.
moment,
By the way, they'll watch this back 20 years from now if they're doing comedy. They're like, "Oh God, we were fucking idiots." We're like stone facing these girls for like just because we're taking ourselves way too seriously.
I mean, these girls suck.
No, they suck. Obviously.
Yeah, but I think they all have futures in comedy.
Go ahead, play it.
Rich moved the
No one else cares.
Falling to pieces over each other. They know they all know each other's jokes already.
Dude, this guy in the fucking back that looks like Ralph Sutton.
I mean, the fact that those two are laughing so hard is fucking hilarious.
You guys know the Caligari sisters? I said, speaking of celebrities. Those chicks are funny. Tough crowd.
Like, miss, you're supposed to get off 40 minutes ago.
Comedians, I love to sit down.
She's leaning.
I flew into LA.
Yo, I'm really got to be honest with you. I'm really, really heavily enjoying how much they're enjoying.
It's just
the one girl go because it's not like she's not just laughing like how, and then when I was laughing, she's going like. I can't believe she's like slapping somebody next to her. Just some guy like this.
Dude,
Like she's too falling apart.
Look, there's all the open micers hate them, and then
Of course.
they're cracking up so much. And then the fact that they're cracking up so much is making the open micers more angry, and that is so funny. That is funnier than anything else that's happening at that open mic.
Imagine you know
that
nothing
it's making
about
them more
stand-up.
angry. That you're because in a weird way, the open mic audience, because people don't know, it's all the audience are the open micers trying to go up, right?
Usually.
So like the fact that they're getting angrier and angrier, that because they're going kind of in their mind like we're gonna stonewall these bitches, and then they're gonna experience what bombing is. But these bitches don't care at all because they're fucking frustrated. So they're having the greatest time ever. And then that is so funny. It's so funny that they're getting furious because it's not working at all.
I wish
So
the
isn't
camera
it
heard
kind
just
of
tapping a
weird?
guy, a random motherfucker. My fucking sister. That's true. We do that.
Oh, dude, it's
Please go
so
back
great.
a little bit, dude. Her meltdown. I'm gonna watch this 700 more times this
it's
week.
That's why my arms are so tired. When I do take the plane,
There's no my arms are fired to make you laugh that hard.
I do feel a little safer though when the flight attendants are somersaulting around asking me, take it over me, take it over me.
Sister can't take it anymore.
I wish somebody. Jay, if you laughed at me like this, we would never fight. If you would give me
the
that
validation you would receive.
That's all I've been ever looking for is this type of fucking friend. You're supposed to be my brother. Neither one of you guys give me this.
Wow, listen, you can't expect us to ever give you this type of support, dude. That's crazy. I think you're very funny, but not that funny.
Do all three of them get up?
Yeah, oh yeah.
I do feel.
Standing ovation.
All right, well, let's talk about it. Yeah, that's I feel like
These girls just being so into this.
I'm allergic to nuts. Anyways, I am looking for a man. It's kind of hard when your sister looks exactly like you, though. It's my sister's right there. You guys haven't noticed. Go approach her, you know.
Camera guy's laughing now.
Loving it, dude.
Hands on. You're so sexy. I've never seen a hotter girl in my life. If you pinned 1,000 girls on my wall right now, I'd pick you. Then she rejects them and you turns to me and says, you're so sexy. I've never seen somebody
Well, she's the big J group. She's got a filthy mouth.
with a heart on, talking to my sister right there. Now you're trying to tell me I'm your only girl. I don't know why I haven't come a man. Who here has siblings? Yeah, you know, they actually wrote this script for me.
You know, they're charming. I'll tell you.
I tell you what, I would have to, if you were on their side, if you were their family members, you go, well, what about those girls do? You can't make them have a bad time. You know what I mean? They go out there and they make their own good time.
They
They're
like candy. They're just trying to do an open mic.
Woo, that was comedy. We just did comedy. Yay. We're comedians now. Bye, everyone.
So go to the. I guess go to the end where they get into a thing.
Yeah, I want to hear the thing.
We got what they do. It's so funny, dude. This was supposed to be so different, Joey, and you should know that. We really were trying to.
This didn't have to go bad.
Wait,
man.
go back.
This was a fun
I saw
night.
a close up of a laugh that I have to see what she's laughing at that hard. No, it's it's somewhere. It's just her. Yeah, dude. She loves it.
Of us. We're in Vegas all the time, actually. And when we're in Vegas.
Am I wrong? You see the outline of her entire pussy?
Jay,
Like
she's a hot
Minoris?
child. Chill.
She can't be that hot. You can't go in the Hollywood comedy if you don't know your age.
We're gambling because of us. They're like triplets, and that's luck, bro. And I'm like, okay, you know what? F- it,
They're just so in.
I can't believe my flesh and blood came up with that. I can't see. Is that Ellen DeGeneres up there? Yeah. Do they all perform with their purses? Is so funny. I got to see one joke of the one who laughs the most because, I mean, what a good audience.
We've seen them all three at this point.
Yeah, I think we saw them all.
We've seen all three of them.
Jay, I'm sorry you didn't notice the difference, but we've seen
didn't
all
see the
three.
second one,
They're
no.
three unique individuals.
Dirty
Oh,
mouth
the one that was laughing at her? Okay.
Go to the end, see where it goes well.
We will, but we really enjoyed your set that you had earlier. It was amazing.
You're in a position to talk a lot of shit.
I'm sorry?
You all are in a position to talk a lot of shit. Wow.
What?
Is that right?
Wait, rewind it for 30
Hold on,
seconds.
I just love that.
Did
Like,
she- but
I
did she
swear,
say-
right now it just seems like the first moment that they ever went. We're not all having fun. this isn't everyone's greatest night ever.
I thought we were all just like bonding
Were you
over
guys-
the art of comedy.
Were you guys not just shitting with laughter at my sisters? I've never had more fun in my
Pull it back.
life.
Did she say she enjoyed his comedy? Pull it back a little
A lot
bit.
of shit. Y'all bouncing?
You carry, bro. You deserve to be up there, bro.
Y'all bouncing?
We will, but we really enjoyed your set that you had earlier. It was amazing.
You're in a position to
Pause
talk
it.
a lot of
So they complimented him.
Eventually, yeah, I think that's after.
No,
No,
they
they just said we loved your set.
You think that was her being a smartass?
To be fair, they cut it together. You don't know what else.
Yeah, but
between there.
I guess not. But you're in a position to talk a lot of shit. It was a weird. It doesn't
So
really.
your
seem to
reaction
make
goes,
sense.
but we really enjoyed your set earlier. Thank
If
you.
I'm taking it for what it is, if I'm their fans, I'm going like, yo, fuck that guy.
I feel like they may have cut out something nasty that they.
Oh, Alex obviously is getting paid by the Zhou
These chicks suck, but they just went into the wrong. If they acted like this, they couldn't have twisted this to fuck over the Comedy Store.
No.
If the Comedy Store go, hey, you're influencer, yeah, sure, come in, do your little content thing, whatever like that. If they were like cunts and fucking up there, like it would have just been like a kind of an enclosed moment. it wouldn't become a thing. They were able to, and it's because they have the ire of failure staring at them in this room. Just people who are like, not even failure because some of them aren't old, I'm sort of young open micers, a lot of them, but like the fear of failure. Yeah. It's all just like, this means everything in the world to me, and these girls barely give a fuck, and they're killing with 2 people in the room. No one in that room's ever killed as hard as those 2 girls do the other sister.
You guys aren't funny.
That's not even a good joke. You start saying that. Conceptually, it's off. Your premises are all over, but it's been done before. They don't give a shit. Like, has it? I don't know. Yeah, I
Boy,
took
are
it.
my arms tired? What the fuck?
I stole it. I don't care. Can you not steal jokes? I don't even know it. And the sister
I stole it.
Sister didn't know you can't steal jokes.
Dude, it's so funny because
I'm just doing a cover.
Dude, the thing is that I hope you understand, for any open micers who might be listening to this, what we're laughing at is that we're all recognizing that what we've dedicated our lives to is nonsense.
Ridiculous.
It's not you. It's us two. We're right here with you. It's just that we all, at one point in time, believed something imaginary was so important and real.
You had to build up. Dave, you took fucking forever. I took a while to build up the courage to go do it. To give it a shot, to go up there and like, fucking, Mike, you remember you felt that pressure. Alex, you felt that pressure when we did the thing. It's like that first early thing. What they're also getting annoyed at is like they have no stakes. There's like, this is dumb. Is this all comedy? Is it super easy? You guys are idiots to be this upset. Like, I'm probably going to start doing this professionally and have more.
You should be racking your nerves. Tortured right now.
All they're saying is like, those fucking girls are probably going to do their own show next week. You'll be sold out and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that's how it works, dude. You're going to have to deal with a lot of that.
You're in a position to talk a lot of shit. So this guy's salty.
Shit.
I'm sorry?
Y'all are in a position to talk a lot of shit. Wow.
Is that what?
Is that right? Do you think that went remotely as good as you think?
Oh, dude, pause it already right now. This guy's in such a bad position right now. He's going, whoa, you guys actually, like, he has to let them know. This is why you end up being the bad guy, even though this is me, this is us, this is what we would have done. Is that what you're doing now is trying to let them know. I know you feel good about what happened. You should feel bad about what happened because of my ethical worldview.
And they're like, we don't.
And they're like, yeah, like you're like, dude, you're already losing when you do that.
Really?
What,
you're gonna say that? We're gonna have this place destroyed online.
Like, it's just such a. I know that feeling, but it's like, dude, it's like because you're miserable inside, you're trying to go, I have to try to make you miserable about this too. When the actual correct reaction is like, if you guys enjoyed that, then you enjoyed that.
Well, you had fun. Watch their notes because the notes they write notes on the bottom of the video. It's very funny to watch. No, I think they're talking about our set. We liked it.
I can't tell if you're being sarcastic or not.
No, zero. I was being serious.
Okay. I don't know what you were doing up here. I was just mad that the one-liners that you did. You know what I'm saying? You all right? Is everyone all right?
No, you were all left.
Is there supposed to be a video with this?
So what was the impetus for getting up on stage today? Yeah.
We're making a video.
That's it? You don't have any intention of like doing it?
Oh, jeez.
We'll see.
Oh, the caring about that? You're not even serious about this.
Now another guy chimed in. No way they're coming in again. No one cares. They're gonna go.
They don't give a shit.
Be rich hot chicks. They drive fucking G-wagons.
Yeah, like, why is that better?
I'm gonna go hang out in a pool somewhere in the hills. Because why not?
Like, it's hard. I know, man. Dude, I feel I'm not even like, I feel like I want to make it clear that I'm not even trashing those guys. I'm trashing me. I'm trashing me in the past.
I'm looking at myself 20 years ago.
That's what's making me have a reaction about this is that I know, because you'd have that same thing. Nah, dude, this is a craft. And, oh, you're not even going to come be there tomorrow. And they go, who cares?
Buddy,
we did it tonight.
I remember going to LA. I remember going to LA and they're like, hey, we have to bump your set back a little bit because Dak Shepard's going on. I go, fucking Dak Shepard. Guy's not even a comic. He's a performer. He's in movie. It's like, who?
Well, it's also, if I'm being objective, right? These girls, had the open micers not gotten pissed and shitty, they would have just kept them doing some kind of funny jokes in. They were like, what a cool place. And that would have kind of been that.
Probably, honestly, if someone was smart enough to nuzzle up to him, they would have fucking shouted him out, get him to give you a shout out.
Yeah.
Girls, can I take a picture with you guys?
Of course. This guy was hilarious and awesome and super cool. He gave us some tips on our jokes. He's now our dog. We hired him. he's eating dog food.
He's my toilet seat now.
He's still doing open mics at night, but during the day he eats dog food.
He's our pet. We make him eat dog food. It's hilarious, right, guys?
Now, by the way, only the one in the middle, Fat Pussy, is the only one that realizes people are not liking them right now. She's starting to understand what's going on. It's creepy. The other two are kind of like, we are pretty popular here.
We're so fucking cool, you don't even get it. The door hit you on the way out.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. You had a good set, bro. I appreciate you guys.
So fucking
That's just how it is.
No, but this is the thing, right? I would understand if it's like, oh yeah, you're making little jokes, subtle jokes. I don't give a fuck. Make subtle jokes. Don't be an asshole to me.
And we were like there for 2 hours, like being very nice. Like we weren't saying nothing. We were.
Yeah, like they were disrespecting the open mic, but nobody knows what that is unless you're in an open mic world.
Also,
you should know not to go in and start talking to our show.
Well, I guess
a small
so.
place
But
too,
listen, Jay.
You're
dealing with what you're dealing with.
Yeah.
There. They have no idea that they were disrespecting anything.
They thought
at
they were just
all.
having fun.
They went. We came in here with fun girl energy.
They thought they brought the
And
party.
you
They go,
guys,
we're probably gonna everybody's gonna leave there. We're gonna go back to party to our place.
They also probably went in being like, oh, like we're gonna shout out your open mic on our huge channel. Like, be appreciative of it.
This is the best thing that's ever happened to you losers, is us gracing you with our presence. Like, you can't go to someone else at this level, go, now you're a fucking loser because you won't even come back and do this tomorrow night. I bet you won't even be hungry with me for another 6 years.
I'm going to be in
You're like,
Dubai tomorrow night.
Yeah, like, what?
I'm busy.
It's so funny because the one is salty.
Oh, yeah.
Good, play it.
Oh, wow. What are you guys doing out here?
Comedy club. Yeah, we came out with comedy. No,
Scary,
funny. I thought no, it's not scary.
Dude, young
Hold on, pause it. He goes,
Dude, young
it's
us would've
scary,
been-
right? She's like, no, it's pretty easy. It's pretty sweet. I'm awesome.
Dude, young us would have just been out loud as we tried to chat. If one of us three wasn't in the things, we could also have been in the thing with them.
Oh, yeah.
We'd be
No, I
outside
think
them
we'd
right now.
be more likely to be in the thing with them. I think much more likely. Knowing
I'm saying,
me and Dave.
I'm saying if
anyway.
we weren't in the thing, particularly if other people just kind of get to know them, you're just gonna wait to finagle that, getting outside with them, and being like, "Sorry, man, it's a tough world in there. Everyone's just struggling,
Lewis,
trying to make their way."
You could have easily been the guy in the thing with them. You could have easily been the guy outside going, that guy in the thing with you is crazy.
Yeah.
You could have
I sent them a DM last night.
You could have been both. You could have been the
one of
guy
those
in the
sisters.
thing and then go outside.
Laughing
and
hard
go,
with your friends, say you're
hey,
too much.
that was crazy what I did back there. Anyway.
That was pretty nuts, huh? I'm crazy.
Go ahead.
We just don't like people who are jackasses.
Even the other guy was being rude, so I wasn't laughing, but I wanted to. I was like,
Kind of right. We're on the way back, y'all. Apparently, like the thing is that like no one laughs. Like it's a thing.
I feel like he's
But
gotta be lying to
I think
us.
it's just like an LA thing. Like
No. It was the atmosphere in there, and I'm telling you guys, I don't even want to sound fake. It's because the guy who was running it, he was so rude that I think all those like individual comics, I don't care that most of them are like 90 years old, they were
I'm on their side. I want to hate them, but they're not supposed to know what the head is.
She's talking about a guy who's 32.
Can I
By
say
the way,
something? Forget
but
even them.
still-
And I don't
but
even know if they-
still, I get it.
Did they call for bad reviews or just they're stupid fans?
No, I
just
think
like
their
that?
stupid fans just did it.
Then I gotta be honest. If they didn't call for their fans to do that, they didn't.
They never said go give us.
I don't know if I have much of a problem with these chicks. Other than, I mean, like, I don't think there's comedians. or
Dude,
nothing like-
well, here's the thing. That's,
They just
this is
did-
what makes it hard to root against them. It's like rooting against Lewis's puppy. Is that
They don't know.
They went. First of all, they go in there while each of them is on stage.
They're chewing my pillows?
They're having.
It's an open mic club.
They're
The whole
having
club's
the
open
time
mics.
of their life. All of them think this is the greatest thing ever. It's not until a bitter open micer comes up and starts going, "You don't really understand joke structure, and you probably won't be here tomorrow," that these girls went for the first time in their entire lives anyone's ever
Giving
said
them
something
pushback.
mean to them.
I hear your jokes,
And then
but
there's-
where's the
and then
layers?
They literally, they all had a moment where they were like, "This is a great night," and then they went, "This is a bad night." This is a night
They
where
did the
people
dog
aren't
thing.
happy with it.
Look at their faces right now. They're like, what the fuck just happened?
They went, were we not good?
We were just crushing.
Dude, those girls have never gone anywhere where there's not bright, harsh white light in their face.
Yeah, they have no, like, they're just totally have no, like, inoculation.
Oh, dude,
for, like,
I mean,
someone
when I
who's critical
presented
of
this,
you.
when I presented this topic, it was, yo, we're gonna destroy these bitches.
No,
we
they're
wrap
these
it up
precious
with, a fucking,
angels.
with the girls being all right by me. You girls can go on stage at any show I do.
I'll bring them on as Legion of Skanks guests. I
And
swear to God, I
still,
would.
also-
Pelagera sisters, if you want to come on the Legion of Skanks, we got your back, girls.
Leggy. That's actually funnier than I thought it was gonna be. That was actually pretty good. That's pretty good.
I like Lewis. Lewis
No.
is the most like interactive.
I did one. That's okay. One's good. I kind of want to know. I kind of want to see this.
When you want to talk about
It's only
people
17
with a lot of passion for their source material who gamble and create something that they really care about and then make a ton of money from it, well, we've just had Iron Lung come out and it's already made like well over $20 million against $3 million budget. Wow,
And he gets he gets 50% of that money.
Sure, I mean, it's not like he wasn't short of money to begin with, but yeah, I'm glad that the gamble has paid off because he put his own money into this. He didn't even crowdfund it, didn't get outside investors. It was his own cash because he cared about this property and he believed in it, and he actually produced a really good movie at the end of it. And here we are. There's your success story. And Muller and I have seen it already. I don't know if Robot Head or Rob or Aaron.
I didn't love the movie. But I'll tell you, I had an experience sitting in that theater. I was the oldest person in the theater, and I thought, as a movie, I could review it and critically. Here's the thing: that movie had passion in every frame, and it was a man's first time feature. He starred in it. He was pretty audacious, setting it in one location. That wasn't an easy thing to do. And when it was over, the audience that he cultivated that turned out for him, they applauded. There was a rousing round of applause in the theater that I saw that at, because these were kids that were familiar with the game. They had been following Markiplier for how long?
Markiplier.
Markiplier for how? He's been on YouTube for
playing
what,
Impeller
15
for
years?
how long?
I mean, sure. Like,
Impeller
what
for
I would
fucking
caveat that by saying is,
17,000
like,
years?
I have not played the game, and I'm not particularly familiar.
And it's
with
an
him
indie
as
game that he loved.
Yes, but I would say I watched it. I haven't played the game. I don't really watch his content. I don't hate him or anything. It's just I've never really
me neither.
That's how you
watched
do
that stuff. But I watched the movie, and I really enjoyed it. I was very invested in it. I thought it did some really interesting things. It explored an interesting idea. It did horror from a slightly different perspective, and I came away from it thinking, yeah, I had a pretty good experience watching that. And that is such an interesting contrast to say something like Shelby Oaks, where I watched that and just thought, yeah, I guess that was a movie. Great. But like that shows like he believed in this and he had an interesting concept that he wanted to explore with it, and he did it successfully. And so it can be done. And I think there's a lot
his 38 however many millions of subscribers he has on YouTube. He went directly to them, and they supported him.
Yes,
they turned out, and what's really, Markiplier, what he did was really interesting because, one, he took he took an IP that was, call it an IP, an indie video game that he particularly loved, that had interesting lore and all that. He put up his own money. He believed in himself, cultivated his own audience. In a way, it's kind of like what Young Rippa did with the Rippaverse. He created Isom and then sold it to his
Kelly
audience.
Ripa?
Markiplier did kind of the same thing, and now Hollywood is going to run around beside itself trying to figure out how can they replicate his success. Because if you look at the ROI in terms of the money spent, so he spent $3 million, didn't have to pay much marketing because he had his platform to do that for him.
Yeah,
and he made like 400% profit.
Hello.
So far.
And so far, and if you think about a $100 million movie or a $200 million movie. If you think about how much they've been spending on Star Wars movies and how much they've been spending on Indiana Jones movies or whatever, people think that you're talking hundreds of millions of dollars in profit. We're not. If a movie can make if you spend, if you make 20% back, that's a pretty good return in Hollywood. He made 400% in 4 days.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
I mean, you just got to get 30 million followers. That's the first step.
Yeah, because
That's
I
crazy.
think in terms of like reach and like general awareness, obviously he's an order of magnitude above people like me or Chris Stuckman or whatever. So that's definitely an advantage. But I think there's a lot of normies who turned out for this movie as well, because I think the word of mouth is pretty strong around this one.
Well, there's also just a difference in what audiences are cultivated, because you'd have, again, Stuckman's such a great example. He's like trained his audience to be quite passive at this point. Meanwhile, Markipliers are like hyper engaged, hyper energy filled, ready to go, and he's basically like, "Hey, together we can do this."
Totally.
He's talked before, he wants to inspire people, he wants to show it's possible, he wants to show the path and then walk it and let everyone see him do it. Versus like, I want to be a director.
Baller, I think you're 100%
for his
right.
own videos.
Yeah.
Well, that's a very good point. And he did a video I watched because I did a deep dive. He did a video with his mom, and like his mom wrote a book, and I'm just watching the two of them. I'm like, I'm supporting this dude. I don't care what he does from now on. I am a Markiplier fan if I can just get his name right. I thought that was baller of him to do. I don't even know how long ago that video came out or whatever. But
baller. Because I was talking to Mahler about this before we went live. And it's like, casting yourself as the main character in a movie which essentially only has one character is a bold move. And like that could have been an absolute disaster if he wasn't, one, 100% committed, and two, relatively good at acting. Because if this was just like you had to spend 2 hours with some guy who was a block of fucking wood, that would have been a nightmare. And yeah, he clearly like invested 100% in that, and he's actually pretty good in the movie.
He's not bad, right?
If I looked at that, I'd be like, yeah, he's an actor. It's like, did a good job.
He definitely doesn't get in the way of the film. It's like, and all the power to him. I hope he pursues all kinds of shit going forward with this, and it's going to give him a lot of momentum. I was somewhat impressed by the film. I think it ended up being somewhat better than I kind of expected, because you just get so many YouTuber films that are like, oh, well, you know what, you tried, hopefully next time. Especially considering he's a, it's like, I don't mean this derogatorily, but he's a gamer. He's a guy on the YouTubes that does Let's Playing and stuff. So you don't expect like a film knowledge or library or appreciation of the craft and knowledge of all the tools. It's like, well, he's got the most important number one thing, which is passion. And you see it all over the film. The amount they knew, they were like, we're filming in this small tube, so we're gonna have to put the camera everywhere, find every single part we can put it in, stuff that camera at every portion, get every shot you can imagine, make it more interesting.
He's a lot
into every crevice, Mahler. Is that what you're saying?
Every single hole.
I was waiting for that comment.
Let's just go all the way with this one. Let's do it. Get out of the way.
Not to say, of course, he's got plenty of experience and he's showing it off. Like he's done a lot of productions that involve a lot of filmmaking and storytelling, and that's the thing. That's the passion of, he wants to do that. He wants to create stories. He wants to inspire people, versus like pursuing a director's career because he wants to be seen as a director. And that's all that matters.
That's it.
Yeah.
I think that is the crucial difference, is like just wanting the adoration or the respect of being a filmmaker versus like having an actual interesting story you want to tell, and anything that comes out at the end of it is just bonus. Like this was his passion, and hey, you got to respect it, man. He did something pretty interesting.
The thing that I think should never be lost is he took another person's creation that he loved.
Yes.
That independent video game, and he gave the person who created that game all the credit in the world. He put his own money in to support call it an IP, but he was all in on another person's IP. He didn't come in there and go, well, I'm going to subvert this and make it the way I want. He tried to honor someone else's creation in the way he could, and I thought, for that alone, that was something that we do not see these days.
He said when he was writing it, he passed the script through to the original dev to make sure everything was okay. And like, if the dev was like, "No, I don't think that works with the original story," he'd just be like, "No problem, out it goes."
Yeah,
that is, that amazing. And that,
can we give Markiplier the rights to like Resident Evil, Tomb Raider, BioShock?
Well, we are getting Zach Kreger's Resident Evil. and he's a believer. I mean, well, I know we'll see, but I have hope.
Well, I think
it'll
part
be,
of
yeah, I was gonna say I think it'll be a technically well-made movie. I just like Dyson with Resident Evil just seems to be a poison chalice at this point, and no one seems to be able to nail it.
So I just think part of the reason that this film, and I will admit to y'all that I haven't seen it yet because it's been too cold here in Boston to go outside. It's been so cold. But I will be seeing it this weekend. But the reason that I think this film is doing so well is because Markiplier understood the story, and he understood that people are, like, we are story creatures. We understand story intuitively. And he understood that there is a connection between the fan base and the thing that he was making, and that he needed to honor that connection between the fans and the story that happens on screen. And when you do that, you're gonna get that. I think there's like an inherent energy between the film and the audience, and when you can tap into that, you can realize so much more out of that endeavor than you can with like a cold told story that just seems to be cash driven. And so all the power to him.
I think it's that coming together of like, the perfect storm of like, one, a YouTube personality with a huge audience that's going to back him. Two, a relatively popular game that like a lot of people would be excited to see get adapted. And three, it's a horror movie. It's a horror genre kind of style of movie making, which I think inherently is like very cost effective, and people are very forgiving towards horror movies in a way that they might not be with a drama or an action movie or whatever like that. Horror gets a little bit of an easier ride to some degree, and so all of those things came together to make this movie that was very financially successful and actually turned out to be quite a good film in its own right as well. And so this now going forward is going to be the benchmark against which other projects like this are judged. I know we've had other YouTubers like who did that horror movie as well about the fucking possessed. Oh, Christ, I'm gonna have to look them up.
Talk to me or bring her back.
Talk to me, yeah. Talk to me.
That was a good one.
They kind of made that transition as well. Yeah. So
and they're fantastic filmmakers.
Yeah. So that and Iron Lung, I think, are going to now be the benchmarks for success for this kind of thing. But like they've proven it can be done now, and I want to see other people do it.
They took it well by removing him from the charts of the box office charts.
Yes. So that was number one at the box office.
This guy's come along and is having a good run. They're really supporting him. I do, because I knew nothing about this guy. Shows how spread out YouTube is, and then he's got like 30 million followers or something. But I do like his videos where he's pointing at the chart going, I should be here. Like I should be just here. My film should be sitting at the moment, but they've removed me. But he's a likable guy.
Because I feel as well, like he probably wasn't doing that out of like ego or anything, like, oh, I have to get my recognition for being on the chart. It's more like, no, that hurts the film's long-term prospects if it's not even registered on the charts when it should be, because then people might watch these charts and be like, oh, well, this thing's charted, is popular, so like I might go and take a look at it now.
He wants the fair fight because he wants to be able to see the actual results. So getting knocked off a chart completely is like, whoa.
Well,
like,
that's 100%
How does that even
thumb on
happen,
the
you
scale.
guys?
I haven't
Like, how do you
followed
kick
that. Did
someone
they
off the
really
chart?
take it off the box
Yes.
office charts?
Yeah,
They did, yeah.
Why would they do that?
Because they're scared of it. Because it's something that existed outside the Hollywood system.
He hit the top, and then apparently he went to check it the next day, and he wasn't on it at all.
I'm looking at it right now. He's not on Box Office Mojo at all. Is that? I mean, I'm sure they're justifying that by saying the normal reporters aren't reporting in, so they can't verify the numbers.
Well, he was there. That's the weird part.
And it had a theatrical release like anyone else. Like it's in cinemas, and so it should be reported on.
I didn't realize this. This is appalling.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, that's the kind of bullshit that they pull though, because it's like, oh, a threat to the system.
Yeah, I just watched
we must
videos yesterday.
neutralize
He
this
said he
as
was
quickly
doing
as
really
possible.
good.
This is
doing
was in
videos
the box
pointing
office
where he
running,
should
that's
be on the
fucking
chart,
nuts.
which is like second place or something after a couple of days.
It's really
And
sad
so,
watching him talk
should
about
be
it.
here.
because he's pretty humble, pretty chill about everything. But he's like,
Yeah,
that's
he's not-
weird. He's like, I was beating
Yeah,
Sam
he's not like a
Raimi, and
fucking-
now I'm
he
not
doesn't
there
seem
at
like an
all.
egomaniac.
He's like, what's going on?
But you know, this is, I
Doesn't seem
think, this is
egotistical
a
at
great
all.
summation. I mean, we rail against storytelling, but also this kind of stuff is really contrary to where we should be concentrating. I mean, what he's doing is we want innovation. We need people who are going to risk their own money and risk their own creativity and make these kinds of things. And if we're not supporting it or celebrating it as a culture, where are we?
Yeah.
I mean, this is a really cool thing that should be celebrated by everybody in the industry.
But
what
that's
are the
the thing.
negatives
The
of
industry
celebrating?
is the industry's approaching this from a purely business perspective because that's all they are now. Like they're not artistically driven for the most part, and so they see it as just like a threat to their business, and so like it has to be neutralized. But that's the thing. He is just the first of many, right? There's going to be others that follow in his footsteps. He himself is probably going to make more movies, and they are probably going to do well financially
He'll
as
do
well.
the same
And-
thing. He'll leverage his audience to come out and see what he makes.
And the thing is, he's not the only YouTuber with like 30, 40, 50 million subscribers that will come out and support him if he gets into making movies. There's going to be others. Okay. And once they realize that they can do this, and you know, a lot of these people at that level will have millions of dollars in the bank that they can potentially invest into filmmaking if they're that way inclined. More and more of them are going to start doing it, and they're gonna fucking put Hollywood out of business eventually.
Well,
they're
that's what
gonna supplant them.
Hollywood's afraid of, Jinker. They're
yeah.
terrified of YouTube as a platform, but also creators as these kind of upstarts that are undermining their systems and their processes and how they pull all of this stuff together that they create. And they have no control over YouTube, and they're terrified of it. They don't know how to market here. They don't know how to talk here. They don't know how to relate to the fans. They don't know how to be one-on-one with people in order to get them invested in their stories and their projects. They just don't get it. And that's what terrifies them.
And then they'll start pulling. Like I've seen even Tarantino talk about having trouble getting films into the cinema if there's a big blockbuster coming out. Like he gets kicked out, moved on, and so someone like that talks about. So next time this guy goes to make a film, studios might just tell the cinemas not to have his film. Don't release it. You know, they can make it very difficult for people like this if they want to.
There's something that Hollywood would probably love to be able to do, but it's much harder for them because of just how there's gonna be a portion of people in the industry that want to backstab and grab any money they can. Then there's gonna be people who are desperate for a job and may lie about their credentials or what they can actually do. And then there's the middlemen throughout everywhere who absorb so much money to do a job that doesn't even need to exist. Versus a guy like Markiplier who direct contact with the dev, direct contact with a potential DP. Someone who's inspired by his work and says, I can do this for cheap. I believe in your project. And a bunch of people like that come together, create something maybe smaller. Everyone gets to know each other, and now they've got a working team. And they're like, hey, I know a guy who can do this. Like, and that guy knows a guy who can do that. And then they build their new studio up from the ground. And it's so lean, so much cheaper, and they believe in the work. It's like, it's almost like Hollywood cracks open, all the pieces fall over the floor, and then it starts to build back up again, hopefully with actual people who want to make this shit.
Bob Iger is stepping down as CEO of Disney. He's actually stepping down ahead of schedule as well, about 9 months apparently. He's going to go, the last day he's going to be working there is going to be March 18th. And the incoming CEO that's going to replace him is Josh D'Amaro. I don't know how you say it. D'Amaro?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure how you pronounce it, but yeah. This is Iger actually leaving, and I think he's actually leaving for good this time, as opposed to like when he just kind of merged into the shadows, Ned Flanders style.
Didn't he just keep his office
Homer, right?
last time? I don't think he even emptied
Oh
it
yeah,
out.
sorry, yeah, Homer. He was still CEO in all but name last time, but I think this is him actually leaving because he is older now. Like he is late 70s at this point, so it's probably like retirement age now. I guess like what is his tenure going to be seen as, like as CEO of Disney? Because man, he has presided over some absolute highs and lows.
Yeah.
But the new guy, like his claim to fame is all like the theme parks and the experiential stuff. So it really does make you wonder, like, what does that mean for the cinema and the storytelling if all of his experience really is like physical entertainment rather than screen-based entertainment?
Yeah. Well, I mean, he kind of presided over like the acquisition of all these other brands, these other franchises, didn't he? You know, he presided over the purchase of Lucasfilm, of Marvel, you know, like all of this stuff, of Fox, the Fox acquisition. You know, his entire strategy as CEO of Disney has just been to buy up other people who are making things that we want. And like that's, I mean, it definitely worked in some senses. Like his, you know, buying Marvel has netted them billions of dollars. You could definitely say purchasing Lucasfilm, not so much. Fox,
It could have though.
It could have, yeah. Like the principle behind it was good. It's just like they had a retard in charge of Lucasfilm, so that certainly didn't help them. And yeah, purchasing Fox, you could argue they've still not found a way to make use of most of their properties at this point. Like they've definitely done things with Predator, they've done things with Alien. They probably shouldn't have done those things, but they've tried. Yeah. So it's like, well, where do you begin to make sense of this crazy time that he's presided over at Disney? Because there's a lot to unpack with him.
Yeah.
I think the biggest question for me, and I will stop talking because I feel like I'm talking too much here. The biggest
There is no
question
such
for
thing on Open Bar.
The biggest question for me is what brand new content, what new IP, what new story did he bring out that just blew everybody's socks off? Like
They became the kings of what, recycling old stuff. Just repackage it and punt it out into the world again. Like that's the era where we had all the live action remakes of the classic Disney animated stories. That's where they brought back all the old franchises like Star Wars, like Indiana Jones, like all of these things. That's where they resurrected Predator and Alien. Like as you say, what have they done in his tenure that's been new, that's been original, that's been successful amongst all of those things? Not a whole lot.
I feel like we're missing.
Well, they're just businessmen. Like none of them are like Walt, are they? They're not from this creative mind. They could be selling anything. They could be selling sneakers. Like it's just, let's bring back that old design of a sneaker, but we'll put sparkles on it this time. Like it's just.
I mean, they did.
It's just about making money.
They did have things like Frozen. You know, there were. I think that, I think the problem, having worked in this business now for a long time, albeit at a lower level, the people that are controlling the money and deciding what things get made are completely almost apart from the actual creators that make this stuff. So the people that are in charge, they don't themselves, whereas Walt Disney had his own instincts. He was like, I run the studio and I want to do this or I want to do that. You know, Walt Disney was responsible for 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea getting made, which is still one of the great fantasy films of all time that Disney hasn't even bothered to put out in 4K on disc. Or Mary Poppins. Those two things were Walt Disney at his finest. I mean, the things that Walt Disney wanted to do, he was a technologist and he had his fingers and interests into a lot of different pies. But now we have these businesses that are run not by creative mavericks, but run by people that are beholden to Wall Street. And they're talking about shareholders. And they're not capable of conceiving of something new, like a new IP. So they hire people they think can do those things, but they themselves don't have instincts. They can't partner up with somebody and work in tandem to create new things. And I think that's what's problematic. I mean, Kathleen Kennedy is a fantastic movie producer, but she relied on the fact that she facilitated what great creatives needed and wanted. Steven Spielberg would call her like, she's one of the greatest producers I ever worked with because he had the vision. He created, I want to do this and this. And Kathleen Kennedy is great, I will help you do that. And all the logistics she would handle. But she didn't know what E.T. was going to be. Like, she didn't know how Carlo Rambaldi was going to work together with Steven Spielberg. She didn't know how Steven Spielberg was going to make that movie work. She just knew that Steven Spielberg knew.
In other words, yeah, so she wasn't a creative person, but then the problem comes in when you put a person with no creative instincts in charge of an entire studio where they have to set the creative direction for that studio.
But
they can't do it.
I think that a lot of situations too derailed her, because at first she started doing some really interesting things, and then the people that she hired and stuff, in a way, it kind of went all askew. And then it became more about identity politics and who's going to... We're not hiring the people that have merit necessarily. We're hiring the people that check boxes. It really went off the rails.
Well,
but I mean,
thing.
what we need, though, is a guy who's running theme parks. It could work. But on the other hand, I don't think the theme parks have been necessarily run, especially in California. They've jacked up the prices. They've made the experience not user-friendly. It is no longer the happiest place on earth here in Disneyland. It's one of the most annoying fucking places you can go to.
To go to Disney World in Florida even is a nightmarish experience, because you have to have like a dozen different apps that tell you exactly which ride you have to go to that you booked like 6 months in advance to even stand a chance of getting on anything. It's awful. Like, it takes the fun right out of it. What's the point in going to a theme park where you have to plan it like a military operation?
Disney went from being a company that, you know, their goal was to entertain people, let people have a good time, to now it's just how do we extract money out of people? How do we get? So we've got the parks, got the movies, but how do we extract as much money out of people that we can? And that's the difference. They don't care what they make or what it is or how good the quality is. If it gets bums in seats or people queuing up to spend bloody $1,000 to get into Disneyland, that's all they care about.
Yeah,
it's such a sad way to run a company like that as well. Like, as Robert was saying, like something that was founded on just like dreams, like imagination, the desire to create art for its own sake, and sure, to make a shit ton of money along the way, but like the primary drive was just like that dream idea of like something bigger than yourself, and it's like, let's try exploring all these incredible like fairy tales and like this world of imagination and stuff, to just put it in the hands of like this like soulless kind of cynical money man and just be like, okay, well, how can we, like, what do the focus groups say is going to be the most profit driven thing that we can churn out there, and that's all you get? Like, damn, man.
Well, it feels like we've traded in our sense of wonder for money, and
100%.
Definitely, you know, a Disney thing that we've seen, but that goes across the board. All the studios. I mean, when I think about when I was a kid, the sense of wonder that I had when I went to see Pete's Dragon in the theater, or when I went to see Star Wars on the screen, or Indiana Jones, you know, all of these things that for the first time you saw them, it was like, oh my God, it just broke your mind, and it was so amazing. And that was what it was like to experience cinema. And I think that's also why the Gen X generation is the, you know, we're the ones like raising our fists like, come on, man, you've lost the note here. You've lost that sense of wonder. You've traded it in for dollar bills, and it's not working out. It's not turning into the dollar bills that you imagined and hoped it would be, because you forgot what brought people to the cinema in the first place.
Where have you been all my life? That was exactly right. I mean, I'm just saying that, but the thing about those creators is those creators were not motivated by money. You know, they had stories they wanted to tell. They needed money to tell those stories. Mm-hmm. But, you know, I look back at the career of someone like John Carpenter's The Thing was just added to the National Registry of Films. They pick the Library of Congress picks 25 films a year that they add to their national registry. It's like having films that were anointed to greatness. John Carpenter's The Thing, which basically derailed his career. Like, John Carpenter wanted to make money, but if you look at he started out as a student filmmaker. He made Dark Star, that was later turned into a feature. Then he made Assault on Precinct 13. Then he made Halloween. Then he made The Fog. Then he made Escape from New York. He cut his teeth. And then he finally gets an opportunity to make The Thing at Universal. This is his magnum opus. He puts everything he's learned into it. The movie opens 2 weeks after E.T. and the same day as Blade Runner. And everybody, I mean, can you imagine? Blade Runner and the summer of '82 was one of the greatest summers for genre cinema ever. And poor John Carpenter makes an incredible film that opened 2 weeks after the most feel-good alien encounter movie of all time. And every critic was against him, and this poor guy who just loved cinema, went to film school, made these great low-budget movies. All of them are worth seeing. And he finally gets to the studio, and he wasn't making movies because he thought, oh, the thing's going to make me a ton of money. He made a ton of money making Halloween. He'd make a ton of, and then he finally gets there. This movie comes out, and not only is this wonderfully crafted film with these crazy effects beautifully done, not only does Ennio Morricone score it, he just has the timing is everything, to come out 2 weeks after E.T., and he gets pilloried by the critics.
Yeah.
I mean, people destroyed him, and he never recovered. I mean, he made a lot of great movies after that. Starman's great. I love Big Trouble in Little China. I like Christine. I love In the Mouth of Madness, Prince of Darkness, They Live. It's not like he was a slouch.
But he was outside the studio system.
He was outside the studio system, and he didn't get the respect he deserves. And the thing is, he
got it retrospectively, though. So.
Yeah, but he didn't do it because he wanted money.
Right.
And that's, look, movies have become so expensive. I get it. No one's going to spend $200 million unless it's a sure thing. But what we have to do is we have to find passion again, because ultimately passion does make money.
By far the biggest film of the year was The Exorcist, which made $441 million worldwide, which is crazy money for 1973.
That was an abrupt end to that last video. No, it was something completely different. It might be. 10 minutes? That's not a bad one.
Hello. I wasn't really intending to make another Epstein video, certainly not as quickly as this. However, as I think most of us can agree, the files have been pretty bad. They've kind of blown everyone's hair back, but oh boy, I found something that is significantly more alarming. So, without any further ado, I guess we're going to start looking through these. These are, I believe, 61 of the 380 emails that I found. What was I searching? Well, I got a tip to look for the word jerky. Let's take a look at these. To Jeffrey Epstein from blank. May 4th, 2013. At almost 1 in the morning. Subject, jerky. Francis has time to come tomorrow to show me how to make it! Exclamation point. Jerky class, anyone? He will also bring you a taste of his new jerky recipe from the restaurant, and sends a warm hello. He is working at a restaurant called Cannibal and cooks, wait for it, beef jerky and steak. He has time at 3 p.m. tomorrow if this is okay with you.
Baby soup?
That's not a great foot to start off on. Like, this next one is from Karina Shuliak to Francis. Presumably Francis Derby, who is a name that we will become quite acquainted with. Subject, beef jerky. Hi, blank. J.E. is asking to bring him more beef jerky on Friday. Are you also flying on Friday? If not, I would like to collect it from you and take it with me on the plane. Please let me know. Thanks, Karina. And then from the aforementioned Francis. I'm flying on Friday. I will bring jerky. Okay, that's a little weird, but let's continue. From Francis Derby to blank. Subject, jerky. Just wanted to touch base about jerky. J.E. said he was going to start eating regular food again, so he might be eating less jerky. That said, he has 6 bags of it in the downstairs freezer for his next trip. I believe it should be enough to get him through. Any other questions, please let me know. Thank you, Francis. So this is a different reply from blank to Francis. Hi, Francis. J.E. has asked me to email you and ask whether you would be able to teach me to make the beef jerky. Thank you, blank. Then from Francis Derby, blank, I will come to teach a jerky class, and we can also cover chocolate cream pie if you can agree to pay me through this pay period. So I would then receive my last full paycheck on the 29th of this month. Those are 2 foods that typically don't go together. A jerky class, okay.
Cooking at
Here
a
we
low
go.
temperature gets hard.
From blank to blank, blank, another blank, Karina Shuliak, blank, subject, recipe, 2 pounds of jerky. 1/3 organic tamari soy sauce. Sauce spelled with 2 S's. 3 tablespoons sweet soy sauce, keycap manis. 2 tablespoons ginger. 2 tablespoons lemongrass, fresh cut. And 2 pounds of jerky. Now, the reply. This is all I have, unfortunately. I don't know what kind.
Sorry. Like it says, $60 before your first mandatory underwater tunnels. Okay, so it should be 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh yeah, 3, 4. Yeah, we're on track now. Okay. Okay. You look like a man. Let's go back to video.
Kind of meat he was using, but Steve should know if you are not sure either. Yeah, it's gonna get worse before it gets better. To Jeffrey Epstein from blank. Thursday, November 7th, 2013. Subject, jerky. Should blank be making more jerky? To Jeffrey Epstein, vacation. From blank. Subject, jerky, question mark, question mark. How is your jerky situation? Should I bring any more? From blank to Jeffrey Epstein. July 29th, 2013. No excuse for what I clearly fucked up with the shirts, but just a list of things I deal with. Dinners, blank. Flights and other transport, for blank. Jean-Luc's apartment. New ACs in apartments. Wi-Fi at your house, helping blank move. Liaising with FedEx and Daphne every day regarding shipping of sculptures. I have email proof, and we are in the process. Carpet for plane, fabrics for island. Training blank's sister at apartments. Orders for all apartments and sorting between them, linens and towels. Guest apartment welcome letters. Guest apartment food when requested. Setting up trade accounts with fabric stores. Sourcing vendors to make up outside island cushions. Letting blank in and out of the house at all hours to make jerky. Sourcing furniture for blank bedroom. To Steve Hansen from Jeffrey Epstein. Hope you are feeling better. Did we analyze the jerky? Okay. October 19th, 2012. I am concerned that after being off and then being back since Monday, that somehow I have no jerky again. I am very, very annoyed. From Jeffrey Epstein.
Beef jerky is delicious.
The person that he sent this to replies, my apologies for not having jerky ready to mail on Thursday, sir. Truth of the matter, blank, 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 blank. Big long redaction. I see now that was a bad move. I reached out to blank on Tuesday about the when was the next day so I can plan to cook for you, and they were unsure. It's again my fault for not communicating blank, someone, blank, 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 blank. I am, however, back in full swing of things as of yesterday and can send jerky out today if you'd like. Also not sure about how your diet is going, but if there are any requests for this coming week, please let me know and I'll get started on them now. Stews, pies, steaks. Very sorry about not communicating. Blank. Jeffrey replies, too late, but I hope you are better. Blank replies to Jeffrey, very sorry it's too late. I am better, thank you. I will make sure I communicate next time. I just thought because you weren't due back, I had a few days to rest. Again, it was really dumb of me to not say anything to anyone. Won't happen again, I will tell blank. Jeffrey Epstein writes, I am not sure how this is possible. I only eat one thing, there is none here. Sue told you about it, even though you should have inquired yourself. This is beyond silly. Why wasn't? If this is like human meat, this is truly the banality of evil. To Jeffrey Epstein, CC, name, from blank, subject, anything you need. Would you like me to send anything down to you tomorrow? So far, I'm sending the following with blank. Fresh muffins, blank will bake today. Outdoor fabrics from Jared at Highland. The outdoor fabrics that you like from my previous selection. Blank, please liaise with me regarding jerky. Okay, this is from someone named Jenny Enterprise, founder and chairman at blank. Subject, wow. Thank you so much. Super cool. IT guy is setting up Surface right now. We are ridiculously excited. And beef jerky delicious. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Love you. Happy Thanksgiving. XOXOXOXOXO. From blank to blank. Subject, Leon Black's office address. Blank, Jojo is here and will walk the jerky over to Jeffrey. Please, you just go on your own to Leon's office. Melanie's Leon's assistant. Blank, I will alert Melanie you are coming to see Jeffrey. Reply back, please. From blank to Jeffrey Epstein. Subject, hi. Thank you. I tried phoning, but it seems you were sleeping on the couch the whole day. Thank you so much. I also added more to the jerky in ginger lemongrass. We'll know more tomorrow night. Oh, and the next date seems really great. Is there anything Karina needs to bring to Little St. James with her tomorrow? J.E. told me to ask you. I know Francis is sending her with more jerky. Anything else? From blank to Jeffrey Epstein vacation. From blank. Subject, thanks again. Delicious lunch, beef jerky. Steve and I are very grateful, above all, for your friendship. Then, from Francis Derby, I have jerky ready to mail today, but you said you'd be home tomorrow. Karina Shuliak to Francis Derby, just confirming I received the jerky. Smiley face, thank you so much. From blank to Jeffrey Epstein. Subject, Jerky will be with me when I get to LSJ at Little St. James. I can come tomorrow and take care of white tuna if you'd like. I'm due back in New York City by this evening. I really think he's eating people.
Damn. Is that some funk? Is that some Memphis funk? That's some Memphis cursed rap.
Big thank you to Nebula for sponsoring
I wonder why it's so
this
catchy. I wonder why I like it so much. It's almost like some demonic forces compelling
There are
me
exactly
to enjoy
2
it.
mayors who've been caught on video smoking crack cocaine. In 1990,
Rob
the mayor
Ford.
of Washington, D.C., Marion Barry, was arrested in a hotel room during a sting organized by the FBI. And in 2013, the Toronto Police Force announced they had obtained a video of Mayor Rob Ford engaged in what appeared to be illicit.
And what did they do? They
Besides
hired
this
his brother
one
to run the
critical
fucking
fact,
province.
There are very few similarities between the two men. Barry was a
Minus the fact
progressive
that
civil
he's
rights activist from the South, and the first to ever become a mayor of a major American city. Rob Ford was a loud fiscal conservative with a love for coaching football. If we had a third data point, maybe we could draw a trend line of some sort. But for now, all we can say is that it's extremely weird that it's happened twice. Despite their controversies,
It's
their
extremely
personal
weird
failings,
that
both men have fervent
who's this
supporters, even
retard?
weird
Bobby Broccoli.
It's very weird that it's happened twice. Imagine, politicians doing drugs. All they want to do is make our lives better, right?
Politicians go out and do drugs? Really?
Sargon of Akkad, Carl Benjamin. Anyone who...
Who the fuck is Earl Sterling? Big brain? His brain's too big?
Sargon of...
Who the fuck's Old Sterling? It's like one of those fucking copy-paste channels. Fucking bot channels. Power Software is back and doubling down.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time. Of course, one last thing. Now, up until...
Okay.
Excuse me. Get them to stop and sign your petition.
I'll listen to it. What do you got?
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time. Of course, one last thing. Now, up until very recently, Pirates planning to MMORPG was officially rug pulled. Here we can see one of the many headlines here. 2 days after promising it was still worthy of your investment, the most successful Kickstarter MMO ever was canceled and its team laid off. Now, admittedly, a young quaker myself here, at around 2020, I actually have a screenshot of it. When I had no bills to worry about and only disposable income, I put $250,000 to Ashes of Creation. I took a screenshot earlier. So back in 2020, years ago, I've been a backer and I never touched the game. And now I'll never get to touch the game, and that $250 has been run away with. Now, I think many of you longtime ex-fans of Pirate Software know that he was huge into Ashes of Creation. Matter of fact, he was one of the biggest, if not the biggest, streamer that was playing Ashes of Creation. He actually had a very huge guild on it that was a part of some drama. Don't pull the ocular. Oops, it was me.
God damn it, guys.
Oh yeah, when he fucked
the ocular.
So one of you
blame someone else for
pulled the
sucking.
ocular. The lightning ball pulled. I cast lightning ball before that Oculus appeared.
Fucking
and half the
we're
raid
on
was in the
track.
back because they pulled the wrong pack. I'm not at fault there. I'm correct there for doing that. 100%.
But we're not even talking about that. Today, we are going to be talking about Margaret Crone. Margaret, I believe, was a community manager, and she was kind of talking with some of the other streamers. And of course, she lost her job in this whole debacle as well. From what it seems like, from her posts, and we don't really have any evidence to support that she was aware that this was going on or that the CEO kind of just ran. Keep in mind, we don't really know 100% what was going on behind closed doors. There's plenty of information to kind of go about this, but it's not the main point of this video. But I'm talking about Margaret Crone because her and Pirate Software had a bit of a back and forth. Now, to start this off, big shout out to Nephis QS here. They have the clip of Pirate Software that we're going to be using today to talk about what he was lying about. Now, specifically, Pirate Software left a little bit before Ashes of Creation actually self-imploded, and that had to do with a lack of moderation on AOC, and this is what he had to say in regard to that.
And I was sending them stuff back and forth with this, and I was like, hey, we got a serious moderation problem on the server. And we started linking them things. There was a guy that was actually posting comments about Jewish people every day, all day, right? He was just doing that every single day, all day. And the account would just change every single day. Guy never got banned. We had a guy that was saying that he wanted to form a group to go kill all the LGBT people on the server. We got a screenshot of that, sent it up to them. Guy never got banned. When I brought this up to them, what led me to quit the game was actually this response from Margaret, which I have right here. She wrote this: to be transparent about what happened on our end, we investigated the reports you and others submitted. The messages in question occurred within a very short window, roughly a 15-minute span, and involved only a handful of posts. With some of this language used was inappropriate and unacceptable, our current moderation framework does not always move directly to permanent bans for first-time offenses of this nature. I think it makes sense for minor infractions. You rage out, you crash out, fine. But when you have a dude that's sitting on the server praising Hitler every minute on the minute, or saying that he wants to get a group together to
but it's the
kill
first-time
gay
infraction,
people,
bro.
you probably
Three
should
strikes.
ban that person. I don't feel like that's a stretch
Strikes,
to
bro.
ban that guy. Like that's it. And those were the ones we were reporting, and they didn't do it. This made me quit the game.
Now, I think the most people seeing that clip, yeah, makes sense. Like, yeah, those people should be banned. I agree with Pirate. That's not really a stretch. But the way that Pirate was framing this situation wasn't entirely, it wasn't truthful. Now here is following up Margaret. I believe this is on her Facebook post, kind of similar to the Twitter post, similar to the Reddit. She kind of posted the same thing everywhere. People were mentioning Pirate's video. He made a full video, and that's where that clip is from. And this was her replying to people mentioning this. And she said, this was not what that message that was sent, that was shown on screen by Pirate here, was in reference to. It was in reference to someone calling him ferret fucker and good shit, your Kiwi Farms page is booming. We actioned the account but did not permanently ban the person. Those other folks saying super egregious things like saying they wanted to kill LGBT people, we were banning, but we had a small team and we were working through banning them as we got through them in our queue. Another reply here saying, I know. I even sent Pirate Software a message with this information as well, and Kronos. So if they want to make it right, they can. But if they want to just take things out of context, nothing I can do other than state the facts from my perspective. Now, I'm inclined to believe Margaret is being a bit truthful here, being as, you know, Pirate Software has in the past come after me by showing things out of context. Now, following up after this, I'm going to be reading through the direct DMs between Margaret and Pirate Software as they were leaked directly from Pirate Software himself. I want to explain that a little bit because I think this will help us understand why he released these, because it is very interesting that he did. He was talking about people that were saying some very unpleasant things, people going after LGBT people, you know, just these heinous things. And he was saying that that message was in response to that. And then Margaret had also been messaging on Reddit, things like that. And actually, I'll show Pirate talking about that. He says here, she posted this shit 8 minutes ago, and it's a reference to the message that she said in response to, I'm guessing you're standing by your statement that Pirate lied by omission about you in this video. Margaret says, no, I think there's misunderstanding on that. I want to talk to him and hopefully we can chat sometime, but dealing with not having a job and helping my coworkers get jobs. He says, we talked last night and I called her on her bullshit. So the idea that there is a misunderstanding is a fucking lie. And she wants to talk. We already did. And then he's replying to another person that I'm not going to show names of here, saying she's totally lying to save face. And he says this. This is from Pirate's personal Ashes of Creation Discord. Like, you have to apply to get in from my understanding. And an ex-fan of Pirate, after, I guess, reading through the leaked DMs, ended up leaking these messages. Following up after he posts the chat logs, he says, that is the full unedited log of our interactions. Margaret has directly lied. Following up after that, he says, sick of people fucking lying. Sick of people fucking lying about shit like this at my expense. Misunderstanding my ass. Now, it seems like, which is strange, that he's also commenting and being upset about the fact that she lied about talking to him. Now, admittedly, as a fellow terminally online individual myself, I figured, yeah, that it does seem a bit deceitful. But turns out in the real world, sometimes people are differentiating between messaging between two people versus actually speaking to another human being. Following up on that Reddit post I was mentioning earlier, someone had pointed out, didn't you just talk last night? Funny. She responds, yes, I did DM text him after I watched his video. What I meant by that is I want to talk to him someday, not type to him. I just don't have the spoons for that right now for obvious reasons. Now, the moment you guys have been waiting for, let's go through these DMs. It's going to start with their interaction from just a few days ago, and then it's going to cut down to the messages that they were talking about, they were exchanging, what Pirate is even referring to. Right before we get into that, though, pretty please do subscribe. We're like 500 subs short of 100K. I want to fill that blank wall-ish area there with a silver play button, and thank you preemptively for everyone helping us get to that number. Also, if you're liking this video so far, want to get in front of more people, give the video a like, perchance a hype, and help us get some other people quanking it. That's what I'm calling it. We're Quanker Nation. Come join the Discord if you're 18 up and like to play video games and talk drama. Shameless plug over. Thank you for watching, and now let's get into the DMs. So starting off with Margaret. Hey, Pirate Software, I wanted to be clear with you based on what you quoted from our DM in your video here. This was not what that investigation section of the message was in reference to. It was in reference to the person saying ferret fucker and good shit, your Kiwi Farms page is booming. We actioned the account but did not permanently ban that person. Now, I will say that makes sense. Calling someone a ferret fucker, I don't think that should immediately get you a ban. Probably should time you out, mute you. As well as referencing the Kiwi page, that's not something that they can really, like, okay, you're referencing a public website that exists. Continuing on, though, those other folks saying super egregious things, like saying they wanted to kill LGBT people, we were banning, but we had a small team and we were working through banning them as we got through them in our queue. I just wanted to clear things up on the front because it seemed things got misunderstood. Pirate Software responds, hello. Your version of events in this message is not correct. On January 6th, 2026, I reported Irish Kiwi and Avok to you for making accusations that I sexually abused the ferrets at our rescue and for claiming they were a part of Kiwi Farms, the hate group that organized swatting my home. They did this in-game and screenshots of their messages were provided. On January 14th, I then messaged again stating that the players had not been banned in the provided ban wave and stated this was against the game's TOS. Your response was that not every report may result in a permanent ban and the ban list only displayed characters that received a permanent ban. You further explained that your team was unable to handle the influx of tickets. I then stated to you again what Kiwi Farms is and that they were involved in swatting my home multiple times in 2025. On January 14th, Kronos then provided an image showing the player Gooby stating that they wanted to form a group to kill LGBTQ players. Your response to this was to contact local law enforcement and that responses are delayed due to a small support team. You also stated that you would look into escalating the tickets in the queue. In the next communication, I directly state that Avok, Irish Kiwi, and Gooby did not receive a ban or suspension. We could see them clocking hours on Steam for Ashes of Creation throughout all of this. I provided an image of the support team response to my ticket. Your response to this message was the one shown on stream. At no time did you ever state that an account was actioned in any way. You stated, while some language used was inappropriate and unacceptable, our current moderation framework does not always move directly to permanent bans for first-time offenses of this nature. The response was then discussed and highlighted on my video, and it was a direct refusal to commit to enforcing the TOS in a tangible way. I have a log of the entire conversation and can display it for you if necessary. What more do you want to discuss? Margaret responds, dude, I don't work there anymore. Before, I used to avoid talking about what actions were done per person, and I was being careful about what I said. I'm just telling you what the actions are now because I have nothing to lose. I don't have a job anymore. I wanted to be clear about what that one section was in reference to. That's all. Take it or don't. Pirate responds, doesn't matter if you don't work there anymore. You stated one thing to us and now a completely different thing in public. You misrepresented the entire interaction you had with everyone in that conversation. The entire chat log shows what I said above is the actual course of events. Also, you weren't just clearing this up with me, you were spreading it online. And he shows the Facebook messages and also the, I believe the Twitter messages that she had been posting. And now we get into these leaked messages from Pirate Software that should completely prove his timeline of events that he just outlined. This is Editor Quintio, still in my garb because I figured I might have to do this. There was a lot of reading off of messages in this one, so I'm going to, at my own discretion, kind of cut through some of the extra reading that I might have been doing. If you see these jumps and go, hey, you might be taking things out of context, I will leave a link in the description to the leaked, logs that I am going over. So feel free to read them at your own discretion. I'm only going to be cutting out stuff that is just like extra jargon or I don't think is necessary to the main messages and points. I just realized after recording that it is a fuck ton of reading and I might be able to skim out a bit of it, but just want to let you guys know. Anyways, enjoy the video. Off to this start, we can actually see just a little bit in here. I have to assume this says ret and then hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. It looks like it's saying Barrett fucker. Pirate says on January 6th, he does have the dates right. Reporting these to the website. Now this is very clearly, it appears what he's referencing. Reporting these to the website. Any ETA on an actual in-game /report feature. And down here he shows the message, good shit, your Kiwi Farms page is booming. This dude needs to be banned. That's a hate site that harasses content creators specifically to get them to off themselves. He sends a link to Kiwi Farms. This other person working, I'm assuming with AOC and helping Pirate says, what server? Lineth NA? They go through confirming that. I sent this to our team. Pirate says tickets are in as well with these screenshots. A ton of people just don't report stuff due to the lack of a /report in-game. Pirate says, any news on this? The player is still in-game after multiple days. And for added context, Kiwi Farms is the group that organized my being swatted 6 times in the last year, each of which has a police report attached and felony charges should they be caught. This isn't a small deal. Adam says, I'm checking with the team. And then Margaret says, can you please put in a CS ticket? And then she adds, for context, customer support would need to investigate to decide actions for users. This is not something Adam does. In the meantime, please also block users they're messaging you and you are not wanting to get their messages. Pirate responds, I already have 3 times. She says, awesome, thanks. Toss me ticket numbers if you would like. Margaret says, thanks. We have a lot of tickets still getting through December during our break, so it'll take some time. It is January 8th and they are still working through the December tickets. So clearly they're quite backlogged here. Pirate now starts talking again on January 14th. As per the list of bans, the players I reported still have not been banned. As per their Steam pages, they are also still active in the game. Not only is this directly against your and Steam's TOS, it gives an incredibly bad impression of the game to my entire community. All of this was reported 8 days ago now, and nothing has been communicated back. Can you explain to me why no action has been taken? He shows reference to the fact that this stuff is against TOS. Astute observation. Margaret responds back, "We understand how frustrating it can feel when you don't immediately see visible action, especially when the behavior reflects on your community's experience. A few clarifications may help. Not every report results in a permanent ban. Depending on severity and context, some cases warrant warnings or temporary actions, etc. The ban list only displays characters that have received a permanent ban within the last 30 days. It doesn't show every different moderation outcome." She reiterates a second time, "Our support team is currently working through a very large queue following our holiday break in December, and response times are taking longer than usual." I just want to say this now to get it out of the way. Maybe they have a queue of all of these TOS breaking tickets that are showcasing these examples of people breaking TOS and saying bad things and whatnot, but it seems that because Pirate, is streamer and is talking with these people, that he feels that because he's able to directly show these examples, that he gets to have priority in that queue. There are people that could have been saying far more egregious shit, which is, still crazy, that just hadn't been dealt with either yet because they weren't there in the queue. It has been made very clear, and Pirate is also aware of the fact that this moderation team is small. It's been told to him directly from Margaret multiple times. Don't get me wrong, he has no obligation to stick around. He has no obligation to, I understand, you guys can take all the time you need. He can leave. The moderation team can just be too small for an MMO. But it seems like he's butthurt because they're not taking care of his personal tickets that involve someone calling him a ferret fucker and someone else referencing Kiwi Farms, which is directly what he screenshotted and showed Margaret, which does not line up with the claims he was making that this was in reference to someone saying we're going to kill LGBT people. He is directly lying about the chain of events, and for some reason, I guess after not reading through them, posted these leaks. So I'm confused. This is him blatantly lying. Now, is he doing this maliciously? I'm not really sure at this point. There's been proof in the past of him just being an idiot and being wrong about stuff that he was very confidently thinking he was right about. But let's just continue on. Pirate responds back again. This person explained very publicly that they are a Kiwi Farms user and is spreading attack information from that website. I've been swatted 6 times in the last year due to this group, and he just keeps talking about that. He says, "This is absolutely not taking TOS violations seriously, and I am disappointed by your response. If this is somehow not egregious enough to be moderated by your team, then I have no reason to continue playing. My brother in Christ, they're going through the queue of potentially TOS violating tickets. You aren't special because they're calling you ferret fucker." Now, finally, on January 14th, Kronos is the first person to bring up these people, and he has a screenshot here about people grouping up to go against the LGBTQ community. He says, "On top of the above, a number of people keep reaching out to us about comments like the attached and whether anything is actually being done about moderation day to day. While I am generally of the let it cook mindset and to leave time for things, active moderation of the community can't wait 8+ days like the above issue to get reviewed and actioned." Now, don't get me wrong. I think it's a good point. If people are spamming shit like this in the chat globally, like just on a public day-to-day thing, that makes sense. But again, they are doing the best with what they can. I think that that is fair criticism that they're not responding to things accordingly. But Pirate has been misleading, has just been completely wrong about what they were talking about in DMs. Or at the very least, the timeline does not match up with what he's saying. And it's very clear that the messages that she had given him, that he's bitching about, being too corporate and whatnot, are clearly in reference to the Kiwi Farms thing and the ferret comment. Do you think perchance there were other messages during other parts of the days previously that may have been the same thing as this, or may have been something just as egregious, that are still waiting in the queue, waiting for them to resolve because they're fixing ones that were being messaged during Christmas? Again, it just seems that Pirate feels entitled that the issues that he runs into be solved first. Margaret responds saying, "We hear you, and we want to be very clear that we take concerns like this seriously. If at any point you feel that your personal safety is at risk, we strongly encourage you to contact local law enforcement immediately. We can and do take action within our platforms, but threats that extend beyond the game or into the real world are best handled by the appropriate authorities." Now, question for the viewer here. Do you think that Margaret here is referencing the LGBTQ comment by talking about personal safety being at risk and contacting contacting local law enforcement? Or do you think it's maybe Pirate talking about how he was personally attacked and swatted 6 times, and that he's worried that this person talking about the Kiwi Farms thing is a part of the group that has swatted him 6 times, which seems to be him clearly alluding to the fact that it might become a 7th time. In my personal, humble opinion, take it with a grain of salt, I think she might be talking about that. She continues with, we are also aware of the issues created by our response delays. Our support team is very small, and following the holiday period, we are working through a significant backlog, almost like she said this twice. Reports are reviewed in the order received and investigated carefully, which can take time, especially when context must be verified across multiple systems. We will see what we can do about moving your tickets up in the queue. Moderation is not being deprioritized in favor of RMT enforcement. Both are active, ongoing efforts. However, volume and staffing constraints mean we cannot always act as quickly as anyone would like us, including us. We recognize that delays impact confidence, and we are actively evaluating how we can improve both visibility and turnaround time. He responds back what looks to be just about 2 weeks later, January 27th. To wrap this conversation up, this is my response from your support system. The players, Avok and Irish Kiwi, did not receive a ban or suspension of any kind. Neither did Gooby from Cronus' screenshot above. They were clocking hours in the game every day since this report was sent and continue to do so. Moderation has become unmanageable in both the response time and outcomes as shown by this entire conversation. I already had to hide global chat on stream due to the number of people praising Hitler and spamming racial slurs all day. With that, I could at least explain it away as growing pains or a backed up system of tickets. This though, we followed the entire book of reporting in our system. We put in tickets and alerted you to exactly what was going on in game. We showed screenshots, and many other players also reported this activity. You chose this outcome intentionally, even while being fully aware of the context. Based on this, I will no longer be encouraging my community to play the game, nor will I be streaming it. On a personal level, I am incredibly disappointed in the entire company now. You've lost my faith as a player and an ally with this decision. And we can see here attached, it's just the message from January 14th of him saying, hey, we took a look at it, and saying that they will be taking action in regard to it. Again, I don't think calling someone a ferret fucker is necessarily ban-worthy, but sure, maybe, you know, muting them or something along those lines. And bringing up Kiwi Farms, I don't even know if that's like a mutable offense. It doesn't really make sense. He's given Thor shit. You can call that harassment. Also, you could just block him. Continuing on though, Margaret responds to this. Hey, I can see how deeply disappointed you are, and I understand why moments like this feel like a breaking point. You've stood up for us publicly, put your own credibility, etc., etc. To be transparent about what happened on our end, we investigate the reports you and others submitted. The messages in question occurred within a very short window, roughly a 15-minute span, and involved only a handful of posts. While some of the language was used was inappropriate and unacceptable, our current moderation framework does not always move directly to permanent bans for first-time offenses of this nature. She is so clearly still referencing the ferret thing and the Kiwi Farms thing. She does not appear to be talking about the LGBT thing. In many cases, we issue warnings first with the expectation that behavior can improve. If it doesn't, we escalate. The approach isn't about minimizing harm, it's about giving people a chance to course correct before we move to irreversible actions. It's imperfect and it doesn't always align with how quickly or firmly others would expect us to act. They continue on. I also want to acknowledge the timeline frustration. Our team is small. We work tickets in the order they're received and we do our due diligence on each one. That means response time can feel slow, especially when you're experiencing this live on stream in front of your audience. I know we're doing our best doesn't erase that experience. She talks about what they're working on. They're actively building a much stronger chat filter and reporting pipeline, hoping that will make sure the worst messages aren't even being posted and will automatically surface violations to CS for action. But I also understand if that's not fast enough or not the outcome you hoped for. I just want you to know this wasn't indifference. It wasn't us choosing bad behavior over the community. It was us applying a framework that's still evolving in a game that is still very much in motion. Whether or not you choose to stay with us, I respect the honesty you brought to this conversation. I'm genuinely sorry that I've reached a place where you felt unheard and unsupported. Seemed like she was being honest and trying her best. Definitely still corpo speak, don't get me wrong, but seemed like she was being honest and fair. Two things can be true at the same time. They clearly do not have a large enough moderation team. That doesn't mean that you just get priority because you're messaging these people. They still had so many other potentially more egregious breaches of TOS to go over first. Now, in case you guys were thinking that Pirate was more focused and more worried about this person claiming to go after LGBT people, Pirate responds to this with issuing a warning to a player while they encourage others to engage in a website that swatted me is unacceptable. They tried to murder me, not in a video game. They told that team that I had murdered my father with a gun while spoofing my brother's phone number to make it seem like he organized it. This is the player we're giving a warning to. Think about that, seriously. Don't get me wrong. He's right about the swatting. If you are swatting someone, you are genuinely trying to get them killed. Now, I don't know necessarily in regard to the details of these swatting calls, but Turns out with a FOIA, yeah, I did get it confirmed that Pirate did get swatted. At the very least, on the one occasion that I got information about. I don't think he's really bullshitting about that. But I will say that if a person is just saying that your Kiwi Farms page is booming, that is not them directly inciting and asking people to get you swatted. That's not how that works. Continuing on, for the chat filter, you should know that filters do not equate to moderation and never have. Players have and always will find a way around filters. The only proper solution to this problem is a standardized and empowered moderation team. We literally moderate 4 streams simultaneously with a single moderator at a time with nearly 1 million unique viewers per month. A company of 250 plus, burning $850,000 a week in costs, should easily do better than our team. What's a community manager gonna do to get more moderators? You have made it very clear, and the fact that they've been backlogged from Christmas, I think makes it pretty clear that they're aware of the stress and limitations of their small team. Why does he feel the need to flex that he's able to take care of 4 streams simultaneously with a single moderator at a time? I mean, I'm sure that he's able to handle that now with a single moderator, being that his viewership has dropped off a fucking cliff, but I digress. He finishes this up with something interesting. You bringing up parting ways, the creator program like this, just makes it seem like you don't want to pay out the 15% on the approximate 40,000 signups I have brought to Intrepid over the years should the game succeed. Considering the circumstances, I want to know why you would communicate this as an outcome. Now, I've been giving shit to Pirate, but I want to bring this up because I think this is a bit strange. This became a bit more of like public knowledge. It always had been, but people became more aware of this fact that every single person that you got signed up with your referral code, like Pirate or these other streamers, they would get 15% of like a commission of the purchases made on that account. I believe it was maybe just a sign up, but it could have been cosmetics too, anything like that, whatever. Now I'm gonna show her response to that, but people were like, oh, so Pirate was, you know, in on the scam. Like, he didn't like Ashes of Creation. He was just doing it for the huge fucking payoff when the game would go to release. Other people were claiming that he was going to be getting paid out this 40,000 sign up 15%, you know, commission thing. However, it's been confirmed that that would not have gone live until the game went live, which it did not, which means that he's not seeing any of that money. And people are still giving him shit for that, which doesn't make sense. The dude is not clairvoyant. He would not be able to look into the future and see that the game was gonna fucking topple. People have brought up that there was a dude that was poking holes saying that the desert in Ashes of Creation was completely empty, and Pirate actually had a good response to that and defended it pretty decently. Like, again, we didn't know for a fact that AOC was a complete and utter scam until the rug pulled. Or at the very least, I'm sure I'm gonna get like 4 or 5 comments being like, well, I fucking knew. So, incorrect, Wuzo. Honestly, I don't think that Pirate thought that this was a scam. He himself, I believe, logged in, I mean, from his own claims, like approximately 3,000 hours into Ashes of Creations. Did he like the idea of getting a 15% commission on 40,000 fucking, you know, signups? I don't doubt it. But I don't think he was trying to milk this, you know, for everything that it was worth, thinking that it was a scam. And I don't think it's fair to go after his intentions based off of this, because of course he'd care about potentially getting, you know, a nice little bit of revenue sharing here. So I don't necessarily blame him, but also, from my understanding, it wouldn't have been actual money. It only would have been in-game currency. If he could have swapped it out for actual, you know, cash, okay, I still don't think that changes it, but I think it's something worth considering. Margaret responds to that. First, I'm deeply sorry you went through that. No one should ever experience something like that. Genuinely sorry this happened. For situations like this, we do have to ask that you work with your local authorities, as you seem to already be doing. We simply don't have the power or tools to investigate or act on crimes of that nature, and your safety is what matters most. She says, I took more time to reply here because I pulled one of our customer support staff aside to do another investigation now on that user's account, and their interactions with yours and those handful of messages during that 15-minute time frame were all that I saw. The action that customer support took made sense for that user's actions in-game. I also want to be transparent about what we can see on our side. There's no way for us to correlate the in-game account in question with the person who swatted you. I understand how painful that gap is, but we can't take action without verifiable connection within our platform. Otherwise, folks could claim things to us at any point to get someone banned for mentioning a website or other words. But I will say that if you encounter any more issues with these users in particular, please escalate these and we will move you up in the queue to resolve them as quickly as possible due to your circumstances. You're right that filters alone aren't moderation, they're just one layer. That's why we're working toward a stronger, more empowered moderation pipeline, better surfacing, faster response, and stronger internal workflows. We're not where we need to be yet, and I won't pretend otherwise. And then they clarify down here, the referral program and creator program are separate. Your referral benefits are not tied to your creator status. You will continue to receive those regardless of what you decide. When I mentioned the creator program, it was only in response to your statement about stepping away from Ash's content. There's no financial motive behind that, only that we don't want to lose you while still respecting your choice. Pirate replies back. We already work with local law enforcement on this and have since the first swatting attempt. In total, it's happened 6 times and will likely continue to happen in part due to situations like this, seemingly blaming her for not getting rid of him. It's common enough from this group that I know and work with local sheriff's office directly, and they call me when it comes in to verify that I've done nothing, and we coordinate on stream to prove it. The community never knows about it, and that's how it should be. Normalizing this kind of behavior is what empowers people like this to continue. He was making fun of you for what seems to be potentially crashing out and saying that your Kiwi Farms is blowing up. How is that a direct call to get you swatted? A direct lack of guardrails will give you a community of people that think this is okay. As shown in the attached message, this user directly referenced the website and at the same time promoted and labeled himself as a user of that website. As explained previously, Kiwi Farms is a source of this, and their stated purpose is to get content creators to commit through any means necessary. When you say there's no way for us to correlate these things, this message does so very directly. Feels like we're talking in a circle, as I've explained all this before. The main problem with this entire situation is that your current policies prevent you from acting until someone ends up dead or commits that over harassment. You have all of the warning signs here. You have the correlative message sent directly from the user. You know what Kiwi Farms is, yet you've decided to wait and see to retain this player as a customer. If you guys want to make an actual lasting MMO, then you need to fix this policy. Aside from the above is your own, and he gives, and he's like, look, TOS, it's breaking TOS. Margaret responds, yes, those are in our TOS, and appropriate action was taken. None of that means you get permanently banned. If they continue, it will escalate. They are on our watch list due to your circumstances as well. And then he left the group. Now, I went onto the Ash's page just to see directly what he's talking about, and these are the 3 that he has boxed. So you will not harass other users. Harassment includes but is not limited to. And the 2 that he boxed over here, disparaging, defaming, name-calling, or engaging in any form of discrimination against another member of the community. Engaging in any sexual misconduct, including but not limited to sexual innuendo, sharing sexually explicit content, or making offensive or inappropriate advances or comments to a member of the community. Yeah, I would definitely feel those. Down here it says, the other one that he boxed, you agree that the list of conduct identified as harassment above is not exhaustive. We reserve the right to determine what constitutes harassment in our sole and exclusive direction. Like I said, I would say this for sure constitutes harassment, but unfortunately for Pirate, nothing here says by harassing another user, you're gonna get permabanned, which she herself clarified, none of it gets you permanently banned. So just so we're all on the same page, let's just really quick before we end this video, jump back to Pirate Software's original messages here, the ones from just a few days ago. On January 14th, which is true, Kronos then provided an image showing the player Gooby talking about the LGBTQ players. Your response to this was to contact local law enforcement and that responses are delayed due to a small support team. You also stated that you would look into escalating the tickets into queue. This is somehow implying that she is saying, oh, the LGBTQ thing, let's contact local law enforcement. That was directly in regard to you talking about that you had been swatted before and were worried about getting swatted again. Following up, in the next communication, I directly state that Ivok, Irish Kiwi, and Gooby did not receive a ban or suspension. We could see them clocking hours on Steam for Ashes of Creation throughout all this. I provided an image of the support team response to my ticket. Your response to this message was the one shown on stream. Again, none of the TOS breaks that you are talking about are always going to result in a ban or suspension, which is exactly what she told you. At no time did you ever state that an account was actioned in any way, almost like the email that he received that said, we're not going to tell you that stuff for privacy reasons. You already knew that going into it. And lastly, this response was then discussed and highlighted on my videos. It was a direct refusal to commit to enforcing the TOS in a tangible way. It was not them refusing to enforcing their TOS. She said they had a backlog on the queue. When she did get to your issues, she clarified with you that not every single instance of people being mean, in text or harassing results in a fucking permaban or suspension. Other avenues could happen. They could have muted, they could have done something. I don't know. I don't own an MMO, but I'm just mind blown at the amount of times he was repeatedly told, hey, we have a backlog. Hey, we're not going to ban every single person that is mean to you. But he got butthurt enough, and I have to assume misunderstood these messages enough that he felt confident to post these entire logs exposing this. Because at this point, I feel crazy that maybe I'm reading this wrong because of how confident he is that he seems to be right. I feel bad for Margaret. Hell, I might even be considering reaching out to see if she would like to do an interview to talk more about the Ashes of Creation issues that went down, her experience. It seems like she's been getting a lot of shit. Maybe some of it's warranted. I don't necessarily know for sure. We don't really know what was happening behind closed doors, but it might be interesting to get a bit more perspective, maybe even potentially getting a bit more information on her interactions with Pirate. From what I've seen, she's had the patience of a saint interacting with Pirate, because I was halfway through reading this and already getting irritated with how he was responding. Just incredibly entitled, and if your job is to interact with people like Pirate consistently, bless your heart, you weren't getting paid enough, and also, you know, sorry that she has to look for another job now. But only time will tell. I hope you guys enjoyed diving back into some more Pirate software drama. If you did end up enjoying yourself, why not stick around, subscribe, hang out. I'm doing it again. Be sure to like the video, hype it if you haven't already, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Adios. Peace. Bye.
Can you not autoplay? No, can't turn. Why is this so difficult? I just want to copy the fucking number, man. Why does it always have to be a fucking nightmare with this shit? Can't copy paste. Google's such a fucking nightmare. The number's right in front of my face. How can I not just tap on it and go copy paste? That's all I want to fucking do, dude. It even lets me highlight the fucking number like it's teasing me. Oh yeah, I'm highlighting it, but I'm not gonna give you the option to fucking copy paste it. Thanks, bro. I gotta go in my fucking contacts. I gotta find the contact. I don't have them saved under a fucking name, so then I gotta go in and then I have to go to edit their phone number. Or it's not a contact that I've saved, so for some reason it just doesn't let me just fucking copy paste their fucking phone number. So now I gotta write it down like it's fucking 1990. And memorize this shit, playing memory games here. K, 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 K. Looking for a video. K, K, K. K, 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 K.
I know we shouldn't go on this.
Sure, let's do the palace. The boys are solid there.
I know we shouldn't. Skirt on. I stayed at like an amusement place last night, and there's nothing on TV. They don't have any like streaming services or anything like that. So I'm just doing live TV, and every time I watch live TV, I get more and more surprised, just because of the shit that's on. Now I'm trying to find a damn movie, and I can't. And then the only thing I can find right before I'm going to bed is the only movie is literally The Notebook, which nobody wants to watch at all.
Nick Sparks.
And
Sparks will be flying if you put that movie on.
Yeah, and the only thing I can pull from the scene I watched,
Electric Chair.
And again, we won't get too deep in this because we'll run our mouths too much. But the idea, again, programming.
Yeah.
So I know.
There's another one with programming in here too down the line, for the record.
So we get into a scene where, what's the guy's name in real life?
Ryan.
Ryan Gosling. So he's just fucked her. And, you know, he fucked her after she came back. She's already engaged to some other dude.
Oh!
Right? She comes back.
She comes back for a fuck?
Yeah, he painted the house just the way she always dreamed.
Oh, really?
He built the damn thing. He's been waiting for his whole life.
So he painted her insides after that?
So after that, she was tied to a fucking tree. And the ghost of Gosling.
He's jerking the cameraman up.
So she fucks him. She's got a fiance.
That's pretty.
So it was a hell of a weekend.
What a fantasy. That's so beautiful.
Fucked his brains out for a nice weekend. And then she says, I got to go back to my fiance because she gave me a ring and I got to
shower first.
She goes back to the guy, admits the whole damn thing, the fiance, and then the fiance says, I could kill the guy, I could beat him up, or I could, either way, I lose you.
Fuck him.
Either way, I lose you. And honestly, I love you.
Oh, really? Is that enough?
And she loves him too, and she just...
But what about what she just did, Eric?
I'm just saying.
Does love conquer all?
Gosling knows she's engaged.
Yeah, he's like this when she leaves.
Pretty trustworthy girl that you want to keep for the rest of your life after she just fucks over her.
He's got a warm towel. He's cleaning himself off.
Here's the moral of the story, and this is the only thing I pull from it. You got a girl who fucks someone who's with someone. Then she goes back to the person she's with, tells him, I fucked someone else. He forgives her, and he's actually probably guilty that he's just not holding his end of the bargain.
He should have been there fucking her instead.
Everybody still loves her for it, and she gets away scot-free.
You'll tell me no one hanged her from a tree?
What the fuck kind of programming is this?
Imagine that. And this is, now we're talking about something that sold what? 150 million all around the world?
150 billion.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's the instruction and the mentorship that women get in this world. Great.
Yep.
That's really nice.
The men will love you no matter what you do. You can fuck your old boyfriend. Either way.
Yeah.
Either way. If I can't have you, I don't have anything.
A day before we get married, she's like this.
You can't blame me. When I'm with him, I'm a different person. When I'm with you, I'm a different person.
Oh, really?
That's what she says.
Oh,
what?
Is she
it's all forgiven.
What, is she, a sex slave?
I mean, it's the dumbest program.
She's a different person.
It's the dumbest programming I've ever seen in my life, and it just sucks.
So, in other words, what you're saying is that the author of this book should be in a work camp, in a salt mine.
Either that, or the guy was paid $2 trillion because of how much of an impact this fucking movie's gonna put on, I don't even know, probably 2 generations of women. Because
No, it's gonna be a lasting curse for women. And if women had even half a brain, they would have straight up tarred and feathered this guy for corrupting the youth. What he is guilty of, Eric, okay, I'll be honest with you. What he is guilty of is corruption of the youth. And Jesus Christ himself said that corruptors of the youth, it would be better for them to have a rope tied around their neck and tied to a millstone cast into the sea or a lake or whatever the hell. You know, in other words, Eric.
It's the worst of the worst.
Executed. The corruptors of the youth are the biggest enemies of mankind.
It's treason on mankind.
It's whatever. There's a word for it. There's a bigger word for it, but it's a treason. Just like Robert Greene, I'm sure a lot of the stuff is very beneficial, but the way he pits people against each other with business, but I guess business is business. But I mean, I think he's guilty of a lot of corruption of youth. But this guy, the Notebook, and even her, the corruption, all these people, the reason why we talk about them in this way, because they are corruptors of youth, they honestly deserve, well, no. I'll let Jesus fill in the...
If it's a fictional character, they deserve.
Yeah, they deserve the stake. And I'll also say it again. I'll also say it, I'm sure I've said it again. I'm not afraid to say it either. The Salem witch trials were justified. And the Inquisition, or I'm not talking about what history,
the Spanish one,
or even the Spanish, whatever. Just the Spanish Inquisition. Not exactly what the history books say, but I'm saying the rooting out of Satanism, and with witchcraft, the rooting out of Satanism. I say the Inquisition and the witch burnings were not as bad as history says, because they tried. The Inquisition and the witch burnings, they tried. They tried. You know, thou shalt not suffer a sorcerer to live. Thou shalt not let a witch to live. A witch and a sorcerer are those that they actually do unseen damage, and they bring down civilizations, and they're the culprits. They do it every time.
So where is it spun in history where they were tried for crimes that were ridiculous? We'll say, this is in quotes.
You're just going to get it in commies who write plays about Henry Miller, or Arthur Miller, whatever. You'll get the commies to write the plays about the Salem trials, like the Crucible.
Yeah.
You get commies to write them.
I think a lot of it was a big land grab. I think
Could be.
Every time they executed one, like all the politicians just took their land.
That I would never take that off the table because you'd be stupid. Because we see that in this day and age. Well, I'm sure we'll definitely get to that because
Probably
it's really beautiful.
A good way to test it would be if there's ever any type of documentation where they owned huge lots of land, the ones that were.
That's interesting.
That's
an interesting conspiracy. I like that one.
Yeah.
It'd be like Patagonia. It'd be like the Ukraine.
Yeah, you'll find out every single one of these people had 600 acres or something. You'd be like, oh.
So actually, it wouldn't surprise me. But the rooting out of Satanism is actually the biggest deal that most people will laugh at, but it's actually the biggest deal. So they'll soften the history of it and say that, oh, they were just doing this. Oh, some girl was getting fucked by John Proctor. Oh, it was so good. She had to start making lies because she was jealous. He was painting some other woman's walls.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah. So Eric, Nick Sparks, right? Yeah. Old Sparky. Right. He should get Old Sparky. He's guilty. Yeah. I'm saying he's straight up guilty of crimes against mankind.
It's just such a freaking typical thing written for women. And like before you'd say.
Tuesdays with Maury too. That's another one that he wrote. Is that another? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's just the idea that before you would say, oh, it's just a woman's movie. No, but that's the problem.
Yeah, that is a problem.
It's literally directly written for women.
Yeah.
And to program them.
Lol. Oh, boys. You're so funny. Shitting on the Notebook. It's actually Vaughn. Natalie Vaughn got taken out of the Olympics. She ate shit. Someone posted it last night as it happened. They're like, Natalie Vaughn crashed. She's fucking dead. Oh, man. Oh, man. Atlas doing a fucking Olympic routine. Let's do it. It's a 1-minute video, but we'll check it out. Do a fucking flip. Show me your fucking routine, Atlas. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's sexy. Oh my fucking god. What an Olympic medalist. What do the Olympic gymnastic judges think of this? What would they have given that guy? 3, 2, 1. Fucking handspring backflip. God damn, son. What the fuck you doing over here? Oh shit. Oh. Oh shit. Oh no. Man, imagine working for a company that's like, ha $5 million robot just fell for a little. $1 billion robot just fucking ate shit. Oh my boy, go. Is that just a handspring into a backflip? I don't know, I'm not gymnastic-y enough. I gotta ask my cousin. What the fuck did this thing just do? What the fuck you call that? Hey, what do you call that shit? Impressive. Yeah, listen to some Lotus Eaters. I kind of want to listen to that guy chirping the Lotus Eaters, though. But he's only chirping Sargon, so I mean...
The transition from hydraulics to electric Atlas gave us an interesting jumping point. We knew that...
I kind of want to hear this guy chirping. Where's the... There it is.
Sargon of Akkad, Carl Benjamin. Anyone who's at least dipped
Diablo
their
2
toes into
music?
right-wing media over the past 15 years or so, you know who this man is. My own personal
he's up there.
experience of
Fuentes,
Sargon dates back to 2013 or so. It's hard to pinpoint exactly, since most of his legacy videos have been purged,
I know,
or
as
he's
it came
deleted
up
them,
from
so we're going to
4chan.
go off my almost perfect memory of events.
And yes,
I
around the
arrived
same
at
time the
university
Hitler dog
on the
guy.
path of working towards my worthless degree in international politics.
Dracula.
And as an 18-year-old, I at least knew that I knew nothing.
Dracula.
I was deep into the new atheist and skeptic movement online at the time, and then a new flavour of content came out which all the would-be chuds at the time would rally behind. This was the anti-feminist and Gamergate era, which defined this period of online.
that I found my guru for life. Cringe. Who's gonna help me. And here I am. Thank you, Sargon.
But times change. People evolve. The political scene undergoes paradigm shifts all the time. And creators who were making content back then, they very rarely stand the test of time. And in some extreme cases, they ascend to levels higher than anyone could have ever anticipated. Sargon of Akkad is the best example of being this exception. But there was a period of time, around 2016, 2017 or so, where the right-wing zeitgeist had moved on from classical liberalism and individualism, and Sargon found himself at a crossroads.
Under which we are governed. Individual people are governed. The purpose of the state, in, say, Britain, as conceived of by Locke, is the protection of the rights of the individual.
As conceived of by Locke, that state was not invented by Locke. That state has a history far greater than Locke. It's ridiculous. Locke wrote this, therefore it's true. This is exactly what I'm saying. You're living in an autistic, dissociated reality where you ask moral questions like, shall a group have a right over an individual? Oh, isn't this so sweet? It's irrelevant because in reality, groups obviously have rights. The government can arrest me. The government taxes me. The government forces me to do all sorts of things. The United Kingdom prevents me from entering the country. Obviously, corporate entities have rights. Your family has a certain hold over you. I don't know anything about you personally. What your father says to you has more weight than what a complete stranger, what I might say to you.
The central question is whether whites have the right to organize for their own group interests or not.
That's preposterous! Have you even read Locke? Oh my god, I can't even! Have you even read Thomas Paine? Jesus Christ, do you even have authorities to appeal to?
Sargon, I think your problem is you're full of shit.
85, got
A turning point was the famous debate between himself and Richard Spencer. A few others were involved, like Sticks and Hammer, who popped in and out throughout the debate on the Warsky live show. We watched the majority of this debate as a nostalgia trip on stream, and it was very interesting to hear these people, and especially Sargon, argue against identity politics through the legacy talking points he once held so dearly.
I ask a very simple question. Do you pay taxes? Do you obey traffic laws?
Yeah, believe it or not, I do.
But wait, do you believe in group rights? I mean, do you?
How is that group right?
Because you're forced to do that by the state. Did you sign a contract in order to be a citizen of the UK? The United Kingdom, obviously. Why is that funny?
Okay, so we want to talk about the nation state. Is that what you want to talk about? Or do you want to talk about racial identitarianism?
Is the nation state a group or not?
Is racial identitarianism something I have no choice over?
Why don't you answer the question I asked you?
That's my question.
Well, I asked you a question, you haven't answered it.
Okay,
and I've not made it clear already, because while it can be funny to laugh and poke fun at what someone said 10 years ago, stepping into the debate arena like this does take a level of courage. Putting your ideas on the table to challenge someone else for thousands of people to observe, it takes balls. I can't imagine myself doing this 10 years ago, because like every one of you watching, there was a time where you hadn't figured it all out. And guess what? We probably still don't have it all figured out. But by willing to be wrong, to learn and to grow, we take one step closer to the truth. Everyone is on their own journey, and to mock Sargon, in hindsight, without looking yourself into the mirror of your own past beliefs, shows that you, yourself, have some growing to do. The arc of Sargon is very valuable, because I can relate to it, and I'm sure many of you are in the same boat. We were watching Stefan Molyneux, and maybe later Jordan Peterson, and figures like them who drilled into our brains that collectivism is the greatest evil. Did you know the communists are collectivists? You're not a communist, are you? Collectivism will lead to 100 million people perishing in a gulag. It sounds scary, doesn't it? And through the lens of the Marxist collectivism, which evolved into the cultural Marxism we see today, used by identities of ethnic and sexual minorities to destroy Western civilization, it sounds like the root of all evil is collectivism itself.
I mean, I'm amazed at how much ad hominem you come out with in this, and how much pathos you've been arguing with. Very little logos, very little ethos, but so much to do with your feelings. It's so weird. I mean, like, let's talk about like
so
the
weird.
white identity.
It's almost like
no. Hang on. Let's
it's
get to the
almost
white
like
identity.
I'm a
This is
human
genuinely-
being existing in the real world, and I'm not a
like
computer
person who
program.
really
or
understands what they're
something.
talking about.
But through incentivizing self-deportation combined with cutting off welfare state programs, we wouldn't need to round up anyone.
Oh yeah?
And over time, the problem will take care of itself.
Oh my god! It's like you've never even read Adam Smith. You're such a collectivist. Have you even read Kant? The Enlightenment philosophers laid down immutable principles and laws that will reign true until the end of time.
It was this framing that caused people like Sargon to outright reject any sort of collectivism and identity politics, and therefore, when the premise is rejected completely, it didn't allow him to peer inside to the other side of the coin of collectivism. And so when confronted by Richard Spencer, whom I believe Sargon viewed as a right-wing social justice warrior, he was just not prepared for what Spencer had to say. Instead of using Marxist-style arguments that would lead to the overthrowing of the West, Spencer used identity and collectivism, if you will, as a means of protecting the West, the same Western civilization Sargon wanted to uphold.
A corporation does not have the legitimacy to violate an individual's rights, because the corporation's rights do not supersede the rights of the individuals that make it up. And we all agree that that's how we should have a government working. Like, that's how society should work. Because if you don't agree with that, then what you're saying is it's okay for a group to violate the rights of other people, like the individual, for its own purposes.
You're not living in what state are you describing? Because you are not describing the United Kingdom, which goes to war, which arrests people, violates their rights left and right, goes to war. What are you
position?
The problem is those principles have been perverted, which will lead to the annihilation of the very people who formulated and maintained them.
Who cares? Now tell me, you moron. What exactly is white?
Sargon, do you believe in puddles?
What? Puddles? I live in the United Kingdom. How could I not believe in puddles? I see them every day when I walk out the door.
Now tell me exactly how much H2O it takes to form a puddle.
What?
How much water does it take to make a puddle?
Well, you just look at them. Isn't it obvious?
No, Sargon, that's not scientific enough. I need an exact volume of water. Where do you draw the line between a pond and a lake? How many liters?
But the Enlightenment...
It was here that for Sargon and many of us watching that we began to learn that the classical liberal worldview is not a defence to the evils that both he and Spencer wanted to fight against. Both were arguing through their lens of their own idealism, but Sargon did not consider that his worldview itself was idealistic. It was as if the classical liberal worldview, as conceived by Locke, was a given in itself of how Western society is supposed to be. But in reality, all you have to do is look outside and you'll conclude that this isn't the case, especially not anymore. This reminds me of what radical progressives say today when you hear them try to justify their position. They'll say, I believe in X because I'm a heckin' good person. It's as if they view their perception of reality only through their narrow lens of liberalism, unable to put themselves in another person's shoes or have a perspective from an alternative view. And as a quick aside, this is why all supposed historical period piece films, maybe shows and games, or really any film or game for that matter, they completely miss the mark because the creators are only capable of projecting their own worldview into the so-called art they create, with no subtlety whatsoever. This is in part of why everything is so unbearable now. You could point out themes that are subversive in shows like The Simpsons or games like Mass Effect, but at least you can still look past it to enjoy them. But now the political message is the medium, while the game or film is just simply the vessel to deliver it. But anyways, I'm getting distracted here. I still stayed subscribed to Sargon and would occasionally tune in, but while I was off the deep end into the dissident right space, Sargon appeared to be holding the centre. And I'm not sure when it happened, but over the course of a few years, that he began to pivot and soon began to embrace talking points he attacked people like Spencer or Mark Collett having years prior. Was this just to keep the grift going? Did he see where the wind was blowing and decided to maintain relevance that he should jump ship onto the real right-wing bandwagon? This is an argument that I've seen people make, and it's understandable. There are many cases of an influencer shifting their grift compass to a new direction to keep themselves part of the zeitgeist, but I actually disagree with this particular sentiment in regards to Sargon. I'm sure, like many of you, I've also been through a political, philosophical, and spiritual journey over the past 15 years, and seeing Sargon change over time is a reflection of many of us who are lost and simply trying to find our way.
What are you doing? You're getting destroyed out there.
The pills, they aren't working. You told me they would make me smarter. But I don't have the right words. What's happening to me?
How many of these have you been taking? I told you only one a day. And so you see, while it may be difficult to define where white begins and ends, to say that it doesn't exist is just disingenuous.
All right, Sargon, now do you have a rebuttal?
Holy shit, what was that?
Twitter's blowing up. Looks like something strange is going on downtown.
We need to get down there quick.
And as I said at the start, I used to be a new atheist who would watch those Dawkins, Hitchens, Harris slam dunk these silly religious types. Don't you know we're all just stardust? And then I began to embrace the classical liberal tradition. But soon I realised certain conflicts between other groups such as Islam, they're not reconcilable, which caused me to become more conservative as a means to protect the classical liberal tradition. Then in this frame of mind I became more libertarian as I saw the big government as the root of all evil. And then I became more of a free market type that would enjoy maybe one too many of those Ben Shapiro destroying liberal feminist videos with facts. Ben Shapiro eviscerates woke student in front of her family, leaving a bloody mess. Ben Shapiro bulldozes entire Palestinian village with logic and reason. But soon I too realised that none of the above was going to protect my civilization I could see being subverted and destroyed from within. In time, seeing the absolute individualism, liberalism, and atheism as ideals being, ironically, a false god, they were actually the weak point, like gaps in a suit of armour, which allowed for all the inner deconstruction of everything I valued being taken away.
Everyone knows what is white.
If everyone knows, why can't you just tell me? If
Well,
everyone knows, why don't you just tell
well,
me?
okay, yeah. I'll ask you. Is Lawrence Fishburne white?
I don't know. Does he act white? He gets called white a lot.
No, he doesn't.
Yes, he does. There are.
Just answer the question, sir. Is Lawrence Fishburne white?
Right? But you
It
are the
is.
guys. You are the ones who are saying, right, okay, you're genetically white, but you're also culturally white.
That's
You
not
are
the
the ones.
sense of thing. It doesn't matter. Where I'm asking
not
you
contradictory
to answer this.
at all.
I know
Yeah,
it's not
exactly.
contradictory.
Sargon,
I want
is
to know
Lawrence
what
Fishburne
you
white?
define
Is
as
Lawrence
culturally
Fishburne white?
Because what you're saying
Is Lawrence Fishburne white?
Did you stop beating your wife yet? Because that's what you're doing. Listen, right?
It's not the equivalent
I
question.
have just.
I don't know Sargon personally, but from being a consumer of his content for years, I too have witnessed the same sort of evolution within him. And when you watch his content now, it's pretty clear he knows what white is now. I think people like Sargon should be critiqued like any content figure out there, and I too am not free from any of these critiques. But I have the luxury of not being in this online scene making content as long as him, so I don't have the historical baggage of myself to overcome in the public space. But Sargon is a reflection that we are all on different paths, and ultimately, as long as you pursue truth over everything, we're all reaching the same goal at our own pace. If we look through a perennialist lens, there are many paths. Some are longer than others, some people might fall off their paths, but ultimately, we're all on the same side, and to attack one another because of some purity spiraling point that's not particularly relevant in the grand scheme of things is only going to set us back. Recently there was a bit of drama regarding the idea of remigration when Steve Laws went on to Andrew Gold's podcast and making the case not just for remigration, but total remigration. Everyone must go. Sargon and some of the other Lotus Eater pundits dared to question this, and they were met by a tirade of abuse from the right-wing Anons for not being on the same team anymore. but by questioning the logistics and whether total remigration is good for the country and the British people as a whole, he was deemed as a subversive agent trying to derail the movement. To me, this is just an unfortunate symptom of right-wing movements, and I suppose left-wing movements as well, that any sort of questioning towards the new radical position that's gaining traction is therefore against it, and against the movement as a whole. I don't think that's a fair assessment, and in the grand scheme of things, Sargon of Akkad, and a quick aside here, in creating the Lotus Eaters as a real and established alternative media enterprise is a huge achievement for alternative media. They literally did the meme. Not allowed on mainstream news, even the so-called based right-wing outlet GB News. Well, how about create your own? And that's exactly what he did. He then even tried to get involved in politics, which had, well, not too successful we'll say, but it's more than what many right-wing people would actually do. And also, have you ever seen an image with more chud energy like this? Sargon of Akkad and Count Dankula during their time in UKIP? I like how this is technically formal wear for Dankula. But anyways, I would love to hear what Sargon made of his appearance on Murdoch Murdoch. It's the sort of question celebrities are asked when they appear on South Park. Some take it in stride, while others take it too seriously. But reflecting on a caricature of your old self, it must provide some level of reflection that everyone could appreciate in some way. Sargon is a case study of how people can evolve, change, and grow. Sargon even admitted to not really knowing much about politics or philosophy before making videos, so to observe him over the years as the case study is just a great example of what millions of other people are going through today. So while I've teased him a little in this video, I do hope you take away that just because you might not agree with everything he says, I think to simply throw aside someone who has done more for the movement than over 99% of people in the last 2 decades is really to shoot ourselves in the foot. If you continue to try to tear down everyone who speaks for you because they're not the perfect image of the Giga Chad base saviour who can do no wrong, then I'm afraid you're going to run out of figures of any prominence who are on your side until you're on your own. So what do you guys make of Sargon in 2016 compared to 2026? Let me know down below. Thanks very much for watching, and until next time.
Sargon! Murdoch! Friend?
Yeah, Sargon. Murdoch, Sargon, friend.
Feces?
Huh. I guess he was full of shit the whole time.
Oh, I've got such a pain in me Gulliver.
Now that the skeptics have been defeated, you think they'll join us?
That, or they'll go to work on the neocon conservative plantation.
How the fuck are you supposed to kill the 5 on the walls without a weapon? Have a rocket launcher? No. Just a nigga with a rocket launcher. How the fuck is one supposed to achieve that?
You're all touchy about Grenfell Tower.
Well, you're a good Catholic boy, aren't you, Jim?
Yes, masturbating. It's trying to stop that.
How's that going?
Not great. You gotta take back America. I believe in you.
Take back America?
Yeah. I'm not an Enoch Powell supporter who was gay.
What do you mean Enoch Powell was gay?
I mean, he was a gay man who did gay things.
He was married to a woman his entire life.
Of course. No married man could participate in homosex. I love gay people.
Homosex.
Big fan. Obviously, the gay stuff has to stop, but as people, some of the best.
So, you're in Austin?
That's not going to work.
Sounds like people hate freedom on this podcast.
James McCann, welcome to Trigonometry.
It's an honor and a privilege to be here.
You said that way too fast.
Yeah, I was ready. Thank you for having me on.
Yeah, it's great to have you on.
Yeah, I'm not going to get arrested in the UK from being on this show.
Are you planning to go to the UK?
One day.
Well, then you don't know.
I went last year. No, it wasn't that bad. I thought you could get away with more things than I thought I could get away with. You're all touchy about Grenfell Tower.
Yeah, a little bit.
Like really, every strata of society doesn't want to talk about Grenfell Tower.
Yeah.
And did you try and make jokes about this?
Yeah, I did a good 5 on Grenfell Tower.
How did that go?
Like a tower on fire. No, it's really like a national. It's not clear from the UK media from abroad that has stayed with the UK people. But boy, you will think about it a lot. No one wants to talk about it. You say that it's like the N-word. It really takes the air out of a room.
Did you do that as well? Did you do that much?
No, I left that one out.
Yeah.
But Grenfell Tower, I wanted to talk about immensely. You know, what is comedy but finding where the crack is in someone's... You find where the difficult, the points in the body politic that have to be unspooled. And that's yours, I think.
Really?
Talking about all the mosques, that was fine. A lot of mosques.
Really?
You guys,
That's interesting.
People were happy to talk about the mosques. Compared to Grenfell Tower, wow. They wanted to talk about the towers on those mosques. Those beautiful mosques. I did keep calling them beautiful mosques. That might have helped. That might have eased it.
And what did you think of London when you were there? You said it wasn't that bad. What were you expecting and what was the reality?
Thought it would be like Peckham over the whole thing. But it was really just localized to Peckham. They were very nice. And Peckham, by the way, great. Love Peckham. Peckhamplex, beautiful. I did go to the convenience store where you can buy a knife next to a ski mask. What do you call them here? What do you call them in the UK? A face covering. Not that kind of face covering.
Not a ski mask?
Yeah.
Yeah, balaclava.
Balaclava is next to the knives behind the counter.
Oh, it's a convenience store.
It's too convenient. Yeah. You should have to go to 2 shops if you're going to murder people. But it was, it's beautiful. Great chicken. You guys don't like KFC over there. You look down on it. You've got proper chicken places.
I wouldn't say we've got proper chicken places.
You've got the finest chicken.
We've got PFC. We've got we've got all the knockoffs.
What does P stand for?
Probably
Peckham Fried Chicken.
That's it.
It's a great brand.
It might be Pakistani. But the important thing is it's a great country and you're on the way back.
Yeah?
Maybe.
Not so sure.
Kentucky,
But you were here
French.
in the US.
Kentucky
You're
Fried Chicken.
Aussie originally, right?
Yeah.
How did that happen?
It was kind of an accident.
Kentucky.
I got offered a job and I got fired a year and a half ago. And I was in Steubenville, Ohio, which is just outside of West Virginia, on the Ohio River, unemployed. And 3 months of rent and no money. And then Shane Gillis said, you can come and open for me. And I moved to Austin. And it's been great. But it was a very strange. I got the full poor American experience.
That's not good, is it?
Yeah, I don't want to be poor in America.
No, I always
Or in
say
Australia.
America's is probably the best place in the world to be rich.
Yes.
Okay place, and a good place to be medium income, but
Yeah.
a horrific place to be poor. Is that about right?
You haven't been on the bus yet.
No.
Oh, I've been on the bus.
Greyhound bus?
No.
City bus.
I took. I was because when I was skint in like 2002, the first time I came to America, and I took the bus in LA.
Yeah.
And I was the only white person on the bus, and they looked at me almost as if to say, "How has this Jew ruined his life?"
I believe it.
How have you fallen so far? You had
There's
all
been an
these
accident.
advantages.
There's been a mistake.
Yeah.
Whereas in the UK, public transport is very normal.
Yeah.
Rich people do it.
Yeah.
And it's nice.
Yeah.
It's kind of nice.
Not as nice as it used to be, but anyway.
The buses are beautiful. I mean, you guys really pick graphic design on the buses. To work, that red bus in London, love it. You can walk everywhere.
I love that. Do you miss that in the US?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
We need a walkable. You need to be able to walk places.
Yeah.
No, to have a body politic, to have people congeal and love their neighbour. You've got to meet them sometime. Can't just be in your car all the time.
I completely agree with you. Yeah. I think it's so important. Like you wanna think. You go for a walk.
Yes.
And it's so interesting. Like you talk to the Aussies and the Europeans, and you go to them. You always say it low because it's kind of taboo because Americans think you're weird. You're like, do you miss walking? They go, yeah, I miss walking.
I do it. I try and do it here. It never ends great. But I have got to see a lot more of Spanish style Austin, which I would never see otherwise. I would just drive from my little white suburban neighborhood to the place I work. But if I go for a walk, I have a fajita breakfast. I have a little weird pineapple drink. No one speaks English. It's great. But you never encounter that. You don't know what's out there. are always in the automobile.
So come back to the poor thing.
Okay, yeah.
In America.
Yeah. What do I do? There are more workarounds here for being poor than people think. Like for medical care, there are little hokey, if you keep asking and keep trying, you can get care as a poor person, I discovered. Specialists will see you for little money if you call 10 of them. But you have to have a hustle. You know what I mean? You have to really push for it. But it's out there. This thing of like, it's a nightmarish system. They can hit you with a bad bill, but it's not like a third world country for the poor. But boy, we could do something about that. Why can't they do public transport? Why don't they want to?
Because everyone wants to have their own car.
But even in like liberal California, they tried building a high-speed rail between San Francisco and LA, and you'd think that would be the easiest thing in the world. They can't do it. It's billions of dollars over budget, and it hasn't been built. They cannot will themselves to have a train.
Why do you think that is?
I don't know. You've been here, and you've been in a country where they really have it. They just build.
We can't build anything anymore either. No, we can't.
Rishi Sunak got rid of that high-speed link between the north and Birmingham.
But
you're going to build that other train, right?
To build anything, basically, in Britain is like 5 times more expensive than anywhere else, because if there's some rare bat that happens to live near where you want to put the train tracks, you have to do a multi-million-pound consultation.
We've got a badger, love. I love badgers. Is that it?
Yeah, we love badgers. We love all animals in the UK.
Yeah.
We do. We sentimentalise animals like no other nation.
Oh yeah, you can kill people and no one will give a shit. But if you displace a badger,
yes,
you're in trouble.
Maybe they should say that they're grooming gangs for animals. Then people will talk about it.
No, people will cover it up.
What's happening with when I was there years ago, everybody knew about the grooming gangs. People, liberals, Guardian readers would go, oh yeah, the grooming gangs, that's real. Everybody acknowledges that there were grooming gangs. Nothing has ever been done about it. Everyone's been very quiet about it. Why?
There's an inquiry that is happening now, and all the victims and survivors a lot of them have resigned from it because they say the government isn't taking it too seriously, and the government isn't taking it seriously enough because of the racial component, let's say.
Right.
Right. Because Pakistani people from a very particular part of Pakistan are way overrepresented in these crimes. If you start addressing that seriously, you then blow the central ideological component out, which is we're all the same.
Yeah.
And they just can't do it. They can't handle it.
America can address those. America has no pretense to everybody being the same. They've got 5 racial categories, and they're very open to they're all different.
They know whose fault it is.
And for different, I mean, really, white people take blame for some things, but you guys just clump all the non-whites into one.
Right.
Yeah.
BAME? How do I say that?
Yes.
Yeah. We don't do BAME anymore because people realized it was kind of retarded. But you've got Asian, and Asian
means something different.
Asian means Pakistani, Bangladeshi, Indian, etc. And there's the Asian community.
East of the Urals, everybody's Asian.
Which is kind of weird because they all kind of hate each other. Like the Indians and the Pakistanis are not best friends.
Historically, there are problems there.
Yeah. But when they come to Britain, they're Asian.
Great. It just seems like a wide cudgel to deal with. Yeah, you got to deal with the grooming gangs. I think you'll figure it out.
Why?
You've got to. No?
Why do you think we'll work it out?
You stiff upper lip. That's about it. Are you worried that...
You're not convincing me.
I'm trying to convince myself. I would like Britain to be great, but I don't see... I mean, how... You don't have very much land. You don't have very much... Your military is very small. What are we hoping for Britain? What is the dream that Brexit could achieve? What is best case scenario? When Nigel Farage says we're going to make this a great place again, what does that mean? Where is the growth opportunity? Is it just repatriation? There's got to be other stuff.
I think what Farage is talking about when he says makes Britain great again is, particularly under the EU, we had to live and abide by certain laws and legislations which weren't in British interests. So by becoming independent, we could be the masters of our own destiny.
You can make your small cheeses. This was the example.
Well,
but is there hope that a factory will be built somewhere at some point?
Well, this is the thing, you coming back to public transport and cars, right? In Europe and in Britain especially, we have this thing called net zero.
Yeah.
Which is, even the craziest liberals in America all want a big car and want to be able to drive around and have electricity in their house and for it to be cheap and free and gas to be, you know, priced at as low as possible and all of that.
Yeah.
In Britain, we don't have that. In Britain, we want to make energy very expensive to save the planet.
People were annoyed by the low emission zone. I did find. They were happy to talk about the low emission zone when I was on stage there. Grenfell Tower, not at all. Low emission zone, that started to be something people were acknowledging was a problem. No?
It's
not popular.
You've got these very niche talking points about Britain. I wonder where you got them.
I just stumbled around for 2 weeks and spoke to some people.
And they talked about the low emission zone.
There was a lot of people wanted to complain about the low emission zone. I heard that who's the current Prince of Wales?
The current Prince of Wales is William.
I heard he got pegged. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. But that's what people are saying. That's like a nasty rumor about him that I found out about. I love Kate.
You know, why do you like Kate?
Charisma, aura. What's there not? Do you not love Kate?
I'm a fan.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm a huge Kate fan. I don't think that her husband was pegged. I don't think she would marry a man who did that. I don't think she would do that.
Do I? It almost makes you wonder why you brought it up.
I heard about it. I'm just saying. These are the things I heard about when I was in the UK. This is all I know about the UK.
Yeah.
It's that and the New Statesman
The future
podcast.
king gets pegged.
Yeah.
We
Not true. Nasty rumor.
Yeah.
No one should even talk about.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad we've established that.
Yeah, and the New Statesman podcast. We can't forget about that, which you love.
Who's this? There's this lady who writes for The Atlantic now, who interviewed Jordan Peterson.
Helen Lewis.
Yes, she's now. We would disagree about almost everything. She's very good.
She is very good.
Yeah,
She's
really
interviewed
bright.
me. I respect her, even though yeah, like you say, I don't agree with things.
But she had her and Stephen Bush had a very charismatic, when they were in charge of the New Statesman podcast, that was a great podcast. Everyone was having fun. It seemed like the Labor Party might be cool and groovy and people would like them. It didn't turn out that way, I understand. But this is all I know about Britain. I'm just throwing every British fact I know.
But James, let's go back to America.
Okay.
Because your stand-up deals with a lot of America, your love of America, in particular the quirky little idiosyncrasies of this beautiful nation.
Yeah.
So what do you think of it? Do you love it? Are you American now? Are you America?
I don't really believe in immigration and being able to become someone you weren't born as. But I love America.
You don't believe in transitioning for immigration?
Yes. I am a cultural determinist.
Yes.
And no, I mean, it's a great country. I like college football, and I like traveling around and all the beautiful American people. But there is this gulf between them and that to become American feels.
What's the gulf?
It's the Gulf of America. It's, I don't know. I think maybe as a Commonwealth person, some kind of irony. I don't want to, that feels like a dig. People often, from the countries with a monarchy, we dig on America. They don't understand irony. They don't have the bleakness and the darkness that we have in our soul.
They don't, though.
Yeah.
That's factually correct.
They
it's not
try
a dig.
to. They give it a go sometimes, the hipsters in Brooklyn.
Yeah, and Jews in America, they've got that sense of
Jews everywhere.
Right.
Nothing but nice things to say about the Jews' capacity for cynicism. It's big.
Yeah.
Historically well-informed cynicism. But yeah, in the greater America, there's a puritanism here and like a childishness makes it sound bad, but there's like optimism and hope. And I find that...
It's very uncomfortable, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah. I don't know what to do with it. But it's also true. I mean, they have that, and then they've built a beautiful, huge, powerful... it's great. It is great. And Britain must have had that once. I'm sorry to turn it back, but you guys have... I mean, when you were running an empire, were you like that?
No.
So when did it kick in? When did all the cynicism start with the Brits?
World War I, I think.
What, was it the trenches? You thought you were going to be home for
it was
Christmas?
kind of a bad experience, mate.
Yeah. Yeah, but it
You
didn't
won.
go well.
You won.
Yeah, but Pyrrhic victory though.
Yeah.
You held on to the empire after that one?
For a bit.
Yeah.
And then World War II is what sealed it. Right.
You guys didn't even want the empire anymore. You lost the moral legitimacy in owning other countries.
Yeah.
That's your problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you think we should go back out there and re-establish what is ours?
I think that would be an interesting start not for the other countries, that might be really bad for them, but for Britain's feeling of a purpose and a place in the world. Yes. Having lost India. Is India better off? Yeah, this will be good. Is India better off for having lost the British hand? You gave them railroads and infrastructure, and you kept the peace between the Muslim and the Hindu. Is that not nice? You stop people burning their wives?
Did they burn their wives?
Yeah. This is like my favorite British, they go to a wife, who's like some commander of the British army, and the Indians start burning their wives, and they go, you can't do that. The Indians go, this is our culture. And the British go, well, it's our culture not to let people burn their wives. It was after the man had died, the woman would have to be burned to join him, I think.
Like the Vikings.
Yeah. Instead of a boat.
Yeah.
Say a lady.
Most days for us are jam-packed. Meetings, shoots, research, script reviews, everything happening at once. Honestly, half the time I used to just skip meals and then crash a couple of hours later. That's why I started using this high-protein starter kit from Fuel.
Oh my God.
It's 5 Black Edition ready to drink.
Someone's been hanging out with Shane.
Shane does not endorse sectarian violence.
you do that all by yourself.
Well, I would like it if Kneecap were not addicted to cocaine so visibly. I've never met them, but everything I see from them, they look very... I don't think that's the spirit of Irish independence, is it? Just to be gacked out of your mind all the time?
The thing about Kneecap that I find very troubling is their music is good.
Yeah, it's great.
So it doesn't matter the crazy shit that they say. Well, I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't matter. It matters. But also, their music is good.
Well, that's true of all Irish rebels. This is where Hamas have a big problem, long term.
The music game.
No good song.
Yeah.
ISIS, not one banger. Plus some explosions. But, yeah, the Irish have great. Sinead O'Connor.
Yeah.
Do you know C-Mac?
No.
She's great. Beautiful Irish songbird. She's a big... Graham Norton has a sort of lyrical quality to his
I'm
voice.
not sure he's an up-the-rock kind of guy, but yeah.
I reckon if you get Graham Norton after a couple of drinks.
Well, we could talk about sectarian violence with him.
Wouldn't that be fun to go on the Graham Norton show and get... They bring you alcohol.
Yeah.
That's my dream, is to have 8 Guinnesses and by the end be going, up the rock, Graham. Wouldn't that be fun? I think that would be fun.
I mean, it would be a fantastic way to end your career in
I think
his.
they might edit it out.
Yeah. Yeah, and edit you out.
Shame. Shame on the BBC. Why does it exist? You've got state media.
Yeah.
Get rid of it.
No, here's the thing about the BBC, which every single person in the UK will say, I loved the BBC,
Sure.
I loved what it was, I loved the comedy. Let's be fair, the comedy the BBC produced and Channel 4, those sitcoms were the best.
Very good job for a very long time.
They did the best job. They're better than all American sitcoms.
No, The Simpsons is... You've done nothing to compare with The Simpsons, but I will say you've done a very good job otherwise.
What about Fawlty Towers?
It's fine.
What?
What?
Excuse me.
It's fine.
Don't come over here in my Airbnb with its beautiful design.
I'm not a Fawlty Towers defender. I think it's fine.
Okay. What about the other Monty Python stuff? Life of Brian.
Great.
You shut up now, huh?
No, I mean, it's fine. I mean, obviously deeply anti-Catholic, but otherwise, fine.
So
what about the downsides, though?
How dare you? How dare you? How dare you speak that way about the emerging religion in your country? As the Church of England withers on the vine, it's over for them. Are you covering that? I know you asked that at the end about what's the one thing we should talk about.
We will.
I'll save it.
You kind of already gave it away.
Church of England is collapsing and no one's talking about
It
it.
is.
All the Africans have just left.
Well, the Church of England basically is like become uber woke.
Sure, yeah.
And everyone...
Ladies. You're letting ladies perform the priestly rites? Damn. Shut that down.
But you're a good Catholic boy, aren't you, Jim?
Yes. Well, I mean, obviously got a lot of problems.
Full of sin.
I think dogmatically I'm on the page. I try to be. A lot of problems. Going on the road, going to hotels, being all alone, masturbating is trying to stop that.
How's that going?
Not great.
I mean, they give you a Bible so you can read it afterwards and cleanse yourself.
Or before.
And a Book of Mormon in this country.
Do they give there's a Book of Mormon?
There's often a Book of Mormon next to Gideon's Bible. Did you not know that?
No, I've never seen a book.
Someone's never been suicidal in an American hotel room. No, it's right there.
It's amazing because there's so many Mormons in this country, but in England, it's seen as this kind of weird. The only thing, if you say to a person in the UK about the Mormons and they say name one thing, they'll say the musical, the Book of Mormon.
Yeah.
Which is great.
Well, it's an American-centric religion. It's all about manifest destiny and how good America is. So I can understand if you guys are unhappy about that. You got to take them back. You got to take back America. I believe in you.
Take back America.
Yeah. Civil War, number 4. I'm guessing there was a third one in between. Maybe a second. It was yours. You had the right to it. They beat you. You can beat it. You try it again. You had that, 18-something war. You tried to take America back once, and it didn't pan out. But do you ever...
You think this is a good moment right now?
They're looking for leadership. They're looking
Why
for
is this
leadership.
Australian
They
acting
say
like he
no
isn't
kings.
talking to fucking his
They can have
ancestors
one.
or his
Keir
fucking
Starmer.
cousins?
That's not who I'd put forward as the
Bro, the
guy.
penal
Why do you all
colony
hate him?
got shat out from
We don't.
from these guys.
This is
He's the least popular man, though.
But see, this is the thing, is like, no one actively hates Keir Starmer.
Right.
The country's just gone to shit, and he happens to be in charge, and he can't do anything to not make it work.
Is it noticeably more shit than it was 10 years ago?
Yeah.
Caveat.
Yes, it is.
There are people who hate Keir Starmer, and they're all on the left.
Okay, what I'm saying, though, is, like, I guess what I'm saying is it's not actually his fault.
Right, he's just a boring guy.
Who can't fix the problems of the country because they're very hard.
But what, I mean, how would you fix any of the problems? All of the Britain's grandeur is built, you had a huge empire.
Right.
Before the empire, you were, what, a pirate state? There was nothing going for, in terms of world importance, before the 1500s. What did Britain, there was no great towers, there were no great marble things, there was no top hats and Mary Poppins type behavior. It's all built on the wealth of empire. And you give up the empire and you go, why is it all falling apart? It's because you're not extracting wealth from Africa.
So you think we should bring back colonialism?
I think you have to choose between being a great country and accepting a mediocre place in the world. And sadly, that would require a lot of violence. But you're going to become the Singapore of Europe? Switzerland's already done that. You're not going to get all the banking. No? Switzerland has a independence to it that the Brits don't even want. You're so pleased to be. You have the European continental ideology on
So
the...
who should we colonize, do you think?
It's a great question. I haven't decided yet. Certainly Normandy you have a historical right to.
Yes.
Absolutely.
And Brittany. It's in the name.
Maybe that's what I meant to say. They still play bagpipes there.
What, in Brittany?
Yeah. I think they'll
That's a
welcome
reasonable.
you.
That's a reasonable excuse.
Henry V takes that? Am I right?
You're testing our history knowledge.
I am. They don't know about any of that here. I'm excited to get to speak to anyone who knows the name of more than one king. How about Henry VIII?
Henry VIII, look.
Terrible guy.
Is that because you're Catholic and he set up the Church of England?
Yes. He set up the church in England. Elizabeth sets up the Church of England.
Really?
I believe I'm getting that right. I'm being scowled
Why are you
at by a
looking at
producer.
them?
Check it out. Check it out. Because he's got a laptop. I think I'm right.
I'm pretty sure that Henry established the Church of England. He was the first head of the Church of England.
He maintains that they're still part of the Catholic Church, but that he happens to be the head of that church, specifically in England. He doesn't break with them on doctrinal points, and I think he acknowledges papal supremacy in the rest of the church. Possibly, I mean, do you know the Blake poem, the song Jerusalem?
Yeah, of course.
And did those feet in ancient time. This is the conspiracy that Christ in his youth goes to Britain and establishes the church there before he establishes it in Jerusalem and thereby Rome. And thus, there is some sort of weird clandestine British supremacy that he can lay claim to.
That does sound very like some of these American religions who believe that Jesus...
You guys started it. Once again, they're just aping the British cultural trend. I think I'm getting all of that right.
This isn't true, right? This is the thing.
I think this is all true.
No, not that bit. Go on, Billy.
Thank you so much.
Where are you reading that?
Fact check.
Where are you reading that? Get that on Wikipedia and do a little deeper dive. I'm not accepting your ChatGPT take on this.
Fact check failed.
Yeah.
No, I'm right.
No, you can't just say that. That is so American.
This is the problem with the modern world, right here, right here.
I'll be vindicated by history.
No, this is an American. You present them with facts about their crazy little conspiracy theory, and their rebuttal to you is,
I've
no.
turned my phone off to be polite. I can't look it up.
No, I'm right.
No, I'm right.
I think I'm right.
This is the modern... I know you clearly do.
I think I'm right.
It doesn't matter how many times you say it.
The people will decide.
But see...
May history judge me.
History, we are judging you right now. We are history.
Yeah.
We sit here in judgment.
I think I'm right.
There's 4 people in this room that don't agree with you.
Well, you're all British. You're all invested in this Church of England.
No one is that invested in the church.
I don't think
Your monarch is the head of the religion. Surely it's still, you can be executed for not being.
I don't think there's anything you could do in Britain to get executed.
I don't want to talk about it too much. I want to leave that to the end. But, boy, do you not think the Church of England collapsing is the big problem ultimately facing your country? You were run on a state religion. You had a real thing going for yourselves.
Do you know what? Genuinely, that is a major part. The fact that we don't have a religion, which leaves a vacuum at the heart of culture.
Yeah. Which
therefore means that there's nothing that we all agree on.
Whereas here, they do have the Constitution, and there is like a weird love of the Constitution here that is I've never encountered anywhere else. Like the Founding Fathers are sort of saints. You don't go against the Founding Fathers. The Constitution is a beautiful document and must be respected and can't just be removed. I mean, you guys don't even have it.
No, we have an unwritten constitution.
You have an unwritten constitution.
Which is not a constitution.
And we've got one, but it's very boring. It's just how much does the Governor-General get paid per year? There's not a lot of rights imposed in the Australian Constitution, except by, like, the penumbra of, well, they have a freedom of religion, so freedom of speech is implied. Do you want a freedom of speech in the UK?
Yeah.
But do you want that enshrined by law, or do you want that as a norm?
Everything is always better as a norm.
Yes.
Because...
They would disagree here.
Yeah. The problem is, though, that I think having things as a norm is much better.
Sure.
But the question is that sustainable? Because norms are subject to change and laws aren't, right?
Yeah.
But it's much better, like my view is it's much better to have a society where no one kills each other than having a law against murder. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
And to the extent that you can achieve that, that's better.
But you've lost the norm of free speech in the UK.
Correct.
Yes.
And so what is how would you get that back?
Don't know.
I think the only way is via the law. I think the only way is to enshrine it in law and then to have it tested in the court of law.
Yeah. Or maybe we could stop teaching 3-year-olds that if someone said something that hurt their feelings, that's a violation of the,
Losing the schools is big.
Right.
Yeah.
That's where all of this shit comes from.
And there have been attempts to sort of wrestle that. Like Toby Young spent the last 15 or whatever years trying to take over. He was trying to start up charter schools. Is this correct?
Yeah.
And this was...
How do you know so much about the UK? It's weird.
It's on the internet. I spoke to a lot of people when I was there trying to figure out. Also, I liked the Toby Young book. He used to have the funniest articles in The Spectator every time. So I looked into what he was doing. And then it seems like... I mean, the right was not really interested in holding on to the institutions anywhere for the last 100 years. We just let the universities go. We let the schools go. We let the church go. And maybe that's pivoting back now, but I mean, in America, boy, the right is trying to march through the institution in a big way. But is it
working?
I don't know. Certainly it's making a lot of people very unhappy. And there's big protests, and the New York Times is going livid. But that's what that whole Project 2025 thing is let's stack. They call it the deep state, you just have the civil service. There's a much nicer, cheerier name for it. But is there any sense that, I mean, this is weird, because Reform is probably going to win this next election. We spoke about this briefly. If nothing changes, if the election's held today and they don't change, if they don't get preferential voting instead of first past the post and all these things, all right, then you have 300-400 Reform guys in Parliament. The whole civil service is still, whatever that Oxbridge, BBC, Guardian reading, whatever that thing is.
Blob.
The blob. You call it the blob?
Yeah.
Blob. I like the blob. But how would you change the blob? That's the real fight, isn't it?
That is the real fight, because it needs what is called root and branch reform.
Yeah.
Because you can't implement policies, because what the minister does is the minister, let's say, of health presents it to the civil servants. But if the civil servants don't want to enact the policy, then the strategies they use is they don't refuse to do it. They just make it really difficult, make it slow, tedious, arduous. So by the time it gets through, it's, instead of taking weeks or a month, it will take months, if not years.
This is Yes Minister and Yes Prime Minister, which is a great... See, you're, as a country, you're very comfortable with... You had a sitcom explaining that that's how it worked. And then Americans, they go, there's a deep state, and people freak out and go, no, there's not. It's like, well, of course there's people running the government who have jobs, who aren't just elected, who are there before and after. But the right... I mean, Thatcher sort of steps out of wanting to even attempt to remedy that. They just go, we'll make government smaller. We'll give government less to do. We won't try and keep government as it is, but put our people in there instead of the other party people. But is there any, I mean, are people, is Nigel Farage trying to do that?
Yeah. Yeah, no, part of what they want to do is cut the number of civil servants, get rid of all the ones that are ideologically possessed, so to speak, etc.
Yeah.
But the actual biggest challenge for reform, you talk about 300, 400 guys in Parliament, is where do you find 300 to 400 people?
Who are good people, who are conscientious people, who don't have a scandal rating? There's no way.
Well, that's part of it, but you also then have to be charismatic, because this is the difference between the US and the UK. President Trump needed like 10 people to be the face of his team.
And he can pick them. He can pick his cabinet from the general population.
But no, but I mean even prior to forming the government, get re-elected, what he needed was him, Tulsi Gabbard, RFK Jr., Elon at the time, J.D. Vance, right? I probably missed Vivek was also involved. You had these like 6, 7 people. And that's what you needed to win. Then you get into government, you can appoint whoever you want, What Nigel Farage has to do is have 300 to 400 people who are actually capable of getting elected in their own right under the reform umbrella. And finding 300 to 400 people who can do that, that's the real challenge.
You know how at the beginning of every year, people say, this is a year things change. Then by February, everything looks the same. If you've been sitting on a business idea for months or even years, 2026 is your line in the sand. The most common thing that separates people who talk about building something from the people who actually do it is taking the first step. And if you want this to be the year you finally launch, the smartest move you can make is starting your business with Shopify.
2026 is the year you launch your business, the year you transform into an entrepreneur, founder, or boss. One powerful move puts your future firmly in your hands. Starting a business with Shopify. Maybe you've got a...
the immigration thing is... It's a big issue.
You could say that.
But I don't understand... Well, I didn't want to talk about Enoch Powell. There was a Rest is History podcast about him recently. They've done Enoch Powell. And what they don't acknowledge is that the things that they do very briefly, they acknowledge that a lot of what he said has come to pass. I'm not an Enoch Powell supporter. I've got to say that. He was gay. You guys didn't want to believe that Enoch Powell was gay. But I'm telling you, if you look that up.
Okay, Billy, look that up.
But
what do you mean Enoch Powell was gay?
I mean, he was a gay man who did gay things.
He was married to a woman his entire life.
Of course. No married man could participate in homosex. That's not the problem with Enoch Powell. People have a right to be attracted to people of the same sex. But the crux of that speech, that is the Rivers of Blood speech, seems to be he's worried about the native population of Britain's response to the immigration. And that does seem to be taking place. There is there looks like from outside there's a groundswell of anti-immigrant feeling.
There is.
Well, that's rough.
But I don't think it's fair to say that that's what Enoch Powell was worried about. He was worried about the way that, at least I understand it, the fact that the native population would be put in a position of relative weakness in relation to immigrants.
So there's that expression that the black man will have the whip hand over. Yeah. But I think when he closes in that speech, he's saying the thing to be worried about is the response of white Britons as they have that feeling. Not that it'll take place. I think he's doing an odd. There's more nuance in that speech than I think.
I'm not convinced about it. Francis, when you said to me, let's get James McCann, the comedian, on, I think it'd be great. I did not think we'd be talking about Enoch Powell being gay.
Stop talking about it.
Was Enoch
Powell
we've
gone quiet over Enoch Powell being gay, have we?
But then someone else argues he didn't.
He had many what?
So just for you, the people won't be
What's
able to
wrong
hear
with
that.
me?
Allegedly, one of his tutors said that he had a homosexual affair.
Yes.
But then someone else said.
Last year alone, 4,620 British Columbians died on government waitlists waiting for surgeries and diagnostic scans. So while the bureaucracy is ballooning, well, it's exploding. Normal British Columbians are being left the short end of the stick. We're being left with bigger bills, higher taxes, more government debt, and in a lot of cases, worse services.
We are the Canadian Taxpayers Federation, and we are fighting for lower taxes, less waste, more accountable government. Guys, we always hear Franco going on and on about the bureaucracy balloon that's happening in Ottawa. And he's absolutely right. Like, they've added about 100,000 people to the ranks of the bureaucracy in Ottawa. It's gross, it's inflated, it's out of control, and it's costing taxpayers a ton of money. But unfortunately, it's not just the feds. Carson, you and I were talking before we hit record. Your government's kind of going banana pants right now when it comes to hiring more bureaucrats, right?
Chris, it is bonkers. It seems like over the past couple of years, this government's solution to literally any problem is let's hire a whole ton of bureaucrats. So I'm just going to throw some numbers out, folks. So sit down for this. Right now, or at least as of 2025, we'll get the new numbers soon. The BC government employed a total of 593,000 people. So almost 600,000 folks in total across the province picking up paychecks in some way, shape, or form from taxpayers. Now that includes everything from the bureaucratic paper pushers in Victoria to nurses and doctors who might be employed by the health districts, to teachers and janitors who might be employed by the school districts.
Okay.
So it's a whole cross-section of different types of people. But what I really want to focus in on, zoom right in on, is that core bureaucracy, right? Okay. Those are the paper pushers in Victoria, the ministerial staffers. When you think of like government bureaucrats, you're thinking of that core bureaucracy segment. And Chris, that core bureaucracy segment has been shooting up like a rocket. I mean, it's grown in headcount by 21% over the past 5 years alone. 21% growth in the core bureaucracy over the past 5 years. Right now, the salaries and compensation for that core bureaucracy is costing us $4.6 billion with a B dollars every year. Now, just for context, that's $600 million more than government expects to collect in property taxes this year. So take every dime of provincial property taxes, send that to government, sprinkle on an extra $600 million just for seasoning, And that's the cost of the paper pushers in Victoria. But I want just 21% growth in 5 years. For any of our listeners on the West Coast, I've got an important question for you. Do you think the quality of service you've gotten from government is 21% better than it was 5 years ago? I sure as heck aren't seeing that massive increase, but I want to hear from you. Are you? Let us know in the comments down below, because I'm genuinely curious about this one.
And really quick there, Gage, one sec. Carson's right, guys. This is an interactive, experience. So be sure to like this video and share it with people who need to know, but let us know in the comments. If you're living on the West Coast, is government making your life 21% better because they're doing such a bang-up job? I don't know. You might surprise me. Let us know in the comments. 12 Gauge, you were going to jump in there.
Well, I was just going to say that I bet they're sending a lot more emails, maybe. They're getting their email count might be up about organizing meetings, about meetings that might lead to a report or a commission one day. But that's the question actually, though, Carson. Do you have any idea at all what these people are doing other than just taking money from taxpayers?
Well, I can tell you that we've seen big increases in various budgets, which makes me think that's where a lot of these new bureaucrats are going. For example, the Premier, David Eby, has increased his private office's budget by several $1 million over the past few years.
Perks of the
Generally
job.
speaking, when ministers' offices see those kinds of increases in spending in their budget, at least part of that is because of new bureaucrats. And we know David Eby hired at least one new bureaucrat, because it was all over the newspapers that he hired a comedian at a total contract value of up to, I think it was $450,000, to inject some humor into the Premier's speeches. Well, Chris, Gage, I can sure tell you that British Columbian taxpayers aren't laughing at that kind of waste. I think most folks would rather see that money go towards, things government should be focusing on. Schools, hospitals, leaving more money in your pockets through tax cuts instead of sending it to comedians to write jokes for the Premier. Chris, it kind of reminds me of in the Middle Ages, the king or the nobles used to have a court jester kind of juggling in the corner at the feasts, whispering jokes into the king's ear that he laughs about.
Yes.
It's kind of the image I'm getting from this private comedian David Eby's employed at the taxpayer dime. But Gage, I think you actually hit on a really important question here. What are taxpayers seeing for this explosion in the bureaucracy? Let's take a bird's eye view. Across the entire provincial government, the bureaucracy, and that's the entire public service, cost us $53 billion in 2025. It's across the entire government. Even after accounting for inflation, that cost has gone up by about 28% in the past 3 years. And that's adjusting for inflation. That is the most generous possible interpretation. But seriously, who is getting 28% better service for that money? I don't think any British Columbian would say there are. Because I can tell you that while the costs and the headcount of that bureaucracy has ballooned, we're seeing British Columbians left in hotel hallways, in the corridors, because there's not rooms for them. We're seeing kids on multi-year wait lists to get into kindergarten because there's not classrooms for them. Last year alone, 4,620 British Columbians died on government wait lists waiting for surgeries and diagnostic scans. So while the bureaucracy is ballooning, it's exploding. Normal British Columbians are being left the short end of the stick. We're being left with bigger bills, higher taxes, more government debt, and in a lot of cases, worse services.
That is just gross, Carson, and lived there for a long time as a British Columbian. It just sounds like it is getting worse and worse year over year, so lots of work cut out for us there. Gage, I wanted to check in on you because here in Alberta, nobody's perfect. No government is perfect. They're still wasting too much money. That's all understood. But generally speaking, their FTEs are basically keeping up with the pace of population growth. It hasn't been anything exponential like what Carson's describing. How are things, though, in the other provinces here in the prairies? How are things in Saskatchewan and Manitoba when it comes to the size of the bureaucracy?
Yeah, so we're looking at the core bureaucracy in Saskatchewan and Manitoba. First off, not nearly as bad as British Columbia, you know, and it takes a lot for me, the guy who yells at the Saskatchewan, Manitoba governments all the time, to admit that. Makes my job less fun when governments waste less money, but it's better for taxpayers, so I'll take that win. But we look at since 2017, so around the time that Scott Moe became premier, just the year after in that fiscal year, the bureaucracy has grown by about 6%, right? So not a crazy number when we look at like how much population growth has increased in that time. More people have moved to Saskatchewan. In Manitoba, though, the story's a little bit more interesting. Since that same 2017 year, the core bureaucracy is actually down by about 8%. So this isn't because of some crazy NDP cost cutting, I'd like to highlight though. The previous government that was in charge of Manitoba was working for a long time to kind of slowly reduce the number of bureaucrats we're seeing, whereas now it's starting to ratchet up a little bit again. So it could still stay lower, right? We're always hoping that Premier Wabkanu will keep going for taxpayers on that one, but it's looking like it's going in the wrong direction. And we've seen other things in Manitoba that shows also bad signs, right? The Sunshine List has more than doubled since 2020, so there's a little bit less bureaucrats, but they're being paid a lot more, so it's still a cost to taxpayers. But that pay actually is one thing that I want to touch on. It's kind of related to what Carson was saying, but when we think about people who work for the government as bureaucrats, there's also a fairness aspect in that to taxpayers, right? Because bureaucrats cash the checks, but taxpayers pay the bills. And if you're a bureaucrat, your job is typically a lot better than someone who's paying those bills, right? If you work for the government, you obviously get paid more when you work a similar job. That's a fact. And that's not just saying, oh, because you have a degree, it's saying people who work similar jobs with a degree outside the government, you get paid more when you work from the government. You're more likely to have a pension, which is a really great thing when you get to those retirement ages. You retire earlier also, and you generally have higher levels of job security. So when we're talking about how big this bureaucracy is ballooning in all these places, also take into account that these are jobs that the taxpayers who are paying for them don't have access to, but are still forced to put the bill for.
That's a
Can I
good
jump
point.
in there, Chris?
Yeah, go ahead, Carson.
Can I build there? Because I think, Gage, I want to build off what you said, because we're seeing a similar thing in BC with the explosion of our Sunshine List. So in BC, the government, crown corporations, they're required to disclose any employee who makes more than $75,000 a year. It's the law. What government doesn't do is they don't compile it anywhere. So it's up to taxpayers, journalists, researchers to parse through that to try to build a Sunshine List. And the Vancouver Sun, credit to that newspaper, has done a really good job of doing that hard work, building this searchable, consolidated Sunshine List database. I was scrolling through it just before we jumped on this call. Right now, there are at least 71 taxpayer-funded employees across BC's government who made more than $500,000 last year. 71 at $500,000 or more. On top of that, there's at least 4 bureaucrats who worked for the BC government who were paid by taxpayers like me who made more than $1 million in total compensation last year. One of those is an investment person for UBC. The other 3 work for a subsidiary of BC Hydro, a Crown Corporation. That Crown Corporation is raising rates on British Columbians by 3.75% for the next 2 years, on each of the next 2 years. So executives taking home 7-figure paychecks while raising rates on British Columbians. And just for context, the median household income, so 2 people working in this province, is about $85,000 according to the CMHC. So you've got Crown Corporation executives making high 6 or 7-figure paychecks, while normal British Columbians could never dream of making that kind of money. That's just the reality of it. And look, when we're talking about compensation, about 56 cents of every dollar that the British Columbia government spends goes right towards compensation for the public service, all the bureaucrats, teachers, nurses, the whole shebang.
Wow.
Right? So you cannot fix our provincial budget in British Columbia without reducing the size of the bureaucracy. You can't do it. And look, that's hard. Nobody wants to get pink slips. Nobody wants to be sending out pink slips. But the fact is, we can't afford to keep spending like sailors on a bureaucracy that's way bigger than we need and way more expensive than taxpayers can afford. We're staring down $156 billion worth of provincial government debt. You can't start balancing the budget unless we start right-sizing the provincial bureaucracy. It just can't be done.
I can't get over your provincial debt. That is just insane. Like, it just is legit insane. Like, I wouldn't let any state or province off of the hook, but British Columbia is literally sitting on a gold mine and platinum mine and whatever other kind of rare earth mineral mine, copper, you name it. And it's got logging and it's got fishing and it has got so much natural resources. It should just be rolling in cash, like big surpluses all the time. Not to mention an entire coastline of ports for trade. Like, it is bonkers that you guys are more than $100 billion in debt. And here you are paying crazy interest on top of it too. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was going to say you're absolutely right. And up until David Eby became premier, throughout many of the John Horgan budgets, we were seeing big surpluses.
I know.
All of that has evaporated. David Eby is planning, according to the budget, to add $27 billion of new debt to our provincial books next year. Right now, interest is costing us $5.3 billion. Fast forward to 2027, and it's going to be $7.7 billion. I mean, we're dealing with eye-watering amounts of money being wasted on debt interest and going deeper and deeper into this debt cycle. We can't afford it, and calling it bad fiscal management, well, that's just putting it mildly.
Yeah, big time. Gage, I want to shift back to you here because Carson just said a point that John Horgan, who was an NDP premier, you may not like him for a million other reasons, okay, but they did have balanced budgets most of the time. If you looked carefully, though, their capital was going up too much. But I digress. My point is, the budgets were not the absolute dumpster fire that Carson is describing right now. He was still NDP. I'm always trying to look through rose-colored glasses and have little hopeful promises made to myself. Do you think there's a chance that tax fighters could convince NDP Premier of Manitoba, Wab Kinew, to take something like a big bureaucracy, to take something like the debt seriously? Because to his credit, you know, he was working hard on things like gas tax cuts. I think he's on side with the Taxpayers Federation, speaking out against the firearms seizure. Like, there are some good things, right? I don't want to make your job harder.
No, definitely. Like, I think that Wab Kinew is a little bit different than your typical, especially West Coast NDP premier. Much more of the prairie NDP, the kind of what it's known for, you know? Because we look at, in Saskatchewan, the NDP balanced the budget for many years, and in Manitoba, the government still says that they're committed to balancing the budget by 2027. The performance up to this point hasn't really inspired a lot of confidence in taxpayers that that's going to happen. But we keep pressuring them. They keep responding to our pressure, you know, trying to defend themselves. They understand that taxpayers are in their ear. And on the bureaucracy, it's just another thing to highlight, right? I think the biggest thing that we've been talking about in Manitoba is that sunshine list, that there's all these extra people making more than $100,000 a year. And I think that, like when regular people go to Kinew and talk to him about the firearms seizure, talk to him about making life more affordable with gas tax cuts, even though they kind of did reverse on that later, it shows that he's listening at some degree, that maybe is better than other politicians. So keep it up, keep mentioning these high costs to provincial politicians like that, and hopefully get some movement for taxpayers, and eventually that real balanced budget and some debt going down.
He does seem more populisty, if I can use that term, like where he listens to people a little bit more. Again, I'm using rose-colored glasses. Here in Alberta, we've got great mechanisms, right? We've got recall legislation, we've got referendums, we have grassroots organizations, like you trip over them. You try walking through a hotel lobby, there's some grassroots organization for whatever cause. There's a million of them here in Alberta. It's one of the best things about Alberta is its ground game, engaged political activism. But the reason why I'm asking you this is because it seems like it might be easier to nudge someone like Wob Canoe in the right direction. However, Carson, EB, actually had to be forced, if I'm putting it that way, to get rid of the consumer carbon tax, something I never thought I would ever see. Like, pigs were flying through the clear blue sky when that happened.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I think we're in sort of an interesting position where David Eby isn't just offside taxpayers on a lot of the really important issues, but he's also offside other New Democrats. I mean, John Horgan's former finance minister, Selena Robinson, who left Eby with a big surplus, hasn't been pulling any punches. Folks should check her out on X, because she has been calling Eby out time and time again for his reckless spending, big borrowing, and no plans to return any kind of balance to the budget. And you're right about the carbon tax as well, Chris. Look, you remember your time in BC when the NDP were sitting in the opposition benches, the BC Liberals were in government, David Eby, John Horgan, the whole crew was speaking out against carbon taxes. You know, I think John Horgan said folks wouldn't be able to heat their homes when the wild West Coast winds are howling because of the carbon tax. But tax fighters had to drag Premier David Eby kicking and screaming to axe the consumer carbon tax, something he was railing against when he was in opposition. We've seen other NDP premiers, like Wob Canoe in Manitoba, stand up and take a principled stance against the federal government's gun grab and confiscation program, which won't make our streets safer and are going to cost taxpayers a whole boatload of money, according to the law enforcement experts. So time and time again, it seems, Eby is offside from what taxpayers want, and he's offside from other New Democrats across the country. It's a really, really bizarre situation, and I certainly hope Eby is looking over at Wob Canoe, the most popular premier in the country, according to a lot of polls, looking at his own poll numbers, which have him near rock bottom,
Yeah, he's a great woman beater.
and wondering if there's some ideas he can steal from the Manitoba government. And David, buddy, there absolutely are. Stand up against Ottawa's gun grab. Stop adding more fuel to the bureaucratic fire that's burning up our budget, and start taking cost of living affordability for taxpayers more seriously. This isn't a left-right, NDP, conservative, it doesn't matter what color jersey you're wearing. These are common sense policy positions that pretty much everyone agrees with, except David Eby for whatever reason.
He's too busy distracting himself picking fights with Danielle Smith here in Alberta for whatever reason. Fill in the blank. I wanted to quickly point out, because we hear from our supporters all the time, and please let us know what you think in the comments. But I hear from our supporters all the time over email or at a rally or a pub event or something. They love it when we tell stories about historical little factoids. To your point on the whole axing the tax thing amongst New Democrats in British Columbia, my favorite part isn't the late former Premier John Horgan saying, when the wild West Coast winds blow, what are you going to do? My favorite was when Carol James, who was the former finance minister at the time, she used to be the NDP provincial leader. She called the carbon tax in BC lipstick on a pig, okay? She said this out loud with her face at a BC municipality's AGM, okay? It was all wired for sound. She was right up there on stage and she said it. Get this, when she led the NDP into that next election, her campaign slogan, axe the tax. I kid you not. Here, 1 second. What's Franco's book called here? Yeah. Okay. Truth is stranger than fiction, folks. So if you hear like old-timey stories like this of New Democrats used to be tax fighters, yeah, especially the late federal leader, Jack Layton. He couldn't stand the carbon tax. He told me out loud with his face when I would book him for TV shows. And especially he couldn't stand it because he thought it was especially unfair to poor people and people who had low income because it was punishing them for heating their homes, okay? And buying food. So I just want to try to give, Gage, help me give Carson a pep talk. I'm trying to give Carson a pep talk that if New Democrats can come back around to their original position on things like carbon taxes, maybe they'll start cutting bureaucracy, right? Like, Gage, you were saying that it is possible, maybe?
No, it's definitely possible. I think there's Saskatchewan's the greatest example, right? When the government spends too much money, racks up too much debt, they'll make the tough decisions to balance the budget and deliver for taxpayers, right? We're just hoping that the government, specifically in British Columbia, realizes that the best place to cut is that bureaucracy because it's growing so fast, and they start cutting before the debt gets to such a high level that it starts causing other problems for taxpayers. But I mean, I think Carson's doing a pretty good job, and all the tax fighters out there at pushing him on these issues. So if history goes anything to show for it, we can push an NDP premier in the right direction, and I think we have a pretty good shot.
We have hope, Carson. Carson, if people in particular in the West want to help out British Columbia, what should they do? I know they can join the Taxpayers Association. Is that the best way to go?
Yeah, joining the CTF, heading over to taxpayer.com. That's taxpayer.com. Head over to our petitions tab and see if there's any there that really speak to you. You know, one that I'm working on right now that I know has a lot of our supporters from coast to coast fired up is focusing on property rights, protecting property rights and making sure that folks' homes won't be pulled out from under them. So there's a whole lot of petitions and ways you can get involved on taxpayer.com. Otherwise, let us know what you think in the comment section down below. That's always a great way to get involved and let us know what your thoughts are.
12 gauge, on that note, really quick, you guys are doing a good job on the whole gun confiscation thing. You guys are getting a lot of traction there. I know we've got a big tax fighter army trying to convince the federal government to get rid of this gun confiscation. And I had to, sorry, I'm springing this on you. I didn't tell you I was going to ask you this. But I gotta say, I'm pretty happy seeing so many police associations and police departments saying, yeah, no, we're not participating in that. Do you remember a few months back when we went through that list and we like phoned and emailed all of them across Canada saying, are you guys gonna participate in this, yes or no? I didn't hear back, but I'm just gonna say something. First responders and law enforcement, they talk more than ladies in a hair salon. So I think that the message went through real fast, and it's pretty cool seeing a lot of police associations and departments saying, you know what, this is just going to cost too much money and it's not going to make them safer. Is that the same feedback you're hearing?
Oh, that's exactly right. And I don't know if you saw this, Chris, but essentially everybody now hates Ottawa's gun ban and confiscation scheme. I got a quick list of all the police forces, not even all the police forces. It was current as of a couple days ago, but who knows how many more are now on the list refusing to help Ottawa. We've got Charlottetown, the Toronto Police Service, Woodstock, the London Police Service, the Ontario Provincial Police, Waterloo, Barrie, Sarnia, Kawartha, Peterborough, Hamilton, Brantford, Durham, and those are the police forces themselves, not just the union. And we've got almost every premier on board as well. So I kind of think that goes to show the other stuff we were talking about with Carson's fight in BC, is that for a while it seemed like taxpayers were going to lose this one, it was going to be over, but the tide looks like it's turning again, and it's only because we're keeping up the pressure. Taxpayers are still fighting on this, and we're not going to give up till we win.
Awesome. All right, I'm going to end it on that really great note. Hey, folks, these two gentlemen work really hard, and they're absolutely right. It's because of tax fighters like you.
Yeah. Fire in the hole, baby. Fuck y'all.
There you are.
Thanks, Alex.
I need a clear shot, Gordon.
Fucking, I figured out what it was. It was Steam recognizes your mouse as a controller, so I gotta turn it off. I turned it off downstairs. Ended up working. And my guy like fucking goes off on his own sometimes. Whoops. Giblet. Giblet. Okay, I don't know how more direct those hits could have been. Like, it was right on the motherfucker's face. Bruh. Bruh. Prove it. Bruh.
Hazardous radiation
Bruh. Bruh. Bruh, bruh. 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 Like, jumping in this game is not like the fucking slickest shit I've ever experienced in a game. But... Bruh.
Major fracture detected.
Let's find something else to put on. Maybe take a break. Yes, I see the vehicle.
Great driving, Gordon.
Well done, Freeman.
Oh my god. Look at this.
Piece of shit.
We scored. Shotgun. Oh. Unless you want it.
I fear a more urgent errand demands our attention. There are advisors yet unhatched.
We'll keep on the lookout.
This road will take you near White Forest, but be wary that others may use it as well.
I can't tell you how grateful I am.
Our bonds are of nature and require no gratitude.
Stay safe.
Likewise, and farewell. It has been an honor.
Should have known it wouldn't be as easy as just driving down the road. Looks like we'll have to take a detour. You mind if I wait in the car? A radio tower. If it's working, we need to send a warning to White Forest. They've got no idea the Combine's heading their way. I'll wait here. Nobody's home. Wonder how long it's been deserted. They must have a transmitter in one of these buildings. I'll keep a lookout while you poke around inside. Okay,
wasn't expecting that. Here it comes. We got the achievement. Kill a motherfucker with his own shit. Yeah, break time. Hey, yo, what up? You thought I forgot about you? Thought I forgot about you? Yeah, I briefly did. Anyway. We're going here.
I'm gonna get myself whatever the hell I want. I'm never telling myself no. They say don't buy it unless you can afford it
Some
twice.
retards.
I couldn't even afford it once. Still got it though.
The truth is, I don't want to be financially. I don't want to be financially responsible. I don't think it was my calling, and I hate to walk in anything but my purpose.
In 2022, I was making $126,000 a year. 2023, I was laid off. I had no emergency fund and ended up in $72,000 worth of debt.
Okay, so today we got a classic for the channel. We're going to be taking a look at people who are living above their means. And this is not because they have no options and they have to put groceries on credit cards just to survive. Nope, we have people going above and beyond, whether they think that they deserve it or they just want to show off to people on social media. We have a lot to go over today, along with comments from you guys from previous videos. So if you want to be featured on a future video, leave in the comments down below. But let's start off with this clip.
I'm maybe 24 years old, and $28,000 in debt. But I work 2 full-time jobs pretty much, financially independent, live alone, pay everything on my own. So I'm gonna get myself a sweet treat. I'm gonna get myself whatever the hell I want. I'm never telling myself no. They say don't buy it unless you can afford it twice. I couldn't even afford it once. Still got it though.
So a couple things with this one. She said that she was living on her own, paying her own bills, but then simultaneously being $28,000 worth of debt. So it doesn't really sound like everything's getting paid off. And something we're going to see throughout this entire video, just feeding into the instant gratification. I'm going to get whatever I want whenever I want. I deserve it. I work 2 full-time jobs. However, that same line of thinking is eating into most of your salary. I also find this kind of odd to record this and put it up on the internet in the first place. I don't know what type of reaction she was trying to look for, or maybe she was just hoping to go viral to get that dopamine hit. But I asked you guys in an older video, do you know someone who lives above their means? Everyone in my family. I'm the only one who knows if I make X amount of money, I could only spend X. I have a coworker that got a jacked up truck and he didn't even know what the price was going to be before deciding to get it. Wow. My sister-in-law, she has the money to go to Disneyland all the time, but can't even afford her kids' tuition for school. My father-in-law sadly pays for it. She gets Amazon packages like crazy and throws parties all the time, while her husband works hard. Sad. My brother, his image is everything, doesn't do delayed gratification, wants everything now, and it has to be grand in size. But now we can move on to an example of some pretty absurd family spending.
I'm currently down a rabbit hole with my finances, and I'm thinking this stuff is really interesting, and I wanted to share it with you guys for true transparency. I'm looking at how much I spent last year versus this year, and I'm on track to spend about the same. And to give you a glimpse of my life, I am a working mom. My husband works. We have twin girls that are 3.5 years old, and we live in Pennsylvania, not far from Philadelphia. And we spend about $140,000 a year. First time I heard that number, I was like, whoa, that seems like a lot of effing money. How are we spending that much money a year? But if you calculate in mortgage, interest, childcare, food, gas, like all the expenses, that's what you get. So now I'm curious, like, is that how much other people are spending too? Or am I way overspending? Am I underspending? Like,
okay, so if you thought that clip was bad, the comment section blows it out of the water. We spend almost $140,000 on our mortgage alone, so I think you're doing great. I spend that much without kids. Hope this helps. I'm in California and spend the same, girl. Life is expensive, and I don't like to cook. We live in New York and sure spend that. Life is crazy these days. Do I make anywhere close to that amount? Definitely not. Do I spend my entire salary? Yes. With a heart from the original creator. You're in good shape. We have 4 kids, spend $100,000 on a mortgage, $180,000 in tuition, and $120,000 in credit cards. The expenses are exhausting. Is this just a bait comment? I hope it is. And now we can go over to a clip with an actual lottery winner squandering all of it and going into debt.
We had a bit of a setback.
I'm a former lottery winner. I won $1 million.
$1 million?
Heard this story
Yeah, $1
before.
million on a scratch ticket in the state of Virginia when I was
Win $1 million,
28. I'm 36.
poor again.
I have gone through it all, so I am a part of that statistic that I don't know, 80 or 90% of lottery winners lose it. I swore that I wouldn't be, but here I am. And
what was the take home after the
$766,000 was what the actual ticket was worth. It wasn't actually worth $1 million. I know that's what they advertised, and then I paid taxes on that. So take home was $555.
And over the span of 8 years, you drain that $555 in your bank account to zero.
Yes, sir.
For the benefit of the listeners and a dark curiosity, can you tell us where that money went?
Obviously, I bought the ticket, so I gambled to buy the ticket, right? So that never stopped. It was more so with casinos, sports gambling, etc. Quite embarrassed by it.
Absolutely. Well, this is clearly, there's addictive behavior here. Have you dealt with that over the last 8 years? Are you still grappling with that?
Yes.
Now I know at the end of the day, $500,000 isn't something to completely retire and be able to live out your days doing whatever you want. However, I don't think I have to tell you that's a significant amount of money. But for some people, it's just never enough when we're talking about gambling. If I go to a casino with this kind of money, I could double it, and then I could be a millionaire. And rarely does that ever happen. You just develop a gambling problem. Now that $500,000 has disappeared, the gambling problem's still there, and your life is spiraling out of control. The first comment here, he did not win a lot of money. I didn't realize that everybody had a spare $500,000 in their bank account at all times. Like I just said, you can't go and retire off of that money, but you could completely pay off your house or put that in investments, get returns every year, making your financial burden much easier to deal with for the rest of your life. $550,000 would change my life. There's also people that didn't know that you get taxed. Getting taxed for a lottery winning is insane. They will tax you for absolutely anything.
You decided to get a
Lottery
Porsche.
winning,
Yeah,
fucking-
and you can't pay for groceries?
Went on a
What
TV
do you think
show
this car's
winning.
worth?
I bought it for $89, and
it's
maybe I
taxed.
could get $90,000 for it. I don't think it depreciates as much as other cars.
What kind of Porsche, by the way?
A 21 Macan
Okay.
Turbo.
You owe 65 on it. You could probably sell it for 64. Get rid of the Porsche today, dude.
Then what do I drive? The car that I got is pre-owned. It's not a brand new one.
So let's spend $1,500 a month on a used car. Okay. Sure.
Well, customer service is excellent, and it was only $20,000 more than what I paid for the Ford Edge.
I've never paid $20,000 a month for customer service before.
Okay, so we got a ton of stuff in this clip. So looking up
Shut
used Porsche Macan turbos, a 2024 is around 43,000. I'm seeing 50, 34. This one's only 19,000 with over 100,000 miles. 22,000, 45. So even selling it for 65 after you paid it 90 is a reach. I'm guessing she saw some videos about 911s holding their value pretty well recently. So she just thought that all
Porsche
Porsches
911s.
across the board did the same thing, and that is not the case. So she's going to get rinsed selling that vehicle, but it was worth the $1,500 a month because they also have really nice customer service at the dealership. It doesn't even really make sense. And the other comment that it was only $20,000 more than her Ford Edge, does that mean she previously bought a Ford Edge for $70,000? There is no way. I mean, there has to have been a 30% interest rate then. Just a whole host of terrible decisions just to be able to drive around with that Porsche logo on the car. The top comment is just a screenshot of another Porsche Macan for $36,000. She bought a $36,000 Porsche for
It's one of
$90,000.
those
She thinks the
motherfuckers.
Macan is worth $90,000. $89,000 for a pre-owned Macan soccer mom car is diabolical. But if you watch this channel, you know there's unlimited content when talking about vehicles. Homeless right now, but still in a Charger. Oh man, calm down everyone. He doesn't have his priorities straight, but remember, he's still got a Charger. Honestly, I'd rather have a nice car than a house. That's a pretty sound financial decision in today's world, but whatever, who cares? Just buy anything that you want. Doesn't matter if you filed bankruptcy because you couldn't pay it back in the first place. Just go do it all again and be in the debt cycle forever.
So when I posted my video
whatchamacallit.
about buying a new truck,
It's one of those
after doing a bankruptcy, some people are saying this and
minders.
saying that. No, check it out. You could do a bankruptcy, and the same month that you go to court and get it discharged, and they send you the paperwork saying it's discharged,
another credit
you
card.
go into a dealership, like over here at Gresham Dodge, and they'll put you in a vehicle, a brand new vehicle. I originally came in here after my bankruptcy, and they got me a $60,000 loan on a pickup truck right after my bankruptcy. So if you want any of these new Jeeps, or you want some of the new Rams that are over there, or that one right there, and you got to do a bankruptcy, do your bankruptcy. It's $1,400. You come in here the same month you get your discharge paperwork, finance a brand new vehicle and drive off the lot and start building your credit.
Sure, start building your credit. I highly doubt the same people who just filed for bankruptcy are going to be able to afford to make payments on a $60,000+ vehicle, with obviously terrible interest rates. I also like to add, of course, the vehicles he was advertising are some of the worst cars you could get on the market. The Jeeps, the Rams, anything Stellantis are just incredibly unreliable and depreciate very quickly. Coming right out of bankruptcy and going $60,000 in debt on a truck is wild. Yeah, after bankruptcy it's 30% interest, tell them that. What's the point of getting out of debt just to go back into debt? Because it feels nice driving around in a brand new 2026 Ram 1500, even though you have no business in doing so. We got a comment from you guys right here. Pro ball players prove on a daily basis that you can make $10 million a year and spend $11 million, and things are going to go wrong. That's why I think financial literacy is so important in today's world. Along with so many people living above your means, it doesn't matter if you make $10,000 a year or $10 million. You spend more than what's coming in, you're gonna end up broke. And I think this is a perfect transition into some of the influencers and the amount of money they spend.
How the does this degenerate make so much money? How does he do so well? How do you afford a Ferrari? You just moved to Miami. You're doing all this crazy.
I do spend a lot of my money. In terms of my peers around me, I definitely spend more of my income than them. Like, I know other people probably save their money. But the problem is I've had such solid cash flow for literally 5 years, and it's ruined my idea of saving money to me. For 5 years, bro, I've had fantastic amount of cash flow that I'm so grateful for. Every month, I'm spending 30, 40 grand, but I'm still making 60, 70, $80,000 or $100,000 a month.
Okay, so let's say that that's actually true. 5 years of solid income in the grand scheme of things, along with this kind of regular spending, is not nearly as long as you think. I know in the influencer world, you could blow up and within a few months just completely disappear and all of your income dries up. But even with him making more money than he's spending over the past 5 years, whenever that day does inevitably come and people stop watching, you're gonna be so used to spending ludicrous amounts of money 24/7 that you're still going to end up losing all of it.
But like I said, I know everybody's wondering how much was I making. So I want to say during the years of 2017 through like 2020, 2021, maybe the beginning of it, on average, I think like my yearly salary was around like $300,000 to almost $400,000 from social media. Where the f was the money going? I had moved into a apartment. I moved into my first solo apartment, high-rise apartment in Brooklyn, and my rent there was 4.3. So there's that in rent. I was also spending an average of
$4,300 rent.
$6,000
Where
to
did you live?
$8,000 a month on my credit card because I was just buying myself whatever the hell I wanted.
$6 grand
at the
a
time.
month on
I
a
was
credit
also
card?
spending a lot of money on all of my friends because I was making the most amount of money at the time and I just wanted to spend it on everybody else. And then, you know, I was just doing stupid shit at the time because I had like a lot of money. Like I would go to this club with my friends and spend $1,000. Like it was ridiculous.
Now, what I would say is that I hope that this doesn't happen in today's world, 2026, because there are so many stories like this of people almost 10 years ago when social media popularity was exploding. They thought this was going to last forever. I could spend as much money as I want. It's all right. And then the popularity money fades, and they come to realize that they wasted so much of their cash. But on the other hand, the previous clip we saw of somebody spending a crazy amount of money was a pretty recent clip. So I don't know. It just seems like these clips are going to constantly roll out in the future. But we can move on to the insane thought process for buy now, pay later loans.
You got kicked off a firm.
It makes sense to me. You're getting what you want when you want it, but you're only paying it in fourths. So like 1/4 and then 1/4 and 1/4.
Yeah, but why'd you get kicked off?
I bought my mom a purse for her birthday.
How much was the purse?
I think it was like $400.
You bring in $50,000 a year. Well, rent's only $500.
$570.
Hearing that number of rent's usually the biggest ongoing expense. So maybe it was so high that she's almost forced to have to pay for groceries. No.
No.
Never even heard of getting kicked off the firm.
I'm pretty sure it's in collections.
So the farther we got into the clip, the worse it got. One of the biggest expenses for anybody is where they live, renting or a mortgage, and her rent being only $570 would put her in a way better financial situation than most people out there today, but it doesn't matter. She ends up getting banned from the firm because she can't pay back her loans for all the crap she's buying. Amazing. We got another comment from you guys right here. In Bulgaria, this is so common, it's comical at this point. People take out loans just to impress other people they don't care about. Cars, bags, phones, clothes, you name it. And at the end of the month, they call you to ask to lend some money. Honestly, I know this economy is tough right now, but borrowing money from loan sharks just so you can gamble or buy something to impress someone else is just silly. But people love to share every aspect of their life on social media, even if they can't afford what they're showing off. We got another series of photos with a bunch of people hopping on this trend. I should have saved money to buy a house in 2025. Anyway, here's me at the NBA Finals. Indiana football game, we have Mardi Gras. Clemson LSU football game, the NFL playoffs, the Stanley Cup playoffs, a Jonas Brothers concert, another Pacers playoff game, a Bills game in Buffalo, Sabrina Carpenter concert, WNBA playoffs, Disney World, Eastern Conference finals, and moving to another state. This goes on and on. Told my husband we're going to save money this year. And then they bought a new car, bought a house as well, ripped out the carpet, flooring, and painting, and more remodeling, changing the backsplash. Then the husband gets a brand new pickup truck, and later that same year, I get a new car because I want more room. 2 cars in 1 year. And to top it off, an 8-day vacation. We should really save money this year. Yeah, you're right. Disney trip number 1, Nashville girls trip, birthday cruise, Disney trip number 2, Disney trip number 3, and going to Universal. This entire video could have just been this trend alone. It's insane to me how little people take this seriously.
My favorite time of the month is when my husband decides to go through all of our credit cards, and I'm just getting texts from him asking what all of the purchases were.
The truth is, I don't want to be financially. I don't want to be financially responsible. I don't think it's my calling, and I hate to walk in anything but my purpose. And that's a truth.
It's very interesting seeing these clips where seemingly people's entire personality is just overconsumption and being materialistic. We got a perfect example right here. A message to my daughter's future husband. This is how she spends Christmas with a Sephora bag on the way back to her suite at the Atlantis. We're just gonna go straight over to the comments. We're teaching ours to stay away from the materialistic ones. The middle class cosplaying as rich. The Atlantis isn't the flex you think it is. The wealth is silent. You guys are loud. This is so weird. To spend time with your kid, don't use them as a weird prop. OMG, Sephora, I could never dream of affording that. Wow, you're so rich. I don't know, some people online are very odd, but a comment from you guys goes perfectly with these types of clips. The fact that people want to remain financially ignorant of their situation is remarkable to me. Until one day you're going to have to face it, and it'll be a rude awakening.
In 2022, I was making $126,000 a year. 2023, I was laid off. I had no emergency fund and ended up in $72,000 worth of debt. It took 6 months to find a job, and here we are. 2 years later, we've only knocked down that debt by $5,000. And all of this could have been avoided if it's budgeting. A 7-year-old version of me must have thought that like budgeting and making that much money was contradictory because it never crossed my mind. Looking back at it now is so painful because where could I be right now if I had just been more responsible then? Right now, my job doesn't cover I have to work doing side hustles just to make the minimums on my bills. And I have to work more beyond that, afford groceries and gas without going more into debt. My retirement plan is non-existent. And if it sounds like I'm trying to scare you, I am. Because I can't do anything to fix my mistakes. And the only thing that I can do is bring this nightmare that is my financial situation out there, showing them what can happen if you don't take care of your finances.
But I think especially that salary she was talking about that she had in 2022, $126,000, a lot of people start to change when you get to that $10,000 a month threshold, because in most areas that is a lot of money. Of course, if you live in super expensive areas in California or New York City, it's not going to go nearly as far, but for most other areas you would be pretty comfortable. So there's no need to save or have an emergency fund. I'm getting those checks bi-weekly. Until unfortunately you get laid off, and I mean in this job market trying to find something else is going to be extremely difficult, and now she's paying her minimums on $70,000 worth of credit card debt. That situation's just getting worse every single day.
Hey, who's the Bank of America checking account?
That's mine.
Yes.
Okay, we started with $3.44. We have 2 children. That's disgusting. To do the spending that I saw you guys do while starting a month with $3.44 is disgusting.
Yeah.
Unacceptable. Children.
What can I say?
You guys are children.
Our kids love donuts.
And you won't even hold them accountable. You won't even hold them accountable. You'll just coke giggle all day. Going out to eat. How much? Last month. What do you think? What would we guess?
800.
Okay. What would you guess?
1,000.
Okay, $1,122.73. What the is wrong with you guys? That is more, well, actually, with the 2 cars, that's not true, but it's close to your minimum payments.
That was also, though, because he was working 6 days on, 8 days off. Or
Pack him a meal.
he did take lunches, but breakfast and dinner most nights he would.
Breakfast, pack him a dinner. I don't give a fuck. You guys are in debt. You can't hit your goals. You guys don't have anything in retirement and you have no emergency fund. Not having an emergency fund is an emergency. What are you guys going to do if an emergency happens?
It's just going to go on the credit card and the whole situation's going to get worse. Along with being responsible, raising 2 children, having absolutely no money in the bank account but still going out to eat, spending over $1,000 a month is crazy. Now this next clip is an interesting one because it starts off as a sob story, but it definitely changes the more you look into it.
And then this is just kind of set as far as they're behind now.
Like many hardworking parents, fiancés Arthur Swayzing and Apollonia Cesaris just wanted a night to themselves Sunday. And what better opportunity than the Jonas Brothers concert at Little Caesars Arena? They drove all the way from Monroe for their fun night out, parked right here on the street on East Elizabeth around 5 p.m. and got some dinner before heading down to LCA for the 7:30 show. But when they came back around 11:30 p.m., nothing.
Started walking back, and then we were like, well, where did we park at? We were like, we know we parked over here somewhere.
Their 2014 olive green Ford Edge had been stolen. And not only is it the family's only mode of transportation to work and school for their 3 children, it's also the only way Swayzing has been able to get to his doctor's appointments after recently finding out some life-altering news. In that car was also Cesaris' purse and wallet, a car seat, and hidden in the trunk, the children's Christmas presents.
Okay, so this news story was just hitting it out of the park. Crazy sob story. But we head over to the comment section. Detroit police confirmed it was repossessed and not stolen. It wasn't stolen. It was confirmed by the police department that it was repoed. So now it changes to you not being able to afford your car payments, but you still went to a concert, had a whole bunch of valuable items in the car along with presents. I don't know how much their payment was for the Edge, but I'd venture to guess that those Jonas Brother tickets would be a pretty solid payment. Here we have another lottery winner that actually blows the first example out of the water, $13.3 million.
My dad won $13.3 million from the lottery. He took the cash payout, so he got, like almost like half of that. And I'm just gonna give you guys some more background on how he used the money. Like I told you guys, he ended up running away to Vegas, bought a house, gambled a lot, spent a lot of time at the Bunny Ranch. He spent a lot of his money on heavy equipment like skid steers and excavators and things like that. He wanted to start a company, and he never went through with it. He got cars and, all the luxuries you think of. He's really into sunglasses. He took trips with his new girlfriend. They went to Hawaii. So he won in 2014, and he was pretty much broke by 2023.
So this one's a little bit different of a situation compared to the earlier one. Even taking half of that from the taxes, $6 million, is enough to be able to retire and do mostly whatever you want for the rest of your life. But instead, this guy went 1,000,000 miles an hour, went to Vegas immediately with the gambling, buying houses, going to the Bunny Ranch, which just is insane. Had the thought of starting a construction company, getting the very expensive equipment needed, and not going through with it. So it's just a massive waste of money. And within just a few years, that's how $6 million evaporates. Unreal.
I know multiple people on Wall Street who are literally living paycheck to paycheck despite receiving 6-figure or in some instances even 7-figure bonuses. And you may be wondering, Jonathan, how is that even possible that you could receive a bonus that is hundreds of thousands of dollars or even $1 million plus and still be living paycheck to paycheck? And I'll tell you the first reason is taxes. Taxes when you make that much money are crazy. You can pay hundreds of thousands of dollars in taxes. The second reason is these people tend to get out over their skis. They tend to indulge in something that I like to call lifestyle. So they have a fancy penthouse apartment. They go on luxury vacations. They get Michelin-star restaurants. They get bottle service at a club, which could be tens of thousands of dollars every single weekend, Friday and Saturday night. In Wall Street, a lot of times your variable pay, your bonus, can be a really large percentage of your total pay. My largest ever bonus that I received on Wall Street was actually roughly 60% of the total pay I received for that year. And so what people do is they don't actually make enough money from their base pay throughout the year to support their lifestyle. So they actually burn cash. They spend spend more than they're getting every paycheck throughout the year under the pretense, under the notion that they're going to get a big bonus at the end of the year and be able to support their lifestyle from that.
And that sounds extremely dangerous to me because you have no idea how much that bonus is going to be if you even get it. The entire job market is very fickle right now. Just imagine getting laid off when you've been spending more money than you've earned for months on end and then your income goes to zero. But the top comment I thought was really funny on this video, answer, poor money management from the financial managers. You really can't make this kind of stuff up. But that's all I got for you guys today. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. YouTube thinks you'll like this video popping up on screen right now, but hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like, and I'll talk to you guys later.
Hold on. To be very clear, we're looking at $610,000 of debt.
I haven't filed taxes since 2020.
Alright, well, we're back with a staple on this channel, watching people make, let's just say, questionable life decisions with their finances. We have choices all across the board today, stuff that we could take a look at and hopefully avoid in our lives. Because I'm not going to lie, some of these people have put themselves into a very deep hole that will take quite a long time to get out of if they even want to. So we have a whole bunch of fucking grain cars with some of your comments from previous videos. So if you want to be featured in a future video, leave it in the comments down below, but we're just going to get right into it. Man, do I have a lot of clips.
We're looking at $610,000.
Yeah.
So we're spending 22% more than comes in on a great income, while we have multi-hundreds of thousands of dollars of debt. What is going on, guys?
It could just be miscommunicating too as far as what we're talking about.
What do you mean miscommunicating?
I fucking go after the no.
Well, I don't know it's not.
You know it's my little baby.
Ordering stuff or anything like that.
What's not being talked about?
Like if
He's
you
talking
order
about my
something.
spending.
Yeah. Like,
We are not like one of those like where we like, hey,
Disgusting.
can I purchase this?
It's not even a hey permission for every single purchase. It's more of a understanding where money's going, sitting down, looking at the budget, understanding where the money went, and discuss where it went and what we need to address for the future month.
That's
it's
those
not an
conversations
individual
that
purchase.
we.
Wait, how can you not have that? You've never had. How long have you guys been married?
15 years.
Good. Do we have any kids?
One.
Age?
11.
Okay. How are we setting up for their future right now? With this debt, not
Right
very
now,
much.
not.
Do they have any kind of fun? Not that you need to, but do they have any fun?
Yes. Very small one.
What were you talking very small?
and they have a couple grand.
Yeah.
Okay.
So imagine for 15 years of marriage, there's no communication of how much money is actually coming in compared to what's going out, and not asking each other at all about, oh, can I actually buy this? Can we afford this? And it turns into $600,000 worth of debt. I want to say that's up there with the most amount that we've seen. I'm pretty sure there was somebody with $1 million worth of debt, but virtually all of those student loans. We need to keep some sort of scoreboard for this channel to see how high people could rack it up. And then to add on top of it, being responsible for a child and clearly not making the best financial decisions, and there's no college fund. And I mean, I guess all I could say is I hope that the child doesn't follow in their footsteps, but that does tend to be the excuse for many people. Oh, my parents weren't good with money. They never taught me, so now I'm just bad with money. Just kind of keeps the cycle going, unfortunately.
With the minimum, I don't know, like maybe like 5 or 6 years, $75 a month, and it's at like $7,300. 5 years?
Maybe not. Oh, she went under. Okay, 13 years. Oh, the interest-free period ends in a year and a half, not even. Year and 4 months. So that's gonna be a lot of interest being paid.
I thought that was enough time to pay it off.
Again, it would be if you were disciplined. It would be if your other debts weren't going up. It would be if you didn't spend 3 times your income. It would be if you wouldn't have your wages garnished for not paying your student loans. Yes, it would be if you did the opposite of what you're doing. So in what world would you actually be able to if you continued the way you're doing, plus 3 Disney's planned? 70, that doesn't make sense.
Just another person who is not paying attention to any of their financials at all. Guessing that the credit card debt would be gone within 5 years, it would actually be 13. I bet that $75 a month is minimum payments. And as soon as they start gaining interest in the year and a half, I bet those minimum payments are going to do nothing. Just another common issue on top of it, there's 3 Disney trips already planned. How many times do you really have to go? I know it's a huge place, and I know that there's a whole bunch of of like different subsections of rides and whatever there actually is in Disney, but 3 dedicated trips already in the books sounds a little excessive. We can look at some of the comments. 13 years, but that's only if they stop using the cards that day, which you know
in the car
they're
the whole
not going
fucking
to do.
jump,
Exactly.
and then we land and he's
Gosh,
fucking...
Mickey, we're in debt. That was pretty good. I love seeing the realization of how long it takes to pay off their debts, but I just don't think it really actually clicks when it becomes so much longer from the 5 to 13 years. It just seems to me like, you know, whatever. I don't really care about it anymore, and that's how people are in debt forever. Another common excuse, they don't teach this at school. They teach basic math at school. That's what it is. And we've heard this time and time again. I never had any of these classes in high school teaching us about finances. Of course, they definitely should. Taxes, all of that. But at least for me, I had to learn it all on my own. And with the power of the internet, the computer, wanting to look up and know virtually anything at a click of a button, if you really wanted to learn, you can. But some of these people would rather just pass the buck and keep getting into deeper debt. But thank God they're going to Disney 3 times.
An 84-month car loan? Oh, you really are patriotic. This is the most American thing I've ever seen. What? An 84-month car loan?
84-month car loan was a 6-year car loan?
You know that's not how it works. You are paying more in interest over time because you are allowing that balance to sit longer.
Well, I'm going to refinance it when rates go down.
That's retarded.
Okay, if rates go down.
When rates go down. They will go down for sure.
What?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you chair the Federal Reserve?
Well, I mean, I'm just, assuming they're definitely going to go
Assuming?
down. Not really. I mean, they're kind of at like an all-time high when I went and bought the car.
They've been cut a couple times this year, but you don't know what's happening. A new administration's coming in. What if it's, things are different?
Sounds like the salesman got to her.
But I mean, if I can't refinance,
It's
then
good to
whatever.
get debt now. Rates are at an all-time high.
84-month loan. I'm gonna have this car for
Can't get any higher than this.
The loan itself for 7 years. That's a whatever. 7 years of my life doesn't matter. I'm gonna be 40, and I finally pay.
Oh God, I forgot about that part.
That's a long time.
Give me my goddamn loan. It's gonna last me a long time.
You're an American. You are not going to be happy with the car for 7 years.
No, that's probably true. I had my last car for like 5 years, and that was a long time for me, but it was like...
There you go, you're answering my...
But listen, it was like starting to have issues, and I was gone for so long, and it was parked, and I'm like, you're breaking down when you're parked?
You are going to find this being breaking down in 7 years.
I don't know.
I fucking
know.
7 years, but...
This car, I only got to drive it for 2.
You have 39,000. It's worth 31,000.
Because I just bought it this year.
Yes.
Of course, the value isn't that great. But I didn't have.
It's never going to be.
But I didn't have any rollover on my last trade-in, so.
I would love to know what vehicle it is. To me, she kind of looks like a Jeep girl. I don't know, just my thought. They love to tank in value as well. And since I started making these videos on this channel with the car payments, 72 months, 7 months ago was ridiculous.
Oh, come on.
And now we're seeing clips of
Final
84.
Destination.
We're going to
Piece
start
of
seeing
shit.
people
Forgot
with
about
96-month loans pretty soon, and it's the same thing. I want the low car payments, even though the interest rates are not really that great. I'll refinance, I guess, in the future, which could be something that you do. However, if you have really bad credit and a whole bunch of debt, like these people do on the financial audit, you're not going to get the absolute best rate, even if they do go down. But she clearly wasn't super serious about actually cutting the rate because she said if she couldn't, oh well, whatever. She probably won't even last the 7 years for the loan. Roll the negative equity into
we gotta save
something
this
new.
too.
But we have a comment from one of you guys. I'm 57 and just learned how to be
I gotta
financially
defeat the
responsible
chopper and
in the
also
last
without any
3
misses.
years.
Oh, come
It's
the
cost
fuck
me
out.
dearly. Yes, it will. I lost my house and was homeless for 2 years. This channel is so important, and it definitely sounds pretty dramatic when I say it, but I think my calling for this channel, if you take any advice from any of the debt videos, the car payments, whatever I make, I think the most important thing to realize, especially if you're around my age, is how difficult it's going to be to retire. Unfortunately, for somebody who's 57, very close to retirement age already, I don't really know what to say, because we're seeing everybody around that age right now having difficulty retiring. It's going to be so much harder for anybody who's 20, 25, 30, 35 in that area to do the exact same thing when we hit 65 or probably probably 70 will be retiring age when we actually start getting up in those numbers. So being financially responsible, getting ahead of your debt, and investing as early as possible is probably the most important thing to me that you guys will hopefully pick up from these videos. I don't know about you. I don't want to be working at a dead-end
Am I
job
supposed to blow
until
this
I'm in
up?
the grave. I don't think I'll ever actually legitimately retire and just sit and rot away for the last 20 years of my life, but I just don't want to have the burden of actually having to get up to
Okay,
work
that's
at a
part
place
of
that I
it,
don't
yeah.
like.
I
And it
have
kind of
those
looks like that's
regardless.
what's going to happen to many of us around my age.
I've been filed taxes since 2020.
Without missing.
Why is
No
it possible?
misses.
Why? Why? Why?
No
Why?
misses. No misses.
Just
No
why?
misses.
I feel like
No
you're collecting the stupid infinity stones of dumb.
So 2020 I filed and I got a return. 2021 I was gonna have to pay money and I didn't have the money.
How much?
$300.
Go on.
The next year comes around and it was a little more.
How much?
Oh, 500.
So you're ruining your life on $750 so far. What the f are you talking about? Go on.
2023. I would have gotten a return, a small one. But they ask for a PIN from your last year's taxes so you can file this year's now. And I didn't have that PIN, so I couldn't file it.
3.
So I have to do like by mail and figure that out.
With penalties and everything, you probably only owe $1,000. Why not just get this taken care of before they come after your fucking wages and garnish you? Hit you with penalties and interest. Why put yourself in such a
Auto
risky
saves it
position
for me
at such
before I
an
start
early age
fighting.
for no reason?
So I truly thought that everybody knew you just don't really mess with dodging taxes, not paying them or committing fraud, because everybody knows that's basically how you just get put in jail. The Al Capone thing, you know, untouchable people, all the super wealthy. I think Messi and Ronaldo both had separate issues a long time ago with taxes. You can't avoid it. So seeing more and more of these clips of people just not paying them, it just blows me away. I really didn't think it was this common, especially when I made a dedicated video about it, but we can see some of the comments. Did he just admit to a crime on a podcast? Surely the IRS agent watching these is taking the names down. The only thing worse that you could do while not filing taxes is talk about it online. This doesn't fall into the category that we've already seen with other influencers talking about how they were dodging taxes or not paying and being able to write off every single little thing in their lives just for some content, clicks, views, likes, attention on TikTok or any social media platform. And it just ends up painting a target on your back, and it's really easy to indict you if you have videos online talking about it. And this next clip is probably one of the most popular guests that they've ever had on the show, because this whole episode is very rough.
This seems to be every year we've got a birthday trip. They're all in October.
Do you not agree with these? So why are we doing them? Wait, what are we doing then? Why?
I don't agree with
just
them.
goes on.
I don't agree with a lot of them.
Why are we doing them
And
then?
Was that 3?
Cool, but if he disagrees,
4?
why do you
Oh,
win?
come
Win,
the
win,
fuck
win,
on,
win, win.
dude.
Maybe because I'm controlling.
What kind
I
of
don't
fucking
know.
highway robbery
He just
is
does
this?
whatever. Like, hey, I have a trip. He just packs his bag and he's like, hey, where we're going when we get to the airport. Like, he doesn't
Fourth
know
fucking
anything
one
about
just-
the travel or the expenses.
And you're saying you don't like that?
Okay, trust
I
me.
don't prefer. I'd like to be at least consulted. Like, hey, let's take a trip.
Do you guys have conversations about this, or is this the first time? Like, what are we doing?
We've had this conversation multiple times.
Why has nothing ever been addressed then?
I feel like I could be sitting on that side with you, talking to her about a lot of these financial issues.
Well,
or
I'm not the
things.
only problem.
I've
I
never
am
said.
saying I'm a huge problem, but I'm saying I'm not the only problem.
I've never said I wasn't any problem. When we say pulling out of the emergency fund for things, I'm not the one that's pulling out for things. She's the one normally pulling out the emergency fund.
So this entire episode was brutal. A guy who was a complete pushover. He's making good money, but the girlfriend or the wife is just spending and almost throwing it in his face. I don't understand how you could be on such different pages and still commit to a relationship like the one we see here. Everybody in the comments are in the same boat. 100% financial abuse. Divorce is
Say fuck
way
the no one for
cheaper.
now, go
However,
back to the
if he's the one making all the money and she's spending it in divorce, she's going
Sounds not
to
even
rake him
dropping.
over the coals. He'll lose a ton of his money and be basically stuck with nothing. I'm also putting the blame on the guy. I don't understand why you'd ever be in a relationship like this. It's not like there weren't any red flags before. But yeah, I would just say be happy you're not in this type of relationship, because oh man.
2 Disneys in these last couple months? 2 Disneys next month? You guys are literally poor.
We only went for 1 day in November.
You still traveled there, bought a gagillion dollars of food.
Took our nephew for his birthday.
His birthday.
And then we went for my birthday.
Your birthday.
And then we're going for our nephew's birthday in January.
His birthday. I don't give a shit about birthdays. What is this obsession with birthdays? How are you guys getting that
Just
from
make
Mesa?
it so it. Why? My guy's
It's
fucking.
in
I have an
LA,
advanced
so it
healing
costs
suit,
money
a
to
gravity
get
gun.
there.
Why can't I have a thing that shows
So
me
you're getting
the
places to
trajectory
live,
of my
doesn't come to
fucking
place to live
what
when
I'm
you're there?
throwing?
Nope.
The
So
last
you're
fucking
spending
piece of
money
the
to spend more money.
Yes.
Do you get the
Scientist
free
fucking
food while
dick
you're in there?
fucking
Free drinks?
retard
No, we
didn't
pay
put
for
on the
that
fucking on his fucking super suit.
Is this not f***ing crazy?
I wanted her to have, like, you know, because she finished nursing
You
school.
encourage this.
We just like to have fun, and I feel like we have a lot of fun together whenever we go to.
It is actually insane how common this is throughout all of the different clips, different topics that I've made on this channel. People who are nurses, she just finished nursing school, are for some reason
Load it.
so
Sometimes I hit him and he
bad
stays
with
in one
finance.
spot. Sometimes I hit
We've
him and
already
he keeps
talked
moving.
about this before
Sometimes
because
it's
I
fucking
believe
fucking
it's just somebody who instantly starts making
Does
good
whatever he
money
wants.
from absolutely nothing, right? Maybe having a part-time job in college and nursing school to having way more money than they've ever had in their lives, and they just think it's going to constantly be coming in. They start overbuying and going on Disney trips all the time. I don't know, maybe there should be a dedicated video talking about it because it really should be studied. We can look at some of the comments here. I just never understood this logic. Won't the trip be way more fun if you don't need to stress about going into more debt over and over and over again? Why not go once for all the birthdays? You can go have a birthday without spending a bunch of money. It's very odd now that this type of age group still has the same mentality for birthdays as if you're like 7 years old, you know, going to the aquarium or something along the lines of that. And the older you get, you know, the less you care about birthdays, but some of them still go all out and go to Disney for their birthday, even though they look like they were 30 or even older. We have another comment from one of you guys. Anytime I feel like online shopping or being financially irresponsible, I watch your videos immediately and come to my senses. So I feel that exact
Now
same
it does
way
some
when
type of
I
fucking
make videos about
wee-woo
cars.
shit,
I
I guess.
constantly think about getting another vehicle because I have a paid-off, reliable car already, so I could get a little fun car or something like that. But making the high car payment videos or the brutal depreciation we'll see on some, especially luxury vehicles, make me reevaluate actually getting another car. I wouldn't get something that's unbelievably expensive and I'd still be able to afford it, but in the end I don't think it'll make me that much happier right now, and overall I'd probably just think it's a waste of money after a few weeks or months.
What's your
Takes
crypto?
5 hits, no miss.
What? In crypto? Pull that and pay off your
Give me my
fucking debt. Are you
goddamn
stupid?
gnome.
No, seriously. No, I'm not even kidding. You can sell it today and pay off your 30% debt. Dude, I'm not even like against crypto or anything.
I am
think
playing
you
on
can
hard
incorporate
mode,
it in a small percentage in a balanced portfolio, but still, you have multiple 30%
Doing
debts.
the gnome, we're doing all the
so
achievements
it
at
was
once. Fuck.
16,000 last week. So I would love to take it out and pay everything off, but I've been holding on to this for so long. Like I need to wait until the end of next year when everything's gonna pump. Like it could be worth hundreds of thousands.
I'm gonna kill you. It could be. It always could be. It always could be. The country could collapse.
There is a pattern.
You're incorrect.
I don't think so. I'm pretty solid on this. I think by the end of next year, it's gonna be insane.
It's just crazy, some of the mentality of crypto people. I know it's because of the volatility and all the fart coins and all of that
Fart
kind
coin,
of crap.
yeah,
Just 10x
fart
within a couple
coin.
of days, and I'm going to be that lucky. I'll be that guy who makes millions of dollars off of virtually nothing. But for somebody who is so confident that it would go up by the end of the year, wouldn't you have already taken some of that money and put it into some other sort of cryptocurrency to make even
gambling,
more
more or
money and
less.
pay off the current debt that you have? It's very funny to me that everybody seems to be a crypto expert and they know
But they're all
exactly when the
poor.
market is going to be at its absolute highest, and that's when they're going to sell. Okay, some of the comments here: if you can't afford to live, you can't afford to invest. Another one, it's like gambling, waiting for the jackpot that may never come. Of course, it could keep going up, it could go down, just like it did for what, over a year.
Crypto can't go
Bitcoin was
down any further. It's like
pretty heavily,
negative. It's
so
down
if
at
you
like
were waiting
negative
on that for an entire
95%.
year, you were completely screwed. And
The
that's
only further
something
down
that's
it
a
could go
little
is if
bit
they
more
start
stable,
liquidating
even with
fucking
the crazy volatility that
coins.
Bitcoin has. If you're talking about any of the meme coins, I mean, it's
way worse. Thinking that you have the knowledge
meme
to beat
coins is
everybody
trash,
else and
but
sell at the
altcoins
absolute
are
perfect
shitting
time is
themselves.
just pretty ridiculous.
Oh no,
The check
you
cleared.
dumb.
I had signed up for a leads service. That's where a majority of my
Angie's List?
Angie's List. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So the guy says, "Hey, I want you to come. I'm moving into Dallas in a month. I want you to go check out this house. Give me a quote for how much it would cost to clean up the whole house. It'll be $850
Open the
to clean
door,
the whole
Doctor
house."
Who. What
He's
the
like,
fuck's
"Okay,
going on?"
so I'm not gonna be in
this
in a
fucking
while.
thing.
I'm gonna send you a check through the mail to start the services." I got the check. He was like, "Okay, go ahead and send the money, the rest of the money to the electrician."
That is what a 90-year-old falls for,
Yeah,
dude.
I know, and the check cleared.
Oh,
The check cleared.
what
In
king
it was
from Africa are you
for
sending money to
yeah,
next?
exactly. It was an African prince. The African prince got me. He was like, "Look, just send the money to to him through this crypto wallet." And I was like, "Okay, cool, let's do it."
I guess actually to add on to the last clip, the crypto wallet types of scams, just send it here. And of course the Nigerian prince, I need $1 million right now, and then you'll get back 100 million or whatever it is. Just another evolution of the same scam. But one of the comments I think makes a good point. The check cleared is actually kind of valid. Lots of people don't understand that funds being available in the account does not mean the bank has collected the funds from the other institution. Now, I think we've probably seen that a few months ago with the Chase Bank glitch with all the check frauds and the money being available in the accounts, but it wasn't actually available. You took out the money and then all the accounts started going heavily negative. But some of the other comments, you'd be surprised how many young people fall for this too. Bro fell for the oldest scam in the book. And that's why I have a series of just scam videos, what to watch out for. Every couple months, I'll make another video because there are so many new scams out there and somebody else got screwed over or took a whole bunch of money from this person. The
Check
text
my Steam
messages, the
settings.
emails, the phone calls, it's never ending. We have a comment from
It's
one of
actually
you
doing the
guys. I'm
thing, but I
22 and
swear I
use
shut
these
that
videos as
off on my
motivation
Steam
to not get into debt. And I do like this because if I look at my analytics, most of the people who watch are in the 25 and older, even though I would hope to have as young of an audience as humanly possible for people to realize, again, how hard it's going to be for us to be able to retire, saving a whole bunch of money, not getting into debt, all the mistakes we're watching right now. It is pretty difficult for younger people to get into finance type of content, and that's why my channel isn't the normal suit and tie telling you what a Roth IRA is or how to start investing 101. It is a bit more drama, a bit more entertainment, the TikTok clips, crazy stories we're listening to, but hopefully that could get some people to start listening and realizing how important this really is.
What's the worst episode that you've done where you look back and this person's in the worst financial position?
There was someone with $250,000 in private student loan debts. They started at like $150,000. In only a few years, they went to $250,000. They're going to be $1 million before she knows it. So,
who gives these loans?
As an impressionable teenager getting out of high school, her dad was like, "Sign the loan, I'll pay for it." Her dad's ghosted her, and it's become complete tear in the relationship.
Did he ghost because of the loan?
She wanted to go to an in-state school in California that was public and save a lot of money. He was like, "Go to Baylor. That's where I want you to go. I will pay." You can see in her finances that she's getting up.
What would you recommend for somebody like her? Bankruptcy? You can't discharge student loans in bankruptcy. That's why they're so terrible, because they allow an 18-year-old kid to take on hundreds of thousands of dollars of debt, regardless of what they want to study. And there's no recourse. You can't discharge that in bankruptcy because you're getting an education. The education stays with you. So you just get screwed.
And that's why I'm pretty against people going straight into college right after high school, especially if you don't know what you're doing. Now, I've gotten a whole ton of comments of people being angry with me, talking about it not really being worth it, going and getting worthless degrees, racking up 5 or 6 figures worth of debt for honestly no reason. But we're seeing more stories like this every single day of somebody ending up getting screwed, and there is no fixing it. Really, you get yourself into a ton of credit card debt, even though I personally don't like it, you can still go bankrupt. You reset, I know for a number of years after it, it'll be pretty difficult, but it is a clean slate. Student loans are not like that. It will be there until you die. So if you do want to go to school, that's fine. I want you to know exactly what you're doing, the path that you want to take, how much it's going to cost. Preferably go to a community college for the first 2 years if you can, to save even more money, and putting yourself in the best possible position when you start your career instead of just winging it. I'm going to go to a big school to have the experiences that cost $50,000, $60,000 a year, and I'm going to get some random degree that I don't really care about. But hopefully, after college, I'll just apply to some jobs and I'll start making 6 figures immediately. And that just is not happening in 2025.
If I noticed anything within your spending, anything, it's that you love Jeff Bezos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's definitely enticing.
Cash apping out $176. Venmoing 450. OnlyFans. Bezos. OnlyFans again. Double OnlyFans. That's kind of a waste of money when we're trying to get out of debt. Chipotle. Or Bezos. ATM withdrawal $43, so we don't even know where that went. Here's your car payment, $801. Death. We'll get into that, but that's death. Hulu, Panda Express. We're back to that. Klarna again.
It's like they're hitting every check mark. The OnlyFans we've talked about, I think, is the stupidest form. If you really want to watch it, man, we're on the internet. You can watch whatever you want for free. So paying for it just seems even worse than it already is just to start off with. Then on top of it, $800 car payment. Of course, man. And him just laughing it off means that he's not taking it very seriously. It's just not going to end well. We have some of the comments. A true simp. I'll never understand why people spend so much money on OF, but I guess there has to be tons of people who pay because we see news articles all the time of somebody making hundreds of thousands or $1 million a month, and you've never even heard of this person.
My mom bought me a house to raise my children in.
Do you have children?
I do. I have 3.
Hold on. Okay. What are the ages of the kids?
My oldest is 14, my middle kiddo is 11, and then my youngest is about to be 9.
Your mom bought you a house. What does that mean? What does that look like?
She bought a house. And
in cash?
No, not in cash. No.
So she had a loan?
Yes.
Okay, so okay.
And I was to pay the mortgage and all the bills and whatever. I just didn't have the money to put up for mortgage.
What happened to the house?
It got destroyed. I was severely depressed. I stopped working and they had to sell it.
Is that being destroyed or is that it being sold?
Well, I also was fostering animals that I wasn't able to keep up with.
What is happening? I'm sorry. I want to start from a point because this just keeps going down insanity.
Yeah, it's bad.
There was a house.
Yes.
Mom financed it.
Yes.
You didn't pay on it, and then she didn't pay on it.
No, she did. She was continually taking care of the mortgage.
Okay. Then what do you mean you lost the house?
I wasn't able to keep up with.
She kicked you out of the house?
Yes.
So the house was not lost. She owns it. You just got kicked out for being a tenant.
Yes.
It's actually insane how some people will word situations instead of a cut and dry. My mom was basically the landlord, I couldn't afford it, and I got evicted. Instead of this long-tailed crazy story that I was depressed and had all these animals and destroyed the house like it was in a house fire or something. I don't get it, and neither do the people in the comments. Her laughing and smiling the entire time is truly testing my anger management. Didn't pay my mortgage, so it got destroyed. How do those dots connect in their mind at all? I truly don't understand. A big fat red flag. I can't imagine my parents doing something so gracious and then me just ruining it. Especially in this market, man. You know how hard it is to have housing? $400,000 houses on average, the rent going up all the time. You having almost a golden ticket and then completely ruining it.
What are you making?
107.5 a year right now, but my way to
You got it from who? The government?
Jesus Christ, fucking Gabe.
Okay, I'm assuming for taxes.
Yeah.
Why is everyone on the show obsessed with like, hey, there's taxes to pay? Let me not. Well, wait, is it taxes? 'Cause it could be student loans too.
No, it's taxes. It's taxes on my Honda CRV.
What? You're being garnished for taxes on your Honda? I've actually never even heard of that, honestly.
Well, property taxes.
That one I've heard of.
Yeah, it's property taxes on the Honda. So, yeah.
Interesting. How much was owed and why didn't you pay it?
So I think it's about 2 years. I think it's totals about $1,250.
$1,250. $1,250.
Yeah.
You make 100 something.
Yeah, I kind of.
Why did you pay? You make so much money.
Okay, I wanted to put this in because I found this out kind of the hard way moving to a different state. So when I lived in New Jersey, there was no property taxes for owning your car. You know, you bought the car, of course you pay taxes to get the plate on it and all that. I think that's what everybody does. However, there's a yearly tax that you get for any one of your vehicles living in North Carolina. It's not the only state as well. It's based on how much the car is worth, and even with a Honda, it could actually be quite a lot of money. Now, he said said 2 years, $1,200, so about $600 each time. And my girlfriend's roommate has a Honda Pilot with the exact same payment. Now, it's not some super tricked out, really expensive Honda Pilot, but it isn't an old clunker either. So even getting a economy SUV instead of some super expensive Mercedes or something like that can actually
fixed it
hurt you a little
downstairs.
bit
I
more if
switched
you
my
were
settings.
doing
The
the
settings look
monthly
the exact
payments
same as
along
what I
with the
have.
insurance and an extra
But it's
$600
still
hit
doing the
yearly
fucking
for property taxes on the vehicle. And of course, if you don't pay it, even with the $107,000 a year, of course, $600 a year is still a good amount of money, but just forgetting about it and then having your wages garnished, I really just don't know how you forget about it, but okay.
With my income, you don't have to work at all.
Yeah, but I like to spend, so we do need.
But that's the part we need to work on is the spending.
Yes, I agree. What he just said was 100% right. But you know this. Again, you're in the circles. I'm so confused.
I don't know why I don't apply it.
It's because you prefer the spending.
I have a problem. I know I have a problem.
Well, no, but your lack of addressing it, clearly you enjoy the problem more than any benefit that'll come from applying the solution. I mean, you do. Chick-fil-A in Nordstrom and Chick-fil-A in Easy Lane, Target, who knows? You know, it could be anything. Sonic Drive-In, going to the gas station, getting some bullshit. Chick-fil-A, Tiff Street's not even good anymore. Chick-fil-A, Shipley's Donuts, some museum, Chick-fil-A, went inside Gus and BS from gas station, Magnolia, and a lot of
Pressing 2 to get the fucking Magnum. Is it empty?
Some of the comments here, bro needs separate bank accounts immediately. She's always giggling and smiling. She knows she has complete control over him. I don't know how you don't see this. My hope, maybe the silver lining, is that realizing after their backlash for this entire episode that this guy sees how bad his situation actually is, because I probably just could have sat down and watched that episode start to finish and made a huge video on just all the issues. At some point, I guess you just have to realize that some people enjoy being controlled like that, even though it's just destroying you financially. But we'll end off this video with one of the positive clips, you know, the financial audit follow-ups, and one of the few people who actually claw out of it and start doing really well for themselves. So it's not all bad in this video.
You have $101,000 in a high yield savings account at 24 years old. Incredible. Love to see that. 10,000 in Robinhood. Fidelity, 162,000. Roth IRA is at 32,000, and then the 401k is at 18,000.
All my Roth is just index funds, mostly S&P.
Year to date, S&P 500 is up 15.15% at the time of recording this. I mean, look at the trend on this Fidelity account, dude. It's like, woo, you know, it's really starting to get that bell. And then your credit score's at 803, so that's great. You spent like $800 on Culver's. I'm a Culver's boy.
Dude,
parking.
I cannot believe how good that is. I had it for the first time ever when I moved out to the Midwest. It's almost as good as In-N-Out.
Do you call Tennessee the Midwest?
Yeah, well, I'm from LA. I don't know.
Okay, well, it's not the Midwest. To be very clear, they consider that the South.
No way. Tennessee's definitely not.
Yeah, Tennessee's.
It's like the
middle.
middle.
Tennessee is in the South. It's not the Midwest. Look up your U.S. regions, good sir.
I'll check.
Okay, I've never actually had Culver's, even though I have one just down the street. I don't know if it is as good as In-N-Out. I had In-N-Out for the first time ever last summer when I went out to Vegas. So maybe I do have to try it and see how good it actually is. But somebody with hundreds of thousands of dollars in a whole bunch of bank accounts, high yield savings accounts, the Fidelity, Roth IRA, 401k. So we'll end this video off with some motivation. You know, it's not like it's all a train wreck on Caleb's channel. We do have some people getting out of it and doing very well for themselves. But that's all I got for you guys today. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. YouTube thinks you'll like this video popping up on screen right now. But hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like, and I'll talk to you guys later.
That was like a whole another video, I think. Was that the one we're going for?
I had made a lot of poor financial decisions.
La goblina. Sure. Let's see what this fucker's doing.
When did they allow so many Japanese people in this convention? I mean, how many of these parasites even bought a ticket to get in here? Bunch of leeches. We're gonna need to do a ticket check down here. Oh, slippery fingers.
Now, I'm not scared or anything, but I heard if a Japanese person sees your face, they'll take your soul.
I can't shake the feeling that I'm gonna get raped and eaten by these things I don't understand.
Couldn't have said it better myself. You're smart as hell, Cletus.
Wait! Look over there! Oh my God! Oh, darn it, just got this thing, my bad. Okay, here we go. Please! Drop those weapons! Let us see those hands!
I can't! They're a part of my costume!
Show me your convention ticket!
It's on my phone! I can't grab it with my prop hands!
He's gonna rape me!
What? No!
Show me those hands!
Okay,
Let me see those hands!
Okay. Identify yourself, demon. I'm Dingy from Chainsaw Man. I'm Dingy the Chainsaw Man.
Cletus, frisk him. Get his ID. I'm gonna go get his identification. Josh Allen. Josh Allen from Texas.
Josh Allen. That don't sound like no Dingy from Chainsaw Man to me. It's my costume. I'm just playing a...
Shut him up, Cletus! I'm gonna put a bullet in his head.
What? What are you doing? You want me to get down?
Here, you
Okay,
get
I'll
down.
get down.
You get
Okay,
on the
I'm
ground.
going.
And don't think about slipping a pinky in me. My holes are off limits, demon.
Oh my God. Yeah, so I found a couple of these guys' tweets, and I just think, you know, is there really a loss? I mean, look at this. This is, I mean, come on. What kind of person would say something like that? This convention gets worse every year.
If you don't like it, you can leave. Look, fellas, people are filming us. We're gonna be heroes.
I'm gonna be famous for being a hero. They're gonna put me on the TV.
Thank you for keeping us safe, brave heroes. Let's give them a round of applause, guys.
If anyone's gonna be the famous hero, it should be me. I love this convention more than any of you guys.
Like hell, you're just here 'cause the bonus. You're as big a parasite as any of them are. I should be the hero.
Oh yeah? You're a big fat pussy. Hiding that pussy face behind that mask of yours. I'm legally retarded, and I don't know who to kill anymore. Cletus, you can't say that. Oh, fuck you. I have not gone woke. You guys are getting in my head. How do I know you ain't one of them? Damn it, Cletus. Don't you point that gun at me.
What is going on? For the love of God, I'm just a cosplayer!
I'm fighting for this convention. Admit it! You're gonna rape me! Admit it! Oh, you son of a bitch! I'll get shot to death! I'll get shot to death! Oh, God, I'm dead.
Oh, God, she's right. This convention's gone down the shitter. There's nothing left to live for!
Jiwa! Jiwa! Hey! Let me see your convention ticket.
Knight of the Seven Kingdoms,
Yay.
right?
Yay!
That, wow, has that redeemed the world of Westeros for me. That is
exactly what the doctor ordered, Adrian.
It's just what they needed. Honestly, it's like pretty short, concise episodes. What are they, like maybe 30 minutes, 30, 40 minutes, something like that.
around
Like
about.
pretty short, They don't drag on too long. It's a nice, self-contained little story. A guy going on an adventure, a well-defined quest, likable characters. Our main guy is, you know, he's a well-meaning chap, not the brightest guy in the room, but a well-meaning dude who will fight for what's right. And it just feels great. It feels like such a refreshing change when it comes to fantasy shows these days. Yeah, it's like, wow, you can actually just tell an honest story.
I watched it last night for today, and it's simple and great cast. Everyone can act, and
yes,
it's fun. Like
and they know how to build the payoff.
Yeah,
you know, they know how to build it up and pay it off.
Yeah, it was just a relief to watch because I've been watching Star Trek, obviously, Starfleet Academy, and you said, you know, you were saying going to talk about this. I thought I should check it out, and I thought, oh my god, people can still make TV.
Yeah.
Talk about wonderful writing. You know, understanding they get in and get out in a short period of time, and they're delving into classic mythological storytelling. That we recognize these characters, and yet it's still surprising. And it takes fantasy and humanizes it and makes it very recognizable to us. We understand the motivations of these characters. We like these characters. We can't wait to go along with them on this journey. And it's just a wonderful piece of fantasy filmmaking.
And there's so. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, there's a kind of nice. I don't often say the word nice when it comes to like Game of Thrones and Westeros and stuff, but like there's almost like this relaxing slice of life element to it as well. Like, you know, this scene with Dunk and Egg when they're frying up breakfast together. And just like eating that stuff and like just hanging out together, like getting ready for the tournament. It's completely unnecessary, but it just shows like a little bit of bonding between them. It shows how things operate in that world, and it just lets you see them going about their day. Again, it's just simple stuff, but it's just so effective, and it's just things that I've missed. I missed things like that from House of the Dragon, for example. This was the thing I kept comparing it to in my review, where I was just like, God, that is so concerned with the high level stuff, the massive epic conflict between houses, and everyone just being miserable essentially all the time. It's a bunch of really miserable people hanging out in rooms, looking at maps, being angry. And it's like, eventually it just grinds you down. Like, I get that that's the tone of the show, but like, fuck me, it's bleak and depressing. This has just got like a light-hearted element to it, which I think Westeros needed desperately.
Yeah.
And it just delivers it so nicely.
The meta needs it too, right? Like, culturally. It's a literal show just about what does it mean to be like a good knight, a protector of the innocent, a defender of peace and justice.
Honor.
It's right from the core down too, right? Like, he's got nothing but those ideals, and you know, we're gonna see his journey unfold, which is like, feels like we're due for a reset maybe on what it is to be a hero.
Yeah, and
his casting is so good.
He's so good.
He looks like he could rip someone's head off, but he's so, I wouldn't say innocent in the eyes, but just he's just got a lovely sort of thing about him that sort of is wants to move through the world and be a good person. And
he's like a guy who spent his life on like a farm in Dorsetshire or something, like, and now he's like, he's like moving into the nearest town, and he's got to like interact with people there, but he wants to make something of himself. And it's like, you can't help but, you know, empathize with a guy like that, because he is kind of innocent, like you say, and he's a little bit like lacking experience in the world, but you want him to succeed. You're rooting for him. Again, it's good. It's simple, but it works.
It is, and one of the things that I love is actually they're as simple as it is in these short little 30-minute segments. There's real layered storytelling happening at the same time. And when you get to the end of that third episode, like, I knew what happened because I read all the short stories, but I was waiting for this moment because I kept seeing these moments where Egg kept saying things like, you know, maybe I could be your squire after this, or, you know. And he was trying so hard to practice with the sword and practice with, you know, with the horse and all of these other little moments leading up to that moment at the end of the third episode, where when you finally get that payoff, your mind and your heart just kind of ticks back through the story, and you realize that all those things Egg was imagining a different life for himself. and he was trying to create a different reality. And in order to save his friend, he did what he did. And
It's
beautiful.
And they're not
really
trying
neat
to
'cause
trick the audience. I get sick of these shows or movies that they're trying to trick the audience and set them up in the wrong idea. Like, you get that sense with Egg the whole time that he's, looking for something different. And he's obviously a house, he runs off when they arrive at the tournament and things. But they don't trick you the whole way along that it's not going to happen. It's sort of built up in a lovely way. It's, I think they used to call it writing. I think it's,
But,
and imagination.
There's people I know who first run were like, episode 1's kind of boring, I don't really see if there's much point to this show. But then they've watched, they pushed through the 1, 2, 3, and now they're like, oh, that's what okay. It's like it all slots in perfectly. Like, I gotcha, I know, okay, this show's really cool. All the dialogue is benefited from a rewatch. It's actually a very easy to watch show as well.
I think as well, like, because this is something you didn't really get with, with Game of Thrones, with The Witcher, with House of the Dragon. You didn't get the adventure aspect of it, because not that they didn't have good moments, like, in and of themselves, but they were very much set in an established world where the characters were in their own environments. They weren't going on a quest necessarily to try and achieve something. You weren't going on this this POV adventure with them where they're breaking out of like some very isolated or very safe and constrained life into a bigger world, and then you get to see that open up in front of them. It was very much like, you saw people from the highest levels down to like the common peasants and stuff, but like they were doing their own thing. This has got that element of adventure to it. Like, I know Dunk isn't, like, at least at this point, traveling very far. He's just at the tournament, but he's moving into a bigger world, and he's dealing with people he's never had to deal with before. He's dealing with problems and like the challenges that come with trying to move up the levels in his world. Again, it's an adventure aspect that we don't get a lot of in modern fantasy, because it's all been about like political intrigue within an established framework already. That's what I've missed. I want to see someone just go somewhere and do something,
And it's really great. Like, in my, I did a response, not actually a review of number 3, but I kind of shilled number 3, I'll admit. I loved it. But in any case, one of my viewers actually made the comment, like, do I have to have watched Game of Thrones to understand this? I'm like, no.
Right.
You can come in cold and you'll be fine. You don't have to do the homework. Just show up and you'll be good.
Yeah.
Well, that's the great thing about...
Sorry. Yeah, no, because someone was asking in chat as well, is this pre or post Game of Thrones? This is pre, so it takes place before any of that anyway.
It's so pre that it's borderline disconnected. You'll recognize families, but you're not going to recognize any characters, at least for now.
But what it does, I think what's really interesting in these larger IPs that take place in these vast universes, it's a continuum. You've got the politics, people that are running the country, which is essentially what we got with Game of Thrones and House of the Dragon. And then there's all the people that have to live in this country day to day. And if you really are thinking about how that is going to work, you can find stories to tell on every level. And one of the things, like one of my favorite shows ever is The Wire. And in The Wire, HBO's The Wire, you're dealing with various aspects of how does a city work. And you start it through the eyes of drug dealers and...
We done already synced this.
Another day, another situation of iDubbbz making an ass of himself. So Ian got himself into some controversy again by puking out another terrible take in order to make himself look virtuous, and then received even more flack for doubling down on that terrible take for absolutely no reason at all other than to stroke his oversized ego Wow, I just got deja vu. Yeah, weirdly enough, belittling an Iranian immigrant is not a good way to show how virtuous you are, and only makes you look like a pompous asshole. Anyways, after Ian's last failed attempt to grift, he has decided to pick a new target. Instead of an Iranian immigrant, this time Ian is aiming for a popular content creator, Moist Critical. I wonder what the complaint will be this time. Charlie has a bland, monotone voice. Charlie's videos are slop.
The thing that kind of first stands out to me is that I never perceived 2016 iDubbbz to be ideologically like right-wing or ideologically hateful in the way that those other two are. Like,
it's part of the pipeline, though. It's the same reason people wouldn't say Charlie, Moist Critical, is right-wing or like as ideologically fucked out there as like a Nick Fuentes or even Asmongold, right? Like,
yeah, exactly.
He holds some space for the people in his audience who might have some differing opinions.
What?
He doesn't make it clear, like, I don't want you in my fucking community.
Yeah.
Like, outright.
Yeah, Charlie making videos dunking on Trump, dunking on ICE, and multiple videos criticizing the current administration for its unwillingness to release the Epstein files sure does scream apolitical to me.
Denouncing ICE and talking about the Epstein list is the bare minimum.
Okay, well, my point is, if Charlie really is someone who's scared of losing this hypothetical alt-right subgroup in his fan base, why would he make these videos in the first place? What is the criteria for Charlie to make his position clear on how he feels about some of his fans who might be alt-right? Look everyone, Charlie announced his positions that oppose MAGA viewers on two major contentious issues. I wonder how he really feels. I mean, Donald Trump and ICE are probably the most two popular topics right now, and Charlie made his position clear on how he feels about both. So that begs the question for people like iDubbbz, why didn't Charlie lose a bunch of followers and completely destroy his credibility like Ian? Well, it's simple really. Charlie actually seems genuine when he gives his opinion on these politically charged topics. He has no reason to make these political videos other than to share what he thinks about a certain situation. Ian, on the other hand, makes politically charged videos because he feels like he needs to, and not because he feels like it's his calling or whatever. I mean it in a way that he feels like he needs to make these videos because he wants to appeal to a new audience.
And, you know, I get it. I get the hustle. I did it for a while. But it is a little bit of cope. And I understand why people don't want to take the path that I took, because it breeds a lot of hate.
God.
I understand people not taking the same righteous path that I walk, for my battle against the alt-right requires sacrifice. This journey is a thankless one, but it is noble.
Why on earth would anyone choose to go down the same path you went on? Even excluding the fact that you lost 90% of your audience, it's not like this change has transformed you into a better person, or that your platform is being used for good now. So what's the benefit of making the choices you've made? You cultivated an audience of spurgs, denounced your spurgy audience, tried to reach out to a new fan base, failed, butt fucked everything, and now you're trying to gaslight yourself into thinking that you made the right choice while acting all high and mighty.
I guess, how do you like weather that storm? Does it affect you? Do you think about it at all? I feel like at this point in your career, like,
Hey man, yeah, I'm weathering it. I'm weathering it. It's it's one of these things where you just kind of got to put your head down and like get to work. Like, you know, there may have been a time where in my life where I could spend time reading comment sections and being like, oh yeah, like I'm getting some sort of validation from this. I'm way past that at this point. Like, I'm not going to be able to do what I want to do if I spend any amount of time reading shit online.
Dude.
With the exception of maybe my live chat when I'm streaming.
It sounds to me all that effort to denounce your alt-right fan base led to you having no fan base. Maybe completely switching your content to something else entirely while talking down your previous audience was a bad idea or something. But no guys, it was totally worth it. And now Ian can share the good word to an audience of less than 200 people, with half of those being hate watchers.
It's one of these things that it's so hard for me to be critical of. Like, I'm even still being empathetic iDubbbz. I actually should have a lot more heat for people like Asmongold and Charlie, because it's so fucking obvious. It's so fucking and it's unfair even to lump Charlie in with Asmongold, right? Like, I have so much heat because it's like, You know what you're fucking doing. You know what you're doing. You guys are being fucking rats. You're being like unprincipled rats.
Okay, it looks like
I do not fucking care. And I think the audience knows as well, right? Like the audience knows, the audience wants to wear everyone as a fucking mech suit, and it's like none of it really, the conversation is never really about like whether they're principled or not. It's whether they made the smart move career-wise. Like, you haven't upset enough people. You haven't upset enough of the right people, which would actually be like a little bit of a
Okay, sure. The main discussion when comparing you and Charlie is whether which one of you made the smarter decision career-wise. However, you're not suddenly a better person compared to Charlie just because you publicly share your political stances constantly, or you're the one with the spine. Maybe Charlie doesn't educate himself on certain topics because it doesn't interest him, and he shouldn't feel the need to spend hours researching social issues and feel coerced in talking about those social issues. And despite what the brain-dead idiot Denims would like you to think,
you actually don't have to be qualified to talk about politics to say fuck ICE. It's not that hard of a concept.
it is actually vital for one to research a topic before forming an opinion. Case in point, pretending you know more about the country of Iran compared to someone who's actually lived there, all because you wanted to appeal to an audience that's heavily critical of the United States. It probably would have been beneficial for Ian to do research on this topic he knew nothing about before spouting his ignorant rambling. Also, this discussion about who made the smarter decision career-wise is important because if a content creator loses their audience and popularity, then their influence when discussing social issues deflates. What good is your platform if you can't do shit with it?
You guys are being fucking rats. You're being like unprincipled rats.
You know, part of me believes that Ian is just saying shit to get a reaction from Charlie. Actually, that's exactly what this is. Doubling down and claiming Charlie is a Randall or a red-haired Shanks seems pretty severe. I mean, think about it. Out of any creator Ian could have used as an example to prove his point that large creators cater to their alt-right fan base by not fully denouncing them or their positions, he chooses Moist Critical, a creator who has actually taken a stance against popular MAGA positions and has a fan base that hasn't shown any signs of including an alt-right subgroup. But it doesn't matter because Charlie is popular.
I won the gracious award of lolcow of the year from some.
Pretty much milk toast like Charlie. They're lukewarm down the middle.
Unsurprisingly,
they'll just shit on anyone. They just look for an excuse to fucking chirp
Hassan.
anyone.
Oh my God. Hassan's
like Charlie.
a lolcow.
I criticize everything.
And that removed any amount of like, what is this out of my brain? I'm like, oh, they don't like progressive people. This is purely like a political decision entirely.
Ian is, by definition, a lolcow. Majority of the people watching him do so to ridicule him. I think the most amount of videos I've made on someone and banking off their stupidity is actually from Ian, because all he does now is constantly make a fool of himself.
It's because I'm progressive.
Ian pretending that the reason he gets hate further proves his whole "they hate me because I speak the truth" shtick is all just an act. Because I know he doesn't lack this much self-awareness. And we can joke and whatnot, but he knows. He knows exactly why he's in the position that he's in. He's aware the only way he's getting a surge of views is through hate watchers, and what better way of achieving that goal than by getting Charlie to make a video on him. To conclude, there are many reasons why Charlie still has a career after making a few politically charged videos, and Ian failed to retain his audience. However, the biggest reason is all of Ian's content now is either political or of him failing to defend himself in some online drama. In short, his videos are a drag to sit through. And my advice for Ian is if he wants to be liked again, or actually have viewers that genuinely want to watch him, maybe make a goofy video once in a while. Have fun with your audience instead of trying to educate them in topics you're not an expert in. And my point is there are plenty of other channels to get leftist political takes from, and Ian doesn't offer anything new in terms of information, editing style, or comedy. I don't think many people within his fan base want to listen to what he has to say in regards to politics, considering he didn't build his initial audience with that type of content.
And I'm kind of interested in day trading.
In 2020, I actually signed up for over 15 bogus small business loans.
So today we're back at it looking at Bad financial TikTok advice. A classic. Of course, we have a whole bunch of stuff to go through because it is so easy to find so many clips online that are just absurd. So we got some videos along with your comments from the last video. So if you want to be featured in a future video, leave your comments down below. But we're going to start off with one of you patiently waiting for you to cover the Chase Bank money glitch. So instead of just making a dedicated video, because I'm pretty late to the party, I would assume that everybody who's watching my video has seen several people go over it. So we're just gonna lump it into the first example of many in this video. But if you didn't know, people were making fake checks, cashing it at Chase Bank, and then withdrawing that money thinking it was free money, an infinite money glitch. They couldn't just do that. They also had to make videos online that went viral to get attention on top of the fraud that they were committing. So it was just a cut and dry case of everybody breaking the law. Now, I know some of you would think that this doesn't really fall under the financial advice portion. However, there were also several videos showing these people before they ended up getting caught, telling their girlfriends to open up Chase Bank accounts, calling their family members. Honestly, anybody who would listen to just open up a Chase Bank account, look at all the money that I have, it's free money, and you could do the exact same thing and there would be no consequences. So there were people out there that just didn't have the financial knowledge and just believed somebody that they knew because they had a whole bunch of cash in their hands, and then that turned into them committing crimes as well. So probably not the best financial advice to take from a family member or a friend, because now I don't even know what's going to happen. There are tons of different numbers being thrown around. I've seen apparently millions of people have done this to Chase Bank, so I can't imagine how brutal this is going to be in some sort of court trying to get the money back. It is just a complete mess. But we have another comment from one of you guys. The infinite money glitch should be called How to Spot an Idiot in 35 Seconds. And it makes it even easier to spot when you make a TikTok about it, showing your face and the amount of money you stole. But we'll move on from that and we'll go into some other just bad financial advice. We have somebody who is another meme stock holder.
Good morning, everybody. I took up a little bit of a new hobby and I'm kind of interested in day trading. So last week I bought some stock in AMC. I bought it at about $15 a share. I've been waiting for the dip, and this morning we're down to $11.51, so I snatched up some more. Over the weekend, theaters opened in California and they have been selling out all showtimes. People on YouTube are saying that this could be the next GameStop, and they're predicting that shares could go for $2,000 a share. Some people say $1,000. Either way, I am ready to hold and take it to the moon.
I think this is the perfect example for somebody who just watches surface level financial YouTubers or just entertainment YouTubers, because that's exactly what she said. Somebody on YouTube said that this is the next GameStop. This is going to go to $1,000 or $2,000, even though I think GameStop was around $450 at the height, I believe. So we're going to almost 5x that one on AMC. I'll take a look at AMC right now. Well, at the time of this recording, it is now $4.98, which actually went up 5%, an extra 25 cents. So yesterday it was $4.75. So I get it. It's super volatile. It's not like it's a steady incline or decline. It's a short squeeze that skyrockets the price, but didn't look like she had too much knowledge about the stock or anything about short squeezes at all. Just saw a YouTube video about it and decided to buy at $15, and right now it's under 5. That's a nice 66% loss. We have another comment from one of you guys. Getting financial advice from TikTok is like getting diet tips from a fast food menu. Entertaining, but not always the healthiest choice. And I 100% agree with that, including myself. Clearly, I'm not some financial advisor, and any sort of somewhat advice I tell you is the boring stuff that you'd hear from every other financial YouTuber. That's the safest route. ETFs, high yield savings accounts, CDs, Roth IRAs, nothing crazy. None of the speculative stuff and the crazy altcoin and meme stocks. It's just a recipe to lose a whole ton of money being convinced by somebody on YouTube or any social media platform to get a whole bunch of views, because it's a lot cooler to say that, you know, you're going to be able to 100x your money instead of a very slow growth rate of like 4% if you have a high yield savings account right now, or the 8% average return on the stock market. But even that kind of advice, please do your own research. Don't think anybody's word on YouTube about finance advice is 100% law. No matter how trustworthy they are, and I'm not saying that everybody's lying. It's just please do your own research. Don't pay attention to just random YouTube videos or TikToks, and then do exactly what they say because they seem believable. And on that note, we have another day trader, a classic.
It's your daily friendly reminder that if you take $100, put it into a broker account, build that account 2% daily for 260 days, because we do not trade on weekends or holidays, you can have a little over $17,000. Now wait, don't stop there. You're gonna leave that amount in there, specifically $17,564.87, and you're gonna keep building that 2% daily for another 260 days. And guess what? You will have a little over $3 million in 2 years. But that's just a friendly reminder.
Just a friendly reminder that, again, the solid return that most people strive to get is about an 8% return per year on the stock market. But this person says that just a daily reminder, by the way, just get 2% return every single day for over 500 days, and then you could have millions of dollars. Wouldn't you think that if that worked, any of these crazy level hedge funds that control billions and billions of dollars for all the wealthiest people on the planet wouldn't be taking advantage of that? But no, this random person in this video is smarter than all of them. I bet she gets 2% returns every single day. There's never a red day in sight. These are also the type of people that would sell you a course because they could be convincing enough to take money from you, and then that's how they actually get rich. Here, we're going back to the military boot camp for car sales.
You got a kid? Okay, and how many cars do you average a month? Not how many do you want to sell, how many do you average? Okay, watch this. What's your name? David. David, what if someone kidnapped your son David and they told him they were going to kill him unless you sold 40 cars a month? How many would you sell? Yeah. Why somebody got to kidnap your kid to sell 40? Why do things have to get bad before you guys really get pissed off and max out?
Now, I get what this is. This is the pseudo Wolf of Wall Street mentality finance bro, where it becomes like the military and it's a go, 100% be motivational. I get you can make a lot of money, especially the more cars you sell, more commission, of course. Does it really have to be that extreme? That's why so many people have been making fun of this guy, because he has carved a niche out for a lot of people, but just overall, it is pretty ridiculous. And it's not like he's doing any of these talks for free, and he's probably making a whole ton of money to make these types of extreme examples in these talks. But we got another comment from one of you guys. If they say masterclass or generational wealth, it's a scam. Again, another one of the common tactics by the course or masterclass type of influencers you see all over social media. Now, we have another one that is a little bit longer, but is a crazy story. I guess this is legal, but again, seems extremely dangerous.
This is the sketchiest thing I'm doing to make extra money. I've started selling trade lines on my credit cards. I'm using this site. This isn't sponsored. I just want to point out that they're like legit. And so essentially what this is, if a person has bad credit, but they know that they need to get a mortgage or a car loan or something, they pay money to this website. This website matches them up with me based on what they're looking for, and I add them as an authorized user to my credit card for a set amount of time. They don't physically get any sort of card. They don't get my name. They don't have my information. I have all of their information. But the thing is, because they're an authorized user, they get my credit history, and that raises their credit score. They get a better interest rate on whatever loan they're trying to get. And I would not be doing this if I didn't know multiple people in person who had also done this and like said it was legit, because it seems so sketchy. I gave this website my banking information so that they can direct deposit me money, and the amount you get paid depends on your credit limit, the length the card has been open, various things. And so the ones I have ranges from $40 to $80, which might not sound like much, but if I get $40 and it took me 5 minutes to add an authorized user on my credit card, that's worth it for me.
All right, so I guess this is legal. I don't. $40 to $80 on that does not seem worth it at all for putting your own banking information on a website. But let's go back. This woman has good credit, right? Has never missed a payment and solid amount of credit line, all of that. But then wouldn't it be a red flag for her banking company or her credit card company to see that she is constantly adding and removing authorized users that are completely random names? They're not like family members or anything like that. And then if those same credit card companies could take a look at those authorized users, you know, through their names and realize that all of these people have terrible credits, most likely from defaults, not paying car payments, you know, bankruptcy, maybe even like all of the things to get bad credit. And this woman is constantly adding and removing people like that. Wouldn't that start giving her some problems? It does not seem worth it to me for $40 or $80 at a time, even with her, you know, 5-minute excuse. It's really easy to just add and remove. It just seems like a very, very dangerous game. Now we're going back to the course guy, the motivational guy, and it's just, you gotta love these. These are really good entertainment.
I spent the last $7,500 I had in my bank account to hire one of my first mentors. And that literally left me with no cash, so I got a tattoo of a boat burning on fire right after I made that investment. This was to signify that I was burning the ships and there was no way back. After I bought the course, I spent the next 14 days doing 12 to 14 hours per day of studying the course and taking action so that I could grow my business. 2 weeks after I spent every dollar I had in my bank to hire the mentor, I made my first $5,000 sale. Then I went out and I got a phoenix tattoo emerging from the ashes of the flame to signify the fact that once I burned the ships, I was able to emerge as a new beast. Take this video as a sign that it's time to start going all in.
I know the phrase cringe has become cringe because so many people say it, but like, good God, man. First, it's not really a mentor if you have to pay them for their course. That's just a salesman that got you. Second, if he spent every single penny on that course from his mentor, how was he able to immediately buy a tattoo? That's so cringe, the whole thing with the boat and the phoenix. Jesus, man. But of course, it's a magical success story. He instantly got a $5,000 sale. And then because that's my story, you should buy my course now. And now I could start making a whole bunch of money from you guys. It's just different variations of the same exact outcome every time. And we have a comment from one of you guys. I remember when Ty Lopez was peddling his e-commerce course for $1,000 to people who barely knew how to use the internet. Now, I know that wasn't the very start of all courses, but that seems to be like the first one that everybody on social media was like, what? This is so weird, because it was the meme of like, I'm in my garage, and he had like a Lamborghini and all of that. That was kind of the beginning of a lot of people taking notice to like, look at all these people who sell courses and they actually make money off of a $1,000 course per person instead of being good enough at what they're trying to teach you. Because if you were legitimately that good, there's no reason to charge somebody $1,000 each. You could actually just do whatever niche you're supposed to be the master, the guru in full time and make a unbelievable amount of money. Now here we have a video that is satire, but definitely happened during COVID, no doubt.
In 2020, I actually signed up for over 15 bogus small business loans. And since I'm already going to jail, it's time to tell my side of the story. Now this scam started out like any other good scam. An error from the government, an opportunity for me. There was a form that you could fill out online and it would ask you 3 questions. It would ask you, do you own a small business? You would check yes. Then it would ask you if you want $10,000. You check yes. And then it would say, do you promise you own a small business? And then you check yes again and boom, 10,000 bucks. Now this process was like taking candy from a baby. So once I got the 10,000, I did the right thing and I told everyone I knew about. Now at first people were skeptical. They said, Drake, what do you mean you just answered 3 questions and then $10,000 appears in your account? But I assured them it was legit. So next thing you know, I was signing everybody up. I was taking their information, signing up for this loan, and then I was giving them 50 out of the $10,000. And until things went wrong, like really, really, really wrong, everybody was happy. And to be honest, no problems really occurred until they realized that, hey, maybe this Drake guy isn't a trapdoor salesman. Now in my defense and everyone else's defense who had taken this opportunity, What else were we supposed to do? Big Brother came down, locked us down, and told us we couldn't make any money. We were just doing what we had to do. I'm just glad I got to come on here and tell my side of the story. It's been real, and I will see you in 3 to 6 years.
Now, what I think is very interesting is the similarities to this and what we've seen in the past couple weeks with the Chase Bank infinite money glitch. People thought it was just as easy as saying yes a couple times and getting a free $10,000 or $30,000, and they didn't even stop there. And they told their friends and family members and got them all into this issue as well. I mean, it's just cycles, it seems like. Maybe we saw some TikToks about committing fraud with the PPP loans back in 2020. Maybe we didn't, but now it's just beginning to accelerate because we saw the Chase Bank stuff as it was happening online. They didn't even try to hide it. They had to get those likes on TikTok. Here we got another one, a different type of course seller, but one that is all too common, especially in the past year or so with the explosion in gambling.
I was offered $40,000 by my family to go to high school my senior year. I said, nope, I'm going to bet on sports instead and start my journey. About 3-4 years ago, I had moved to Florida, and I had to decide, am I going to go to high school and finish off, or am I going to stop doing that, and am I going to start working, becoming an entrepreneur, following what my brother was doing, betting on sports, and I decided I'm going to do what I think is best, which is to start betting on sports, start learning as much as I possibly can, and start going down the entrepreneurial route. So, about 3 to 4 years ago, I made a decision, instead of going here, go straight to the lab, head to the office, get a membership in the local office. Started working every single day to find CLV-driven bets, and a couple years later now, I think I made the right decision because I could have gotten a $40,000 car by a family member for going to school, finishing off. It was a BMW 340i, but I decided I'm going to put in the work. I believe that I can do it. I believe that if I put in the hard work, I can achieve much more, and that's exactly what I've done. This is just the beginning.
I like how there's always a blueprint for this kind of course seller. They always have a fancy watch. They always have the same type of story like that where they're not going to school anymore. They're going to drop out of school, or they're going to quit their job, and then of course they show that they have a really expensive sports car or supercar to prove that they have a whole ton of money. And this particular one is just from sports betting. Now, if he was somehow so good at sports betting enough to make all of this money and show it to you guys, especially in the gambling world, those accounts get throttled. I've actually seen videos with legitimate people who are sharps. They don't show their face at all because they get banned from all of these casinos and all of these betting sites, so they have to mask their identity. And when I say sharps, and they are legitimately making money off of sports bets, they are marginal. It is a very small percentage. It's not like they're winning 80% of the time and crazy numbers like that. But these people want you to believe that because some people are so into gambling and I guess not good enough at it where they just always lose, that there are a lot of people who will just sell others their picks for sporting events. Who's going to win the over-under, any other type of betting you could do for sports? Spencer Cornelia has gone over several different people in depth about this, and it just seems like another cookie cutter one. It's not really that much of a difference. There are also videos going in depth of people buying their courses or their picks and realizing that if you actually chose every one of them that they were going to choose, you would lose more money than win. So it's just a complete loss overall. So this next one real quick, we're just going to have to talk over it because unfortunately it had copyrighted music on it, even though she was talking over it again. Like, wouldn't you not have it? Whatever. Okay, this is just another woman trying to convince you. She's a mom and she homeschools all of her girls, and because of that she wants them to have freedom and be able to do whatever they want, just like everybody else does who works a 9-to-5 job that they hate. But she's already showing her girls how to make money off of the stock market from their phone, even though these girls are like 10, they're not even close to being an actual adult. And magically, she's so good at teaching and knows what she's doing that these children could somehow make a whole bunch of passive income just from their phones. And then again, all of that funneling down to another course that you gotta buy. It's just the same cycle over and over again in different niches and different ways to try to convince you. We got another one of the motivational guys. Just love it.
Mention to me 5 people in your life right now that you give them a phone call and be like, yo, drop me $250,000 wire. You need those people, right? Because your net worth isn't calculated by the money that you have, but by the access that you have to money. You could be poor, but be in a federal position where you can print $100 billion and put it into any industry where you have prior investments. It's all about position.
It's always like the same thing where it is technically true. Same argument. Your net worth is your net work. That phrase over and over again in different contexts and different sentences. But I highly doubt if you somehow need $250,000 wired instantly, if you have people who would legitimately be able to do that for you, you probably wouldn't get on the phone and be like, yo, could you wire me $250,000? Highly doubt that's how you would speak to somebody. But it's always this kind of person who's even younger than me. I would say probably the 23, 24 age, when they're a little bit older than the 18-year-old college kids, and those are the type of people that they prey upon because they're just getting out into the world and they realize that they need to start making money and things are actually a lot harder than just being in high school. So he could be the older hip guy and say all of this stuff that kind of makes sense, and then again surprise them with a course ad or some sort of marketing and sales cycle. Just continues over and over again. But at least in this next clip we have somebody who finally gets called out. That's pretty nice.
Okay, yeah.
So my boy getting mine.
Do you really?
You want to see it?
Yeah. What platform do you use?
Meditator.
You can't use Meditator no more.
You talk about futures. You see, she don't even know.
No, you
It's
can't use it
futures.
in the U.S. no more.
Yes, you can. I trade on it. I have a lot of them.
You got a
Alright.
funded account? Yeah, you got a funded account. So
This is a
that's
live
not your
funded
money though.
What you
This,
mean?
the account is funded.
It is funded.
Go to your history.
I lost a bill right now.
Profit negative 1,600.
We it's a bad week, but we still up. We still up. We still up. From 10K to 46. I do. You gotta take L's to learn.
I love it when it goes from being super confident and saying that you have a whole bunch of money to at the end going, you know, you need to take L's to learn. You know, they actually get called out for losing money instead of being the greatest trader of all time. Of course, man. At least somebody gets called out.
I'm getting ready to hop on a training and teach women how to turn $100 into $1 million in the next year and a half. Keep watching if you want to learn how to do it too. First, you're going to utilize my specific system for growing a $100 account through day trading.
We're done. We're done with that. We're like less than a quarter of the way through the whole video, but you could just stop it right there. Co-owner of 4X for women, so preying upon women, doing the whole thing that we've
Old. I'm gonna shut her down soon. I don't think we're gonna be able to do the last mission. Little pooch. Okay. Fuck. Okay. Yeah, that'll do it.
goodness you're okay. Phew. Glad that's over. We couldn't get in till you sealed off the silo when the blast doors opened up.
Regrettably true.
I better let my dad know you're all right. Dad?
Yes, Alice. Is everything okay? Is Gordon all right?
Yes, he's fine. And thanks to him, the base is secure.
Good, good. We're about to watch the transmission from Judas.
We'll head right over.
The freemen must follow. Yes, forward.
Okay, what are we doing now?
Here, patch yourself. If you would take the freemen from here, I can return to my place of honor at the side of the palace.
Sure thing. Thanks for the help.
Survived intact, or whether there's anything remaining that would compromise our work if it were discovered by the Combine. We'll need to take a close look at it, of course, but I should be able to give a better opinion within a few hours. If the sign is where we think it is, then it should be no more than... I'm gonna cut it short. We may have been spotted.
Never have let her go.
There was no stopping her, Eli. Wait a moment. There's something else here. It's the Borealis.
Good God.
Incredible.
What? The Borealis? It's real?
Oh yes, quite real, despite its almost legendary stature. Our peers at Aperture Science were at work on a project of some promise. But in their rush to beat Black Mesa for funding, they must have compromised ordinary standards of risk. We heard their research vessel had simply disappeared, vanished, with all hands, and even part of the dry dock. Few believed the Borealis would ever be seen again.
It should have been lost forever.
Ah, but now that we've found it, we can use it against the Combine.
Did you use it? That thing has to be destroyed.
But think of the advantage for humanity. We can't simply waste all that potential.
Has Black Mesa taught you anything? There's no controlling that kind of power.
Well, yes. There's always a risk, Eli. But my goodness, we have coordinates, blueprints, hailing frequencies. Quite ingenious of Dr. Mossman to hide it all in the carrier way.
Well, that means she's still alive up there. But if the Combine catches, they'll tear out everything she knows. There'll be nothing left of her.
But we don't know for sure
I won't
that...
take that chance. I'm going after her.
No, Eli, the only thing worse than Judith falling into their hands would be if they should get a hold of you. She may know the particulars of the Borealis, but you know everything about the Resistance.
Listen to Dr. Kleiner, Dad. Gordon and I are more than able to handle this. We'll get her back.
Kleiner, where are you? Why isn't the decoding finished?
Oh, fine. The code. Yes, Magnuson. It just needs a little bit longer.
You're waiting for the Combine's go-ahead. They'll soon be here to give it to you in person.
I'll hurry along, Magnuson. As soon as I finish.
Dad, are you okay?
That
to me. Let's get you off your feet.
Thank you, baby. I'll be fine in a minute or two.
Okay. Do you need anything?
Actually, Alex, would you mind getting me a cup of tea? There's a hot plate in the old staff room.
I'll be right back. Keep an eye on him.
We're not going anywhere. Thank you, baby. The last time I heard those words was back at Black Mesa. You had just stepped into the test chamber when he whispered them in my ear. You know who I'm talking about. Our mutual friend. When he brought in that crystal, I knew I should have aborted that damn test, but I didn't. The whole world went to hell that day. And now he's using my little girl, putting words in her mouth. God damn it. I should have known when he rescued her it was for his own damn reasons. Gordon, there's so much I need to tell you. Between us, we may finally have a chance.
Here you go. Is everything all right?
There's nothing, honey.
All right, people, change of plans. There's no way we can launch before those striders are... Oh, excuse me if I'm interrupting tea time. I'll just step out until you've finished, if that's more convenient. Well, Freeman, I believe I found the perfect use for you. Follow me, quickly. Freeman, striders are coming. A single one of those damn things could shoot down our rocket. We don't dare launch until all striders are destroyed.
Okay, we're pretty much at the